So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter become Ghost Rider. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos, so please do check out. Now let's jump right into the video.
The Death Chamber had always felt wrong. Not dangerous in the way a dragon was dangerous, not threatening in the way a drawn wand was threatening, but wrong in the deep, primitive way a cliff edge was wrong when you walked too close to it in the dark. It was the kind of wrongness the body understood before the mind did. The stone benches that ringed the pit felt like the seats of a buried Colosseum. The black dais in the center looked less like architecture and more like a wound the room had grown around. And the veil itself, old, ragged, endlessly stirring though there was no wind, hung there like a secret too ancient to be spoken aloud. Harry had hated it the moment he saw it. He hated it more now. "Come on," he shouted, his voice cracking as he fired another stunning spell into the chaos of the chamber. "Get away from him!" Red light carved through the shadows. Bellatrix laughed, as if the battle were a party she had been waiting years to attend. Sirius met her curse with one of his own, faster than Harry's eye could fully track, his face alive in a way Harry had not seen in months. He looked reckless. He looked brilliant. He looked like a man who had finally found something worth burning for. He looked alive. That was the image that would come back later. Not the fall, not the veil, not the scream that tore out of Harry's throat so violently it hurt his ribs. Alive, everything seemed to happen at once and too slowly. Bellatrix's curse struck Sirius square in the chest. He did not crumple. He did not fly backward dramatically. He simply jolted as if someone had yanked a wire through his spine, and the smile on his face faltered, not into fear but into surprise. One step, then another. His heel found nothing. The dais was suddenly too close. Harry lunged, Sirius. For one impossible heartbeat, Harry thought he had him. His fingers caught cloth robes, sleeve, something solid enough to promise salvation. Sirius's weight tugged against him. Harry saw his godfather's face from absurdly near. Gray eyes wide, black hair loose around his temples, mouth half open not in pain but in dawning comprehension. Then the veil moved, not the curtain, the thing behind it. The world hiccuped. The air around Sirius blurred like heat over desert stone. Harry's grip burned. He felt, not cloth now, not flesh, but resistance. Like trying to pull someone free from deep water after they had already begun to sink somewhere currents could not be followed. And Sirius Black, still looking straight at Harry, fell through the curtain, gone, no flash, no body. No impact, just absence. No, the sound that came out of Harry did not sound human. It was too raw, too torn open. It scraped the chamber and came back in thin, broken echoes. Neville was shouting somewhere. Hermione screamed his name. Bellatrix's laughter pealed high and sharp from across the dais, triumphant and hideous and alive. Harry's mind split cleanly in two. One half saw Bellatrix turning to flee, white-faced and ecstatic. The other half remained fixed on the place where Sirius had vanished, on the swaying folds of ancient black cloth, on the whispering voices that had suddenly become louder. Too loud, right against his ears, inside his skull, beneath his skin. He heard names in them. He heard grief in them. He heard something listening back. Then rage took him whole. He pursued Bellatrix blindly through corridors of shattered prophecy shelves and smashed glass, through curses and pursuit and pounding blood. He did not think. He did not plan. There was only the fact of Sirius being gone and the need to make someone hurt for it. He chased her with murder in his chest. He chased her until the ministry atrium opened around him in cold gold and green flame, and she turned to face him, grinning with blood on her mouth. "Come on, then," she sang. "Come on, baby Potter, avenge him if you can." Harry raised his wand with hands that shook so hard they barely felt attached to him. She killed Sirius. The thought was not a thought. It was a pulse, a command, a fracture running through everything. Cruck, the curse died on his lips. Because at that exact moment, in the space beneath the word, something touched him, not Bellatrix, not magic. Not Voldemort through the scar, something older, something that arrived by way of grief so absolute it had become a doorway. Harry staggered. Bellatrix's expression flickered. For the first time all night she looked uncertain. Then Voldemort entered the atrium in a rush of cold and malice, and the world became spells, shattered statues, golden movement, Dumbledore's arrival, fire and serpent and force enough to crack marble. Harry should have been watching the duel. He should have been terrified. Instead he was on his knees on the floor, one hand pressed to his scar, because it felt as though a brand were being slowly, deliberately driven into the bone of his forehead from the inside out. No one noticed at first. Why would they? Lord Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore were remaking the atrium around them in light and ruin. Ministry employees were screaming. Fountain water hissed to steam. Harry knelt in the center of all of it, and felt something move through him with the patient certainty of a key turning in a lock that had waited 17 years to be found. He saw nothing, and then he saw everything. Sirius fell for a long time. There was no wind, no sensation of tumbling, no up, no down, no body in any meaningful sense. Yet falling was the closest word his mind could find for it, and so his mind clung to it stubbornly, building meaning around the only verb left. He fell through shadow and memory and sound without source. He fell through whispers that wore familiar voices and discarded them again. He fell through a cold so complete it felt less like temperature and more like subtraction. At first he thought of Harry, that stayed. It surprised him a little. He had expected pain, panic, James, perhaps. Azkaban had taught him that endings often arrived wearing the faces of old failures. But what kept hold of him as he crossed whatever boundary the veil had cut into reality was not regret for 13 stolen years or bitterness over a life gutted by lies. It was Harry at 13, trying not to smile at Christmas. Harry at 15, furious and lonely and too proud to ask for help. Harry, a heartbeat before the fall, reaching, that last image would not leave him. The sheer desperate refusal in it. The certainty that the boy would try to follow him if he could. The horror that would come when he realized he could not. Sirius did not know where he was. He only knew two things with absolute conviction. 1. He was dead, or near enough to the concept that the distinction did not matter. 2. Harry would blame himself. That second truth cut deeper than death. The dark around him changed. It did not brighten. That would have implied mercy. It merely gathered shape. Vastness drew inward. The endless falling slowed not because Sirius had reached ground, but because the place itself had decided it wanted him still. Something like a horizon formed. Not a real one. A suggestion of edges. A plain of black ash under a sky the color of dying embers. Mountains in the distance, if mountains could be made of old iron and broken altars. Rivers of dim red light moved across the landscape like wounds reopening. Sirius stood, or thought he stood. His boots left no prints in the ash. "Well," said a voice, rich and amused and far too warm for a dead place. That was dramatic. Sirius turned. A man stood a few paces away in a dark suit that looked cut from shadow and banked coals. He was handsome in the way venomous things were often strangely beautiful, symmetrical, elegant, almost inviting until one noticed what the eyes were doing. His eyes were wrong. Not red, that would have been vulgar. They were the color of polished copper at the heart of a furnace, and they watched Sirius with the leisurely interest of someone assessing a purchase he had not expected to make today. Sirius's hand went instinctively for his wand. He had none. The man's smile widened. "Yes," he said. "That part takes some adjustment." "Who are you?" Sirius asked. He was proud that his voice did not shake. The man placed a hand lightly over his chest and gave a small, mocking bow. "I have had many names," he said. "Enough to stock a religion or two. You, however, may call me Mephisto." Something in the name made the air feel thinner. Sirius did not know the details. He knew enough. Not a ghost. Not a reaper. Not one of the tidy stories wizards told themselves about what waited beyond the final curtain, a deal-maker, a thing from older, uglier mythologies. Sirius laughed once, sharp and disbelieving. "Of course," Indeed. Am I in hell, then? Mephisto considered. That depends on your standards, also your species, also your lawyer. The afterlife is less a singular destination than a bureaucratic catastrophe wearing a sacred mask. Sirius stared at him. You sound pleased about that. I am often pleased. The ash plane rippled faintly underfoot, not from wind but from distant movement. Sirius ignored it. If this is where I end up, he said, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. No, Mephisto asked lightly. You fought against a tyrant, loved recklessly, suffered unjustly, died trying to protect a child not your own. Mortals do adore the fantasy that sacrifice purchases clean accounting. Sirius's jaw tightened. Get to the point. Mephisto's expression sharpened, amusement thinning into something more interested. The point, he said, is that I cannot return you. A cold, stupid hope Sirius had not known he still carried went out instantly, not even pain. Just absence. Mephisto watched it happen and did not look sorry. The barrier your lovely department of mystery studies so clumsily is older than their little empire of parchment, he continued. The veil is a border. Borders matter. You crossed it. That part is final. Sirius looked past him into the distance, where the red rivers wound between impossible hills. Then why am I here? Because, said Mephisto, you are not the one I want. The words hit harder than they should have. Sirius turned back slowly. No, you know his name before I say it. Mephisto smiled. Good, saves time. No, Sirius repeated louder now. Absolutely not. Mephisto began to walk a slow circle around him, hands clasped behind his back like a lecturer indulging a gifted but emotional student. Harry Potter, he said, savoring the syllables. A child marked by prophecy, stalked by a soul piece, burdened by grief beyond his years. He stands, at this precise moment, on the knife edge between mourning and vengeance. Sirius lunged. He did not know if the motion was physical, spiritual, or symbolic. It made no difference. He reached for Mephisto's throat with both hands and found himself seizing smoke wrapped around steel. The suited figure did not move. He merely looked down at Sirius's hands with patient disappointment. Temper, Mephisto murmured. A force like an avalanche of heated glass threw Sirius backward. He hit the ash and slid, breathless though breathing no longer seemed strictly necessary. The ground left black streaks across his palms. You do not get to touch him, Sirius snarled, hauling himself up. You do not get to go near him, he's had enough monsters. Ah, said Mephisto softly, and now there was genuine pleasure in his voice. There it is, the relevant prayer. I'm not praying. No, Mephisto agreed. You are offering. Sirius froze, the distant movement beneath the ash resolved just for an instant into chains dragging themselves mile by mile beneath the surface of the land. His pulse, if he still had one, turned to ice. Mephisto stopped pacing. Listen carefully, Sirius Black, because grief has made you stupid and I dislike repeating myself. The smile vanished completely. What remained was not anger. It was far worse. It was business. I cannot restore your life. I cannot place you back in your world. I cannot untie what the veil has already taken, but I can give the boy a weapon. Sirius said nothing. He could not, because some part of him, the part built for war and desperation and impossible odds, had already heard the phrase the way Mephisto intended it to be heard. Not I can save him. Not I can heal him. I can arm him. He is going to be hunted, Mephisto continued. By murderers, zealots, governments, destiny, and the elderly manipulator who has been arranging his pain like furniture. He is going to drown in guilt for your death. He is going to want blood. Mortals are so interesting in those moments, so open. Sirius backed away one step, then another. No, you say that as if refusal has moral weight here. No, Mephisto spread his hands. Then let him remain what he is. A grieving child standing before monsters older, stronger, and less sentimental than he will ever be. Let him lose more, let him break, let your precious love amount to one more scar. Sirius's face twisted. It was cruel because it was aimed well, not at pride, not at anger, at fear. Harry, alone at Privet Drive. Harry, isolated by Dumbledore's plans. Harry, sleeping badly and pretending he did not. Harry, with Voldemort inside his head and the world waiting to use him up. Sirius knew what fear did to a boy shut in a house with no good exits. He knew what helplessness could rot into. He knew too well what came of giving a child to systems that claimed necessity as excuse. Mephisto watched every realization land. "I would not own him," he said mildly. That was the first true lie, and Sirius heard it at once. "Liar," Mephisto laughed. "Partly then, mortals and absolutes, tiresome." "What would you do to him?" A vulgar question, Mephisto replied. Also an imprecise one, better to ask what would be done through him. The ash plain around them trembled faintly. Sirius could hear metal now, not just chains, spurs, wheels. A low growl of fire denied air. "No," he said again, but the word was weakening, worn thin by images he could not stop seeing. Bellatrix's face, Harry's scream, the knowledge that the war would not pause for grief, that Voldemort would come harder now. That Dumbledore, for all his brilliance, had still somehow led them all to this room and this loss and that damned curtain. Mephisto stepped closer. "Your godson is not a child anymore," he said. "The world has already corrected that mistake. I offer him not innocence, Sirius Black. That has gone. I offer him consequence." "What kind?" "A spirit," Mephisto said. "A fire, judgment for the guilty, teeth in the dark." Sirius shut his eyes, and there it was, the shape of the trap. Mephisto had not chosen Harry at random. He had chosen the one moment in the boy's life when grief and rage would make any weapon feel justifiable. He had chosen Sirius because Sirius would always crawl toward any chance, however poisoned, to keep Harry from being helpless. "I don't get to choose for him," Sirius said hoarsely. Mephisto tilted his head. "You already have. That is what guardians do, every lie told for protection. Every door locked, every enemy named too soon or too late. Choice made on behalf of the beloved is the oldest violence in the world." The words landed like knives because they were true enough to cut. Sirius thought of James and Lily dying to buy Harry time without asking whether he wanted that debt. He thought of Dumbledore leaving him on a doorstep. He thought of every adult who had ever looked at Harry and seen not a boy but a future. He hated Mephisto for understanding that. "He'll hate me," Sirius whispered. "Perhaps," said Mephisto almost gently, "if he learns, if he survives long enough to understand it." Silence stretched. The red rivers moved in the distance. Something vast passed beneath the ash. The sky flickered as if lit from behind by a furnace door opening and closing. Sirius Black, who had spent 12 years enduring madness rather than betray the innocent, found himself standing at the edge of a different kind of betrayal, not treachery. Love sharpened into trespass. He thought of Harry 14 years old, standing at the Black family tapestry with his jaw set like James's, and his eyes wounded like Lily's, trying so hard to be braver than childhood had a right to demand. He thought of the hand reaching for him through the veil. He thought, if I do nothing, he is alone, and because Sirius was still serious, even dead, even here, even knowing better, love moved first and wisdom came too late. "What does it cost?" he asked. Mephisto smiled, not victorious, not surprised, expected, a better question. "No riddles. No riddles." Mephisto agreed. "It will attach through grief. That doorway is already open. It will answer the guilty. It will not obey him simply because he suffers. Nor will it vanish because he wishes it gone. It is not a pet. It is not a spell. It is a function of judgment given hunger and form." Sirius felt sick in a place without organs. "And the price?" Mephisto's eyes brightened like banked metal touched by a bellows. "Eventually," he said. "Identity, solitude, the erosion that all hostings invite, perhaps more. These things become collaborative, but not quickly, not unless mishandled." Sirius's hands curled into fists, bastard, constantly. "And if I refuse," Mephisto gestured, and the ash plains split open for a heartbeat. Sirius saw not images exactly, but probabilities sharpened cruelly enough to feel like prophecy. Harry at Privet Drive drowning in silence. Harry hunted through war. Harry on an altar in a ruined forest. Harry dead young. Harry alive and emptied. Then the ground closed again. It might have been manipulation. It might have been true. That was the worst part. Sirius could not tell. Mephisto stepped close enough that Sirius could smell smoke and some sweeter scent beneath it, like overripe fruit beginning to rot. "One bargain," he said softly. "One transfer at the moment of greatest fracture. Not because the boy asked, because you did." Sirius's throat worked. If he had been alive, he might have been crying. Death had stolen even that small mercy. "Swear to me," he said. "Swear he keeps himself. Swear this thing doesn't just hollow him out and wear him like a mask." Mephisto regarded him for a long moment. Then he said, "I swear he will remain himself long enough for the question to matter." Sirius almost laughed. What a devil's answer, what a perfectly worthless promise. And still, Harry's scream echoed through him again, that awful torn sound from the other side of the veil. Sirius bent his head, not in worship, in defeat, in love. "Then take me instead," he said. "Whatever anchor you need, whatever gives it a path, take it from me, not from him." For the first time, Mephisto looked genuinely pleased. "Done." The word cracked across the dead plain like a judge's gavel. The ash erupted. Chains burst upward from beneath the ground in a ring around Sirius, black iron glowing at the links, as if lit from within by white-orange heat. They did not bind him. They circled, rose, and sang a terrible metallic hymn. The sky tore open in a vertical blaze. Fire without light poured downward. Sirius felt something leave him then, not memory, not soul exactly, but permission. The right to remain only a dead man. The right to have his love end cleanly at the point of sacrifice. It was being rewritten into a weapon. "Wait," Sirius began suddenly, horribly aware that he did not understand enough, that he had just signed something monstrous with half the terms veiled. Mephisto's hand touched Sirius's forehead. Not gently. Too late. In the ministry atrium, Harry Potter screamed and folded in on himself. Dumbledore heard it even over the cracking force of battle. Voldemort vanished a heartbeat later, fleeing possession and failure in a rush of hateful magic. But Dumbledore barely spared him a glance. The boy's cry had changed. It was no longer the sharp agony of scar pain Harry had endured before. This was deeper, elemental. It sounded like a living thing being branded. "Harry!" Dumbledore crossed the ruined floor in 2 strides. Fawkes circled once above them, a streak of red gold in smoke-thick air. Ministry workers edged nearer, then stopped at the expression on Albus Dumbledore's face. Kingsley Shacklebolt lowered his wand. Even the wounded seemed to feel that something had shifted from catastrophe into omen. Harry knelt on the marble, both hands pressed to his forehead. Smoke was rising between his fingers, not illusion. Not heat shimmer, smoke. "Professor," Harry gasped, but the word broke in half as his back arched. His wand clattered from his grip and skidded across the floor. Dumbledore dropped to one knee beside him and caught his shoulders. Harry's skin was fever-hot. Too hot. The old wizard murmured diagnostic charms under his breath, but each one failed strangely, sliding away from the boy as if repelled by a second field of magic coiled beneath his own. Then Harry ripped his hands from his face. Several people recoiled outright. The lightning bolt scar was gone, or rather, it remained only as an underlying memory, stretched and broken apart by something new. The mark had widened into a jagged black fracture running from hairline to brow, branching subtly at the temple like cracked obsidian under glass. The skin around it was unburned, but the mark itself glowed from within in thin threads of orange-white light, like embers beneath cooling volcanic stone. And it was moving very slightly, like something breathing at the depth of it. Dumbledore did not often allow shock to reach his face. Tonight it did. Harry looked up at him through tears and fury and pain. "What's happening to me?" A question Dumbledore, for perhaps the first time in Harry's life, could not even begin to answer. Because in that instant, when the old wizard's hand brushed near the new scar, he felt it. Not magic in any category Hogwarts named. Not curse, possession, enchantment, blood ward, soul tether, or prophecy resonance. Something infernal, something judicial. Something that carried with it not the chaos of madness, but the terrible, measured weight of sentence. A spirit had entered the boy. And it had come in on grief. Harry convulsed once more. A faint metallic sound rang out from nowhere and everywhere at once. The unmistakable drag of a chain across stone. Ministry witches and wizards spun with raised wands. There was no chain. There was only Harry, collapsing forward into Dumbledore's arms, unconscious at last. The ember lines in the scar dimmed but did not go dark. Fawkes cried out, a piercing note of alarm that echoed off the shattered atrium. Dumbledore gathered Harry closer, his expression gone very still, not calm. Still in the way, deep water was still before it swallowed something whole. He looked once toward the place Voldemort had stood, once toward the great fireplaces, and finally down at the boy whose fate had just, once again, slipped beyond every plan laid for him. Around them, the Ministry began its frantic movement, healers called, witnesses gathered, officials shouting, the machinery of panic assembling itself into procedure. Dumbledore scarcely heard any of it, because on Harry's limp right wrist, just for 1 second before vanishing like an afterimage, a ring of dark iron appeared. And in the air above the boy's body, too faint for anyone else to notice, the smell of smoke lingered. Not wood smoke, not wand fire, something older. Something from a place where bargains were sealed in pain and collected in time. Dumbledore's hand tightened once on Harry's shoulder. The boy had lost his godfather tonight. That grief alone would have been enough to alter the course of the war. But this was something else. Something had answered the loss, and whatever had done so was not done yet. When Harry woke much later in a hospital bed, half the wizarding world would already be changing shape around what had happened in that atrium. The official story would speak of Voldemort's return, of the duel, of Sirius Black's confirmed death. It would not speak of the scar. It would not speak of the heat that rolled off Harry in waves even while he slept. It would not speak of the way every candle in the room guttered lower when his breathing deepened, as if some unseen presence resented ordinary light. And it would certainly not speak of the dream he had while unconscious, because dream was too small a word for it. He stood in darkness before a road made of ash. Far away, or maybe impossibly near, he heard a motorcycle engine rev once deep, skeletal, wrong. A chain dragged behind it. And somewhere beyond sight, a voice that sounded almost like Sirius and not like Sirius at all said, with love and regret braided so tightly they could not be separated, "I'm sorry." Then fire opened its eyes. Harry spent the first 3 days after the Ministry half convinced he had died and no one had been willing to tell him. It wasn't a dramatic conviction. It did not arrive with panic or revelation. It simply sat in the back of his mind like a dull, persistent fact and colored everything else wrong. Colors looked too sharp. Sounds arrived a fraction too late. Even pain felt distant, as though his body were reporting it from another room. He woke in a narrow bed at Grimmauld Place with the taste of ash in his mouth, his scar throbbing with a heat that never fully receded, and knew with a certainty he hated that something had followed him back from the Department of Mysteries. No one would tell him what. That made it worse. People told you things when you were alive. They hid things when you were fragile. He had learned the difference years ago. On the first morning, Mrs. Weasley hugged him so hard he could barely breathe and cried into his hair. On the second, Remus sat by the bed with red-rimmed eyes and the look of a man trying to remain composed, because if he stopped trying even once, he would break into pieces too small to put back together. On the third, Dumbledore came, and when Dumbledore left, Harry knew 2 things. First, the old man was afraid. Second, the fear was not for Voldemort. Harry lay awake long after midnight with those facts turning over in him like broken glass. Grimmauld Place groaned around him. Somewhere in the walls, pipes clicked and sighed. The curtains around the bed breathed dust every time he shifted. He should have been exhausted. He had barely slept since Sirius fell. Whenever his body started to drift, the memory returned too vividly to bear. Bellatrix's curse, Sirius's backward step, the black curtain swallowing him with the obscene softness of cloth accepting a body it had been waiting for. Then, behind that memory now, always the same second image, fire. Not a real memory, not even a dream. A flash at the edge of thought, something vast and watching behind his eyes whenever he blinked too long. Harry rolled over and winced. The scar burned. The healers had tried ointments first, then diagnostic charms, then deeper scans. None of them worked properly. The old lightning bolt was gone, replaced by the fractured black mark that seemed almost fused into the bone beneath his skin. It no longer stabbed like Voldemort's presence had done. This was different, broader, heavier. A heat that spread through his skull and sometimes down his neck into his chest, settling behind his ribs as if a coal had been pressed there and left to cool without ever going cold. When he touched the mark, it was warm. When anyone else tried, it became hotter. He had seen Madame Pomfrey pull her hand away so fast she nearly dropped her wand. Harry stared into the dark until dawn stained the edges of the curtains gray. He did not cry. He had done too much of that already. The grief had changed shape. It no longer felt like something breaking. It felt like something hardening. That frightened him more, because beneath the misery, beneath the guilt and the raw, unfinished ache of Sirius being gone, there was another feeling now, deeper, quieter, and infinitely less human: expectation, as if some part of him was waiting for nightfall. By the time they sent him back to Privet Drive, Harry had decided the adults had no idea what was happening. That ought to have comforted him. It did not. The ride there was silent except for the engine and the occasional mutter from Moody in the front seat. Tonks sat beside Harry in the back, attempting cheerfulness with the grim courage of someone trying to patch a wall after the house had already caught fire. "You'll be all right for a few weeks," she said, a little too brightly. "Orders watching the area." Moody put extra protections around the neighborhood, not that he trusts any of them. "I trust constant vigilance," Moody growled from the front. Tonks ignored him. "You've only got to stay until the protections can—" "I know how it works," Harry said. His voice came out flat enough that she stopped. He regretted it immediately, not because he had been rude, but because he was suddenly so tired of people trying to cushion truths that could not be cushioned. Sirius was dead. Voldemort was alive. Something infernal was branded into Harry's forehead. And the answer from every powerful adult in Britain seemed to be rest for a bit and don't think too hard. As if rest had ever saved him. When the car pulled up near Privet Drive, late afternoon, sun made the neat lawns glow sickly green. Number 4 stood in its place on the street with the same bland, smug normalcy it had always worn, and Harry felt a wave of disgust so sharp it almost made him dizzy. The house looked untouched by everything. Untouched by war, prophecy, murder, ministry lies, dead godfathers, and the thing currently smoldering under his skin, a house that could survive on ignorance alone. Lucky it. "Remember," Tonks said carefully as he got out, "if anything feels wrong." Harry nearly laughed. Instead he slung his trunk from the boot and said, "Everything feels wrong." Moody's magical eye fixed on him. For one unsettling instant, it seemed to rotate not around Harry but through him, as though searching for something deeper than bone. Then the old aura grunted. "Don't go looking for trouble, boy." Harry shut the car door. He wanted to ask what would happen if trouble came looking for him. He wanted to ask if Moody had felt it too, the thing inside him that listened when cruel people entered the room. He wanted to ask 100 questions. But Privet Drive was already watching. Curtains twitched. Mrs. Number 7 was pretending to water her flowers while staring openly. Vernon Dursley stood at the open front door with the kind of expression people wore while inspecting a stain they deeply resented. So Harry just nodded and dragged his trunk up the drive. The moment he crossed the threshold into Number 4, the warmth in his scar sharpened. Petunia flinched. It was small, barely visible. A tightening around the eyes. A recoil so ingrained she probably did not know she had done it. But Harry saw it. Saw, too, the way her gaze snagged on the mark across his forehead and then skipped away too quickly. That evening they did not ask him what had happened. They never asked about anything unless they thought it might threaten them directly. Vernon huffed through dinner like he wanted to complain about Harry existing more loudly than usual, but had been warned not to by someone scarier than himself. Dudley ate with the morose resentment of a prince forced to share his kingdom with a disease. Harry picked at his food and tasted nothing. The scar kept burning. by the time he lay in bed in his old room. Dudley's second bedroom now, though it never felt given so much as temporarily surrendered. The heat had spread down the side of his face into his neck. He opened the window despite the summer humidity and let the warm night air spill in. Somewhere, much farther away than it should have been possible to hear, a motorbike engine growled once. Harry sat bolt upright. Silence answered him. He stayed that way a long time. The first week passed like that. Sleeplessness, heat, and the slow grinding hostility of Privet Drive trying to pretend nothing in it had changed. But something had. The house knew it, even if the Dursleys refused to. Electrical things began to fail when Harry was angry. Not spectacularly. Not even magically, the way his accidental bursts used to happen when he was younger. It was more subtle and more unnerving than that. Hall lights dimmed when he walked beneath them. The television hissed with static every time Vernon started shouting. Dudley's game console shut itself off 3 times during one argument at dinner, each time the screen briefly reflecting not Harry's face but a blackened, skull-thin grin made of fire before flickering normal again. Dudley screamed the 3rd time. Vernon blamed wiring. Petunia said nothing. Harry said even less, because he had seen it, and felt a horrible lurch deep inside his chest. Not surprise, not quite, but recognition. As if some hidden mechanism had clicked one notch closer into place, letters from Ron and Hermione arrived almost daily. Ron's were frantic messy, full of anger on Harry's behalf and updates about the Order that only half made sense. Hermione's were longer, more careful, and somehow more worrying for it. She mentioned research without saying what she was researching. She asked about symptoms with too much precision. Did the scar ever cool completely? Was the pain worse at certain hours? Did Harry notice any changes in hearing, smell, or dreams? Had he experienced memory lapses? He answered the first few as honestly as he could. Then he stopped answering that last question, because the truth was yes, a little. Not whole missing hours. Nothing dramatic, just moments. He would realize he had been staring at the back fence for 10 minutes without remembering what he had been thinking about. He would wake standing in the kitchen at 2 in the morning with no memory of going downstairs, only the smell of smoke and the certainty that something had drawn him there because Vernon had locked the back door twice. Once with the normal bolt, once with a new chain. Harry noticed the chain immediately. The moment he saw it, something under his skin went tight and pleased. He nearly tore it off the door with his bare hands just to stop feeling that. Instead, he gripped the sink until the sensation passed. It did pass, but not fully. The worst part was the listening. Privet Drive was full of petty sounds, sprinklers ticking, lawnmowers droning, neighboring televisions muttering through open windows. But beneath those now, Harry kept hearing something else at odd hours. The drag of metal over stone. Faint. Rhythmic. Too slow to be imagination. Too impossible to be real. Once, at dusk, he heard whispered words under it. Not words he understood. Judgment, perhaps, if judgment had a language older than speech. By the 2nd week, Harry was no longer asking whether something was wrong with him. He was asking when it intended to finish happening. It happened on a Thursday night. The day itself had been unbearable in the ordinary way summer at Privet Drive could be unbearable. Too hot, too bright, too full of Vernon's temper fermenting under the surface because work had gone badly and therefore everyone else must suffer for it. Dudley had spent the afternoon sulking around the house with Piers Polkiss and 2 other boys from his gang. Loud and cruel in the lazy way boys often were when they had never once feared real consequences. Harry tried to stay out of the way. He failed at dinner when Vernon made some passing remark about delinquents, about broken families, about boys who turned out wrong because no proper father had corrected them young enough. And Harry's glass exploded in his hand. Not shattered, exploded. Water flashed across the table. Petunia shrieked. Dudley lurched backward so hard he nearly tipped his chair. Vernon surged to his feet purple-faced and bellowing, but Harry barely heard him because every cut on his palm stung for half a second and then closed. Not healed fully, thin red marks remained, but the blood stopped almost instantly, and the skin drew itself together with a faint hiss of heat. Everyone at the table went silent. Harry looked down at his hand. Vernon's voice came back in a rush. "What did you do?" Harry stood so abruptly his chair scraped the floor. "Nothing," he said, though the lie was pathetic. His scar was burning again, hotter than it had since the atrium. The room smelled suddenly of overheated metal. "Don't you dare use your freakishness in this house," Vernon thundered. Something under Harry's ribs moved, not physically. Worse, attention. Harry stepped away from the table so fast it nearly looked like a flinch. "I'm going out. You'll stay where I can see you." "No." The word came out rougher than Harry intended. Older. For one terrible instant, even Vernon hesitated, thrown not by the volume, but by the sense that someone else had spoken through the same mouth, and found him beneath contempt. Harry grabbed his hoodie from the hall peg and left before they could stop him. The evening air outside was thick and sour with heat left over from the day. The sun had gone down, but the pavement still radiated warmth. Somewhere, a dog barked. The street lamps buzzed into life one by one as he walked, each flickering harder than normal when he passed beneath it. He needed distance, not from the Dursleys. That part was easy. He needed distance from the feeling that if Vernon had said one more thing about Sirius, one more thing about fathers or worthlessness or boys turning wrong, Harry might have done something he could not undo, not with magic. With his hands. That realization chilled him even through the heat in his blood. He walked fast, head down, until the neat roads of Privet Drive gave way to the less polished edge of little whinging, narrower lanes, a run of garages, patches of scrubby council-maintained green, and the alleyways teenagers used when they wanted to smoke, fight, or corner someone with no adults around to interfere. Harry knew them well enough. Dudley's gang had spent years treating those cut-throughs like private territory. He should have turned back when he heard shouting ahead. He did not. One voice was high and panicked. The others were laughing. Harry rounded the corner into a narrow alley between two brick walls and saw them at once. Dudley was there with Piers and two older boys Harry recognized vaguely from the estate near Magnolia Crescent. They had a younger kid backed against the wall, a skinny boy, maybe 11, in a too-big school jumper though it was summer, with his hands over his head and his face pinched tight in the expression of someone bracing for impact. "Leave him alone," Harry said. Every head snapped toward him. Dudley's face went from surprise to furious relief, as if the universe had finally provided him with a more satisfying target. "Well, look who it is." Piers grinned. "Thought you'd gone mental after school let out." The younger boy looked at Harry with enormous, frightened eyes. Harry barely registered him. His attention had narrowed in a way that felt unnatural, sharp and deep and hideously calm. He could hear each of the gang boys breathing. He could smell sweat, cheap deodorant, the stale sugar on Dudley's breath from some sweets he must have had earlier. And beneath all of it, something else, not smell exactly weight. Dudley's gang did not carry much of it, not real guilt. Meanness, cowardice, the sticky gray residue of casual cruelty. Ugly, yes, but small. Human. It prickled at Harry's skin without sinking deeper. That was new. That was impossible. And yet he knew it the way he knew where his hands were without looking. Dudley stepped forward, rolling his shoulders in false bravado. "Should have stayed home, freak." Harry should have been afraid. He was, but not of Dudley. His scar was no longer burning. It was opening. He felt it with appalling clarity, not skin tearing, but some deeper seam widening from forehead to sternum. Heat poured through it in a white-orange rush that did not scorch his nerves so much as replace them. His heartbeat slammed once, twice, then changed rhythm completely, dropping lower and slower and heavier until each beat felt like a hammer in an empty forge. "Harry," the younger boy whispered. Harry tried to answer. Fire flooded his mouth. He stumbled and caught himself on the alley wall. Brick blackened under his palm. Dudley's insults cut off mid-sentence. Piers swore and took a step back. The pain should have been unbearable. Instead, it was exultant. That was the truly horrifying part, not the agony, not the sense of his body being rewritten from the spine outward. It was that some immense, terrible thing inside him greeted the transformation like a horse scenting open ground. His glasses slipped down his nose. The metal frames softened, melted. Harry felt them run warm across his skin and begin to reshape, not dripping off, not falling, but drawing inward around his cheekbones and brow into a dark, glossy ridge like obsidian grown rather than made. He clawed at them instinctively and yanked his hand back with a gasp. They had fused into a mask-like contour framing his eyes, leaving them open but changing the shape of his face into something harsher, more angular, almost ceremonial. His wand, still shoved in his hoodie pocket, went searing hot. Harry grabbed for it on reflex and nearly screamed. Hollywood did not burn in his grip, it liquefied. The length of it sagged like iron in a furnace, then snapped inward and around, flowing over the bones of his wrist before cooling into a ring of black metal etched with lines too fine and old to read. The younger boy started crying. Dudley turned and ran. He got 3 strides. The sound that stopped him was not Harry's voice. It was a chain uncoiling. Harry looked down. Something dark and iron had wound itself up his arm from nowhere, link by link, until it rested heavy and alive against his sleeve. The end dropped to the ground with a metallic crack that showered sparks when it struck the concrete. The older boys bolted after Dudley. Piers stumbled. One of the others nearly fell over him in blind panic. Their trainers slapped the alley mouth and vanished into the street beyond. Harry tried to move after them, not because he wanted to chase them, because something inside him wanted to measure them. The smaller boy made a broken, terrified noise, and that sound cut through the fire for one precious instant. Harry turned. The child was still pressed to the wall, trembling so hard his teeth chattered. He could not have been more than 11, a split lip, bruises beginning under one eye. Fear pouring off him in waves so pure and innocent it felt like cold water splashing over a forge. Whatever was happening inside, Harry recoiled from that fear, not in disgust, in refusal. The thing within him did not want him. That fact mattered somehow. Harry reached for it, held to it. "I'm not," he managed. Then the world dropped away. Later, there would be fragments. A street lamp above the alley bursting in a shower of white sparks. His own shadow on the wall suddenly horned and skeletal and crowned with flame. The smell of wet ash. But there would be no memory of the full transformation itself, because the moment the rider fully emerged, Harry Potter ceased to be the one looking out. The body that stood in the alley was taller than Harry by only an inch or two, but the posture changed everything. Gone was the adolescent uncertainty, the human habit of hunching against threat. In its place came a stillness so absolute it was almost regal. Scorched dark leather formed around shoulders and torso, as if stitched from smoke. Boots hardened from trainers into blackened heavy things plated at the shin with dull iron. The obsidian ridge around the eyes deepened into a death mask elegance. Then the fire took the head, no burning flesh, no screaming consumption. The face simply peeled backward into white flame and revealed beneath it a skull lit from every crack and hollow by a furious orange-white blaze. The fractured mark on the forehead became a burning seam. Teeth shone like drawn knives in a furnace. The child in the alley made one strangled sound and covered his face. The rider did not look at him again. Its attention was on the fleeing guilty, not very guilty. Barely enough. But the violence had been aimed at the innocent, and tonight that was enough to wake judgment. It moved, not ran. Moved with impossible speed, with the kind of relentless mechanical grace nightmares used when they crossed distance. The chain whipped behind it, sparks spitting from the concrete every time a link struck. At the mouth of the alley, one of Dudley's older companions looked back and saw the burning skull and collapsed outright, shrieking. The rider stepped over him, not guilty enough, not marked. It passed Piers next. The boy's terror was total. Memories clung to him in flashes of schoolyard torment, small thefts, cowardly laughter, complicity without conviction. Ugly, petty, weak. The rider's fire flared once in contempt and kept going, then Dudley, the largest fear in the group. The loudest cruelty. The broadest history of hurting smaller things simply because he could. Still not enough for true judgment. Still not enough for the full stare. But enough to be remembered. Dudley had reached the end of the lane near the fenced path behind the park when the rider appeared in front of him. He skidded so hard he nearly fell backward. For a full second, cousin and curse regarded one another. Dudley saw no trace of Harry. That would stay with him all his life. The rider tilted its skull slightly, as if listening to the shape of Dudley's soul and finding it mean but unfinished. The chain rose an inch from the ground. Not attacking. Measuring, Dudley tried to scream and produced only a wet choking sound. Hellfire reflected in his eyes. Not yet, the rider seemed to decide. Its hand came up, not to strike, but to touch Dudley's forehead with one iron-black finger. A brand of heat flashed through the boy's mind. Not injury, memory, a warning driven so deep it would wake him sweating for decades. Every cruel laugh, every punch, every delighted moment of choosing weakness in someone else because it made him feel larger. The rider did not judge him fully. It showed him the road he was on. Dudley collapsed sobbing. The rider turned away. Behind the fence, a different sound had begun. Thin crying. A girl's voice no older than 7 or 8. Two shadows in the park where there should have been none, one kneeling, one looming, drunk perhaps, or worse. That was enough. The rider vaulted the fence in a burst of sparks. The man in the park had one hand on the child's shoulder and one over her mouth. He turned too slowly, saw only fire descending. The woman beside him, older sister, mother, aunt, it did not matter, stumbled up from the grass with blood on her temple and terror warring with disbelief. Now the weight hit properly, real guilt, not schoolyard filth, not childish meanness. This was sour and heavy and layered, violence, theft, a history of choosing prey that could not fight back. The rider breathed it in like smoke. The man tried to reach for a knife. The chain hit his wrist and the knife flew spinning into the dark. He screamed. The sound snapped the little girl back into motion. She scrambled toward the woman, who dragged her close and stared at the burning figure with her whole body shaking. The rider advanced one step. The guilty man dropped to his knees instantly. That, too, mattered. The soul knew before the mind admitted it. Please, he tried to say. The rider's empty eye sockets blazed brighter. No penance stare. Not here, not for him. That punishment was deeper than the crime warranted, and the spirit of vengeance, despite all Harry would later fear, was not chaos. It was proportion. Terrible, merciless proportion. Instead, the rider lowered its skull until it was inches from the man's face and breathed out a single stream of white-orange hellfire across the ground between them. The grass blackened in a perfect line. The heat stopped a hair from flesh. The message was clear. The man fainted. The woman clutched the girl so tightly the child began to cry in earnest now, not from the attacker but from the sight of the thing that had saved them. The rider looked at them once. The fire softened fractionally. Then, with a movement almost ritual in its control, it turned and walked away into the dark trees bordering the park. The chain dragged behind it, then snapped upward and vanished link by link into shadow. By the time police sirens sounded in the distance, there was no one there but an unconscious attacker, a sobbing family, and a trail of scorched grass leading toward nowhere. Harry woke in the alley where it had begun. His whole body hurt, not sharp pain, bone-deep exhaustion, the kind that made even breathing feel like work done badly. He was on his side against the brick wall, cheek pressed to warm concrete. His hoodie was half burned at one sleeve. Ash clung to his hands and the knees of his jeans. The alley smelled like the inside of a fireplace after rain. For several long seconds, he could not remember how he got there. Then memory returned in broken shards. Dudley, the kid, heat, his glasses melting, the chain. Harry shot upright too fast and nearly vomited. His glasses were gone. He slapped a hand to his face and found not bare skin but the familiar shape of frames. Only when he pulled them off with trembling fingers, the metal had changed. The lenses remained. The bridge remained. But the edges of the frames were darkened, warped into a sharper, more angular pattern as though they had once melted and cooled again without returning fully to normal. His wrist burned. He shoved back the sleeve. Around it sat a ring of black iron, not a bracelet, not jewelry. A seamless band flush against the skin, etched so finely it looked almost natural until he tried to hook a fingernail under it and discovered there was no gap, no clasp, nothing to remove. It had not been placed on him, it had become. Harry stared at it until footsteps pounded at the alley entrance. He looked up, half expecting Dudley, police, dementors, anything. Instead it was Mrs. Figg. She came around the corner panting, her slippers slapping the pavement, cardigan half-buttoned and hair escaping its pins more wildly than Harry had ever seen. For one ludicrous moment he thought she looked terrified of him specifically, then he realized she was terrified in general. "Harry Potter," she gasped, stopping dead when she saw the ash, the blackened wall, the state of him. "What have you done?" "I don't know." That was the first fully honest thing he had said all night. Mrs. Figg looked at the alley, then at Harry, then at something over his shoulder. Sirens wailed closer now, her eyes widened a fraction. "Oh, lovely," she muttered. "Of course there are Muggle police. What happened?" She seized his elbow and hauled him up with surprising force. "You are coming inside before anyone sees you. I asked what happened. And I am ignoring you for your own good, which should feel familiar by now," she snapped. Harry almost yanked free. The instinct was immediate, hot, unreasonable. Mine, something deep inside him hissed, not of Mrs. Figg, but of the question. Harry froze. The sensation passed at once. He let her drag him through the back lanes to her house, every step making the iron ring on his wrist pulse faintly warm. Inside, Mrs. Figg shoved him into a chair in her crowded kitchen and thrust a mug of sweet tea into his hands before he could protest. Her cats circled the doorway and refused to come closer. That more than anything made Harry's stomach drop. Animals had always liked him well enough. Not tonight, Mrs. Figg stood by the sink, breathing hard and watching him like he might ignite. "Mrs. Figg," Harry said through clenched teeth, "tell me." She wiped both hands down her skirt. "I was watching the street as instructed. Then all the Kneasels in the house started howling, every one of them. I stepped outside and saw the sky over the park flicker." Harry's scar began to throb again. "Flicker how?" She hesitated. "Orange," she said at last. "As though there were a bonfire where there shouldn't be." His grip tightened on the mug. "There was a woman screaming for help, Mrs. Figg continued. "Police found a man in the park half-conscious, swearing the devil came out of the dark and looked at him. A little girl says a skeleton on fire saved her." Harry said nothing, could say nothing, because some broken inner part of him already believed it. "Mrs. Figg's gaze dropped to his wrist. "What is that?" He looked too. The iron band caught the kitchen light with a dull red undertone, like metal that remembered being hot. "I don't know," Harry whispered. That too was honest. For a long time neither of them spoke. Then Mrs. Figg reached slowly for the flue powder on the mantel. Harry looked up. She said, very quietly now, "Albus Dumbledore needs to hear about this immediately." The name should have reassured him. It did not. Because as he sat there in a stranger's kitchen with ash under his fingernails and hell-forged iron around his wrist, Harry realized with cold certainty that whatever had happened in that alley had not been an accident. Something inside him had recognized cruelty and answered it. Something had looked at frightened children and chosen. And the worst part, the part he could not admit to Mrs. Figg, to Dumbledore, to himself, was that beneath the fear, beneath the nausea and the exhaustion and the sense of being inhabited by a fire with opinions, there was another emotion curling low and hot inside his chest: relief. Because for one stretch of time he could not remember, no one had been able to hurt the innocent while he was there. No prophecy had helped. No adults had arrived in time. No wand lesson, no plan, no cleverness, just judgment, just terror given to those who deserved at least a fraction of it. Harry stared at the tea cooling in his hands. He should have been horrified, part of him was. But another part, some newly darkened, newly honest place that grief had burned open, kept circling the same thought like a tongue pressed to a broken tooth. Sirius would have wanted someone stopped. The thought sickened him. The thought comforted him. And before Mrs. Figg threw the powder into the fire and called Grimmauld Place, Harry knew this with a certainty so sharp It felt carved into the iron around his wrist. Whatever had saved that child tonight would come back. Not because it hated him, because it belonged to him now, or he belonged to it. He did not yet know which was worse. When Dumbledore arrived, the kitchen seemed smaller. He entered through the flue in a rush of emerald flame, robes dusted with soot from travel, spectacles reflecting the room in bright half-moons. One look at Harry and the old wizard's expression changed, not into surprise, because by now surprise had clearly left him behind, but into the quiet, total focus of a man watching a feared theory become fact. He knelt in front of Harry without ceremony. "May I?" Harry almost said no. Not out of disrespect, out of instinct. The iron ring grew hot. Dumbledore noticed. Of course he did. His gaze flicked to Harry's wrist, then back to the boy's face. "I need to see what has changed." Harry held out his arm. The old wizard did not touch the ring immediately. He hovered his fingers a breath above it and closed his eyes. Harry felt the air shift. Magic moved, careful, ancient, layered with control so fine Harry barely sensed the individual spellwork. For 3 seconds nothing happened. Then Dumbledore drew his hand back sharply. A thin red line smoked across the pad of his forefinger. Mrs. Figg made a frightened noise. Dumbledore ignored it. His blue eyes were on the ring now with the focused horror of a scholar who has found a page in history he prayed was metaphor. "It is bound," he said softly. "To me?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked up. "Yes," Harry swallowed. "Can you get it off?" The silence that followed was answer enough. Outside, the first police siren faded. Somewhere in the neighborhood a dog barked and then abruptly stopped, as if it had seen something in the dark and decided not to comment further. Dumbledore stood slowly. "Harry," he said, and there was a gravity in his voice that made Mrs. Figg turn away toward the stove as though she could not bear to hear it. "I believe tonight was only the beginning." The scar pulsed. The ring tightened once around Harry's wrist like a heartbeat answering another. And deep, deep under his own thoughts, where grief had opened a door he could no longer close, something made of flame and judgment stirred in satisfaction. The hunt had started. By the time Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, the house had already changed the way houses change when they are trying to hold too many frightened people at once. It was not louder. If anything, it had become quieter. The Order's headquarters had never been cheerful. Too much old black family poison in the wallpaper, too much grief in the boards, too much secrecy pressed into every curtain and keyhole for that. But it had once managed a kind of battered usefulness. People moved through it with purpose. Kettles boiled, chairs scraped, arguments rose and fell. Plans were laid. There had been the feeling, however fragile, that the adults occupying number 12 knew what shape the war had taken and what shape it might take next. Now that illusion was gone. Sirius's absence lived in the place like a draft. No one sat the way he had sat, sprawled and careless in chairs that should have swallowed him, but somehow never did. No one slammed cupboard doors with his particular contempt for inherited domesticity. No one laughed too loudly in the wrong room just because Mrs. Black's portrait hated noise. Even Creature had grown stranger, more silent, lurking in the corners with red-rimmed eyes and a furtive attention that kept snagging on Harry and sliding away again as though looking directly at him had become dangerous. Harry noticed all of it the moment he stepped out of the flue. He also noticed that everyone else noticed him. The kitchen had the air of a room caught mid-breath. Moody stood by the table, scarred hands braced on the wood. Lupin was near the fireplace, pale and drawn, every trace of softness burned out of his face by too little sleep. Mrs. Weasley had set down a mug so suddenly tea had slopped across the saucer. Fred and George were there, unusually still, Kingsley near the door, Tonks with her arms folded too tightly. Hermione and Ron side by side at the far end of the table, both halfway out of their chairs as if they had stood when they heard the flue and forgotten to sit down again. Dumbledore emerged a moment after Harry, robes whispering with soot. No one spoke. Then Mrs. Weasley made a small noise in her throat, crossed the room, and caught Harry in a fierce embrace. He endured it because he knew what it was for. Not comfort, really. Confirmation. She needed to feel that he was still solid and warm and human-shaped. He did not know whether that should have upset him more than it did. "You're all right," she whispered, though the sentence had all the structure of a wish and none of the conviction. Harry's arms rose awkwardly around her, then dropped again. "I'm here, Mrs." Weasley pulled back, searching his face. Her gaze snagged inevitably on the fracture mark across his forehead and then on the black ring around his wrist. A flicker of fear crossed her expression before she mastered it. That was happening more and more. People thought they were hiding it. They were not. Ron came next, clapping a hand to Harry's shoulder with too much force and no words at all. Hermione did not hug him immediately. She stood in front of him, eyes moving from the scar to the ring to the ruined sleeve of his hoodie, taking inventory the way she always did when frightened. "Did you remember anything this time?" she asked. Trust Hermione to use this time like the existence of multiple incidents had already been entered into a ledger and categorized. Harry shook his head. "Bits. That's more than before," she said quietly. "It doesn't feel like more." "No," Hermione replied, and now the fear in her voice showed. "I imagine it doesn't." Dumbledore moved to the head of the table. "Sit," he said. No one mistook it for a suggestion. They gathered. Chairs scraped. Harry took the place Ron shoved toward him, though he disliked having his back to the room now and could not say exactly when that had started. Dumbledore remained standing a moment longer, looking around at all of them with the kind of grave consideration that meant he was choosing words not merely for accuracy, but for survivability. "We are beyond secrecy among ourselves," he said at last. "What happened tonight must be discussed plainly." Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Harry's wrist. "Then plain it is. The boy turned into something out of a half-burned medieval sermon." Mrs. Weasley flinched. "Alastor!" "No," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The word came out clipped and hard enough to cut the room cleanly in two. "He's right." Silence fell again. Harry stared at the table because if he looked at any of them for too long, he suspected he would see too much. That had started almost the moment he crossed the threshold. The warmth under his skin, quiet through the flu travel, had sharpened as soon as he entered the house. Now it hummed under the scar and around the iron ring in his wrist, and with a sickening inevitability through the people around him, not their thoughts, something worse. Wait. He could feel it from all of them in different measures, different textures, different ages. Mrs. Weasley was lined with ordinary maternal guilt. The 1,000 tiny self-accusations of someone who believed she should always have prevented every hurt, even impossible ones. Ron's was jagged and fresh and full of things unsaid. Not being there in time, not stopping Hermione from going, not knowing how to help Harry without saying the wrong thing. Hermione's ran deeper than Ron's but narrower, focused with brutal intensity. She had already begun blaming herself for not understanding the curse fast enough or well enough or in the right way. Lupin carried grief like a blade kept too close to the ribs. Old guilt. Heavy. Familiar. Snape was not in the room, but Harry knew with a visceral certainty that if he were, the house would taste different. Bitter. Metallic. Like blood under old frost, and Dumbledore, Harry looked up before he meant to and met the old wizard's eyes. The guilt there was vast, not louder than the others. Vast, layered so deeply that Harry's breath caught on it, regret over decisions Harry did not know about. Dead people. Broken oaths, necessary cruelties, choices arranged like stones in a river, each one placed because the next depended on it. The weight of a man who had made peace with being the architect of pain so long as the pain purchased victory. Harry's teeth ached. Dumbledore saw that reaction. Of course he did. "The sensation has begun," he said quietly. Hermione turned sharply. "What sensation?" Harry looked away first. "I can tell things." "That's not an answer," Moody growled. "No," Dumbledore said, and his gaze remained on Harry, "but it is the beginning of one." Kingsley folded his hands. "Then give us the rest." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "I believe Harry is host to what certain pre-ministry and pre-Christian magical traditions would have called a spirit of vengeance." The words settled into the room with a weight all their own. Tonks blinked. A what? A judicial entity? Hermione said at once, the scholar in her rising through the fear almost by reflex. There are references in some Near Eastern magical fragments and a handful of cursed saint traditions, but I thought those were metaphorical. Most people do, Dumbledore said, Moody's scarred mouth twisted. That doesn't tell us how to get it out. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. That answer, more than any words, told the table what he thought of the odds. Mrs. Weasley pressed a hand to her lips. Harry sat very still. Something in him reacted to the phrase, get it out, like an animal hearing a threat. Heat licked once along his ribs and then quieted. He kept his face blank with effort. So what is it? Ron asked, voice rough. A possession? No, said Dumbledore, and that distinction matters. Possession implies intrusion without integration. This, he glanced at Harry's scar and ring, has attached through some form of binding event. It responds not simply to Harry's magic, but to his grief, his moral memory, and, I suspect, his capacity for rage on behalf of the harmed. That is not an explanation, Harry said. Dumbledore turned to him. No, it is a map drawn in darkness. Harry wanted to hate that answer. Instead, he just felt tired. Mrs. Weasley sank into the chair beside him. Can it hurt him? Yes, said Dumbledore. Again, no one breathed. Harry appreciated distantly that the old man had not softened it. Can it control him? Kingsley asked. Yes. Can it be aimed? Moody said. Dumbledore hesitated. That hesitation was small. It was also enough to make Harry's stomach tighten. Sometimes, Dumbledore said, not by command. Perhaps by proximity, by emotional stimulus, by the presence of certain forms of guilt. But it is not a weapon in the ordinary sense. It does not obey because we wish it to. Harry laughed then. One sharp, humorless sound. Good, he said. Several heads turned. Harry hadn't meant to say it aloud. He pressed both palms against the table and looked at the wood grain until it steadied. If the Ministry gets hold of this, if they think they can point me at people like a curse, they will try, Dumbledore said. There was no comfort in the sentence, only certainty. Moody grunted approvingly, as if this at least was familiar territory. Then we learn the rules before anyone else does. That phrase changed the air. Rules were manageable. Rules meant edges. Edges meant the thing inside Harry might be something other than bottomless. Hermione sat straighter. Yes. We need observations, conditions, limits. What triggers it? What stops it? Whether Harry can access any part of it consciously, can you? Ron asked. Harry looked at his wrist. The ring looked inert. Plain, even, until you noticed that no light reflected from it normally. It swallowed brightness and returned only a muted red undertone, like the memory of heat trapped in metal. I don't know, Harry said. Sometimes it feels like it's listening. No one liked that answer. He could feel it. The first attempt at understanding the rider happened in the drawing room upstairs, where the curtains were thick enough to hide light from the street, and the old black family portraits had long since been removed, because too many of them enjoyed shouting slurs at children. Dumbledore had chosen the room precisely because it was contained. Harry noticed that, too, no one said the word containment, but it lived in every wand hand and every careful position by the walls. Moody by the door, Kingsley near the windows, Lupin off to one side with his shoulders set as though ready to intercept whatever came, Hermione with parchment and quill, Ron beside her not because he wanted notes taken, but because he clearly refused to be elsewhere. Mrs. Weasley had objected, loudly. Then Dumbledore had spoken to her in the hallway for 2 minutes, too quietly for Harry to hear, and she had come back white-faced and furious and gone downstairs anyway. Harry stood in the middle of the faded carpet and tried not to think about the fact that everyone around him was armed against him. Start simple, Dumbledore said. No transformation, no provocation, merely attention. Attention to what? Harry asked. The ring. Harry looked at it. He had done that many times already. Usually the result was nothing except the vague, creeping sense that staring too long allowed it to stare back. But now the room was waiting, and expectation had a way of changing silence into pressure. He focused. The ring was cool at first, then warmer. The etched lines along it, impossible, fine, half-visible, seemed to shift as though the symbols were deciding whether or not to align into legibility. Harry's scar pulsed in time with the warmth. The air in the room thickened. Hermione's quill began scribbling furiously. "Do not push," Dumbledore said. "I'm not. You are." Harry looked up sharply. The old wizard's face remained calm, but his eyes had narrowed with that same unsettling focus from Mrs. Figg's kitchen. "You are accustomed to forcing magic through will when frightened. This may not respond well to coercion. Let it answer rather than seize it." Harry nearly snapped back that it had never asked permission to be there in the first place. Instead, he dragged in a breath and tried the only thing he could think of. He stopped trying to command it. The effect was immediate. The ring heated once, sharp enough to make him hiss, and then a length of black chain spilled from nowhere over the back of his hand and dropped toward the floor. Ron swore. Hermione inhaled so sharply she nearly choked. Lupin took one half-step forward before stopping himself. The chain hit the carpet with a heavy metallic sound that did not match its visible size. Too much weight for the number of links, too much presence. It lay still for 1 second, dark as wrought iron at midnight, the edges of each link dusted with dim emberlight. Harry stared. It felt familiar in the worst way, not because he had held it before, but because some part of him had. "Can you lift it?" Dumbledore asked. Harry swallowed and wrapped his hand around the chain. Heat surged up his arm, but not pain. Recognition again. The links shifted in his grip as though settling to the shape of his hand and no one else's. When he raised it, the chain moved more like a limb than an object. Moody gave a low whistle. "Well." Harry turned the handle length of it experimentally. The links responded at once, fluid, balanced, terrifyingly natural. He knew where the weight was without testing it, knew how far it would travel if thrown, knew, in a nauseating flash of alien instinct, exactly how much force would be required to strip flesh from bone if it landed right. He dropped that thought so violently it left him breathless. Hermione's quill scratched faster. Dumbledore's voice stayed even. "Pointed at me." That made everyone speak at once. "Absolutely not," said Lupin. "Professor," Hermione started. Moody barked. "Risk accepted, let him." Ron just said no. Harry looked from one face to another and felt the impossible absurdity of it. They wanted rules. Rules required testing. But every instinct in the room was suddenly shouting that the line between study and catastrophe was thinner than any of them had hoped. Dumbledore did not move. "Harry?" he said again quietly. "Pointed at me." Harry's grip tightened. "Why?" "Because whatever this entity is, it appears to distinguish degrees of guilt. If it can be directed, even partially, then refusal may prove as useful as attack." Harry almost laughed. "You want me to try and hit you to see if it says no?" "A crude phrasing," said Dumbledore, "but essentially correct." Harry looked at the chain, then at Dumbledore. Then, because he could not help it, he felt Dumbledore. The guilt rose off him in layered waves, and for one sickening instant Harry had the sensation of standing before an ancient cathedral built of remorse. Some stones were mercy, some were strategy, some were plain old grief. The spirit inside him noticed all of it. It stirred, alert, not hungry. Assessing, Harry took a breath and swung, not full force, not enough to maim. A testing lash toward Dumbledore's chest. The chain moved 3 feet and then stopped dead in midair, not because Harry pulled it back, because something in it locked. The links shuddered once. A pulse of heat traveled down them into Harry's hand so fierce he nearly dropped the whole thing. The chain then fell limp, hanging from his fist like ordinary metal. The room held still. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but a terrible understanding passed through it. "It refuses." Hermione whispered. "On what grounds?" Kingsley asked. Harry already knew before the question finished, not innocence. Dumbledore was not innocent. The ache in Harry's teeth from simply standing near him proved that. The refusal was something else. The chain would not strike him because the balance had not settled. Because whatever the old wizard carried, the spirit of vengeance had not yet weighed it fully to one side. Harry hated how relieved that made him. He hated, too, the corresponding realization. If the chain did strike someday, there would be no arguing with it. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Good. No, Harry said, harsher than he meant to. Not good. Dumbledore met his eyes. No, he said after a moment. Not good, useful. That was more honest. Harry lowered the chain. It knew. Yes, about you. Yes, and it still didn't know. The old wizard's gaze sharpened. Harry, there are acts for which one may carry guilt and still not be subject to vengeance. That sentence sat in the room like a live coal. Lupin looked away first. Hermione's quill paused, then resumed more slowly. Ron muttered, "That's not comforting." "No," said Dumbledore, "but it may be necessary." Harry almost asked necessary for what, but the answer was written too plainly across too many adult faces in this house and in every house like it. War, plans, sacrifice, harm done with reason and regretted afterward, which did not make it clean. The chain in his hand had no patience for those categories. Harry could feel that much already. It cared about the harmed, the guilty, the weight between, not ideology. That might have been the worst part of all. The archives were in a locked room 2 floors down, hidden behind a false wall disguised as rotten shelving. Harry had never seen them before. The Black family had kept secrets the way dragons kept gold, out of instinct more than utility. And Sirius, for all his defiance, had not lived long enough after reclaiming the house to excavate every buried thing within it. Dumbledore, apparently, had. By midnight, the room was lit with floating lamps and smelled of dust, old vellum, and the sharp mineral tang of protective enchantments being peeled back one layer at a time. Harry sat at a broad oak table while Dumbledore and Hermione sorted through texts laid flat beneath glass weights. Ron lasted 10 minutes before beginning to pace. Lupin read in a shadowed corner with increasing strain around his eyes. Moody had declared books were treacherous in a different, more boring way and stationed himself outside the door. Harry should have been exhausted. He was. The problem was that every time he closed his eyes, he felt the house around him differently. Creature skulking 2 floors away with his small, hot resentments and older griefs. Tonks nodding off in an armchair downstairs, her dreams restless and full of collapsing corridors. A photograph in Sirius's room carrying so much love it made Harry's chest hurt just to pass near it. And beneath all of that, like a second current under the house's ordinary emotional weather, the faint, persistent awareness of guilt wherever it lay. He did not know how to shut it out. "It isn't in the better-known demonologies," Hermione murmured, scanning a cracked page in a script that made Harry's eyes water. "At least not directly. Those deal in bargains for power, knowledge, longevity." "This is not power in the conventional sense," Dumbledore said. "No." Hermione replied, and her voice had gone very small with concentration. "It's enforcement." Harry stared at her. Hermione did not look up. "Listen to the language. Not summon the fire, not bind the beast. Invite judgment, bear the chain, become road and rider both. These aren't instructions for casting, they're descriptions of inhabitation." Ron stopped pacing. "I hate that sentence." "I know." Lupin turned a page too hard and winced as brittle parchment crackled. "There are references in some medieval werewolf trials," he said quietly. Not because the rider was present, because terrified communities kept confusing vengeance with righteousness. They thought every harsh punishment was divine sanction. A few texts warn against that confusion. "Warnings are useful," Dumbledore said. "They aren't comforting either." "Less and less is." Harry leaned back in his chair and pressed thumb and forefinger to the bridge of his nose. The old obsidian-warped glasses sat strangely now, balanced, but never quite forgetting that they had once melted. "Can anyone just say it?" Hermione looked up. "Say what?" "That it came because Sirius died." Silence. Dumbledore closed the book before him. "Yes," he said. No one contradicted him. Harry's hand dropped from his face. "So this thing, it attached because I was angry enough." "Not only anger," Dumbledore said. "Grief, love, a sense of violated innocence. Perhaps injustice recognized at a scale too great for your ordinary magic to answer." Harry laughed again, quieter this time. That sounds almost noble. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. Do not mistake explanation for praise. Harry looked away. Good, he thought savagely. Because praise would have made him sick. Hermione pushed a smaller book toward the center of the table. Its leather was scorched at one edge, as if it had once survived a fire that had been less interested in paper than in principle. "There's something here," she said. Translated from much older source material, not complete, but look. Harry did not read the ancient script. Dumbledore did, and as his eyes moved down the page, the lines beside his mouth deepened. "What?" Ron asked. Dumbledore read aloud. "The spirit does not know by hearsay. It judges by memory carried in the vessel. Therefore the bearer must guard what he has seen, for the fire will travel those roads without asking whether the roads were meant to be opened." The room went colder. Harry felt it before he understood it. Then he understood. "No," he said. Hermione turned to him, face pale. "Harry, it knows because I know." No one answered. He pushed back from the table so abruptly the chair legs scraped. "It knows who killed my parents because I've heard the story my whole life. It knows Bellatrix because I've seen Neville after hearing her name. It knows the Death Eaters because every time Moody or Sirius or anyone ever talked about the war, his breath hitched. Sirius. Of course Sirius. Stories half drunk at Grimmauld Place, bitter jokes, names spoken with hate worn smooth by years. The spirit had all of that now. Not simply a map of enemies, a library built from Harry's emotional life. The realization made his skin crawl. "It can use what I remember," he said, and the sentence was not addressed to anyone in particular. "Even if I don't want it to." "That appears to be so," Dumbledore said softly. Harry wanted to smash something. Instead, he stood there shaking with the effort of not doing it, because rage had become dangerous in ways it had never been before. Rage was no longer a private ugliness to be swallowed or shouted into pillows or turned into reckless Quidditch. Rage now had infrastructure. Hermione rose slowly. "Harry!" He looked at her. And in that instant, he felt it again, the way she carried fear now specifically for him. Not abstract worry, but the dawning, terrible comprehension that every memory Harry possessed had become a door someone else could walk through. "I'm still here," he said, though it came out more defensive than reassuring. Hermione's face did something painful. "I know." The worst part was that Harry believed she meant it, for now. The spy revealed himself just after 1 in the morning. Or rather, the rider revealed him. The order had begun to disperse in shifts. Mrs. Weasley had bullied everyone into taking tea whether they wanted it or not. Moody was downstairs with Kingsley arguing over ward rotations. Lupin had gone to fetch another box of archived papers from the pantry, because Grimmauld Place, being Grimmauld Place, apparently stored dangerous texts beside pickled onions. Ron and Hermione had followed Harry back to the kitchen, because neither of them was pretending they would let him out of sight tonight. Dumbledore stood at the long scarred table with a cup untouched in his hand, speaking in low tones to a narrow-shouldered wizard Harry vaguely recognized from prior meetings. His name came to Harry a second later, Edgar Vane, not an Order member from the Old War. A newer recruit. He handled information routes between sympathetic ministry clerks and Order safe houses, had an unimpressive face, a forgettable voice, and the sort of cautious politeness that allowed him to disappear in crowded rooms. Harry had never thought about him enough to dislike him. Then Vane glanced up. Their eyes met, and the house changed. It happened so fast Harry did not at first know what he was feeling. 1 second he was tired, brittle, overfull of revelations he did not want. The next something inside him surged awake with such violence that the iron ring bit into his skin hard enough to draw blood. Vane froze. Not because Harry had moved, because Vane felt it too. The guilt rolling off him hit Harry like a physical blow. Not petty human regret. Not the complicated burden of necessary harm. This was wet and crawling and rank with betrayal, names sold for protection, flew routes exchanged for gold, meetings overheard and repeated elsewhere. A woman in Bristol dead because Vane had passed along the wrong time deliberately. a warehouse raid 2 months earlier that Moody had called bad luck. A child, Merlin, there had been a child in the house above it, burned in crossfire because Vane had wanted to prove he was useful enough to keep. Harry saw none of those things clearly. He felt their outline in one blinding instant as the spirit of vengeance tore open the file. Vane stepped back. Dumbledore turned sharply. "Harry! Too late!" The kitchen lights burst. Every flame in the room went orange-white. The tea in Harry's cup hissed to steam. Ron shouted his name. Hermione knocked backward into the table. Mrs. Weasley screamed from the hallway. Vane was already reaching for his wand, face collapsing into naked terror because he understood, before anyone else did, that whatever Harry had become had recognized him completely. Harry tried to speak, tried to say run or stop him, or perhaps only no. Instead, fire hit the back of his teeth. The transformation took him like a dropped floor. When the rider rose in Grimmauld Place, the old house knew it was in the presence of something that belonged to a category older than bloodline, older than pure blood pride, older than all the curated black family cruelties hanging in its portraits and stitched into its drapes. The wallpaper blackened. The ancestral silver in the cabinets rang like struck bells. Mrs. Black's portrait upstairs, which normally needed only a slammed door to begin shrieking abuse, fell utterly silent for the first time in living memory. At the center of the kitchen, Harry Potter's body straightened into judgment, wearing human height, fire-crowned bone. The scorched leather formed at the shoulders and chest like a memory of some other life snapping into place. The obsidian mask sharpened around the skull's blaze. The chain fell from its unseen coil with a sound like a sentence being handed down. Vane fled. He made it as far as the stairs. The rider did not hurry. It followed with the measured inevitability of a law catching up to a man who had spent too long mistaking secrecy for absolution. Dumbledore moved first, faster than anyone else in the room despite his age. Not to stop the rider, to stop Vane. A wand movement flashed blue. The traitor's knees vanished under him as conjured iron bands locked around his legs. Vane hit the steps hard and clawed upward anyway, sobbing now. "No, no, please listen." The rider reached the staircase. The chain rose. Dumbledore stepped between, not confronting, not attacking, simply occupying the line. For one razor-thin instant, every wand in the room came up. Then the chain stopped. Again. Hovering inches from Dumbledore's chest, hot enough to distort the air, but unwilling to cross. The rider's skull tilted. Fire boiled through its empty eye sockets with terrible intelligence. It knew the obstruction, knew the weight and complexity of the soul before it. Knew, too, that the guilty one was beyond. Vane began to scramble sideways toward the corridor. That motion broke the moment. The rider flowed around Dumbledore like smoke around stone, not touching him, not challenging the refusal, simply acknowledging and bypassing. It crossed the floor in a blur of sparks and seized Vane by the throat. He screamed. The sound curdled halfway into silence as the rider lifted him clear off the stairs and pinned him against the wall. His wand dropped. The chain wound once around his wrist, once around his chest, and tightened with just enough pressure to hold every bone in place for judgment. "No," Vane gasped, tears streaking down his face. "I can explain. I had to. They would have killed me." The rider stared into him. And unlike Dudley, unlike the man in the park, Edgar Vane was guilty enough. The Penance Stare began. It did not look dramatic from the outside. No beam of light. No explosion. Merely the rider drawing Vane's face level with its own blazing skull and forcing eye contact. For 1 second the traitor thrashed. For the second after that he froze completely. Then he began to scream with someone else's pain in his mouth. Every scream he had caused came back through him. Every terror outsourced. Every family shattered by information sold. Every pleading face he had turned away from because fear for himself had become licensed to feed others to wolves. The kitchen lights flared and flared again with each impact of borrowed suffering passing through his soul. Vane's back bowed so hard it looked as if invisible hands were trying to break him over a knee. Mrs. Weasley sobbed from the doorway. Ron looked sick. Hermione had both hands over her mouth, not to stop the scene but to stop whatever noise was trying to leave her. Dumbledore alone remained still. Not indifferent, never that, but witnessing. The stare lasted perhaps 4 seconds. It felt like a century. When the rider released Vane, the man collapsed in a heap on the floorboards, alive but empty-eyed, every muscle trembling so violently the stairs rattled beneath him. He did not speak again. He did not seem able to remember how. The chain unwound. The rider stood over him for one silent beat, fire guttering lower now that judgment had been rendered. Then it turned its skull slowly across the room, across the order, across all of them. And every adult there felt in their own body the intimate horror of being read, not condemned, not attacked, simply known as creatures who had done harm, justified harm, survived harm, caused pain in the names of loyalty and war and fear and love and necessity. The rider did not strike. But it could have. That knowledge entered the house and stayed there. Then the fire collapsed inward. Harry Potter hit the floor. He woke on the kitchen sofa with a blanket over him and a taste like pennies and ash at the back of his tongue. For a moment, he did not know where he was. Then the house settled around him in its familiar inhospitable creaks, and memory came back in pieces. Vane's face, the ring-biting skin, heat, losing the world. Harry sat up too fast and instantly regretted it. His head pounded. His chest felt as if he had spent hours running in air too thin to support breath. Every joint ached. Ron was asleep in the armchair opposite, head tipped back at an angle that looked murderous for the neck. Hermione sat on the floor beside the sofa, not asleep at all, knees drawn up and a book open in her lap, though she had not turned a page in some time. When Harry moved, she looked up at once. For one terrible second he thought she might cry. Instead she said, too quietly, "You came back faster this time." Harry swallowed. "What happened?" Hermione stared at him. The answer in her face was bad enough that he almost said, "Never mind." Ron woke with a jerk and a curse. "You're awake." "So I gathered." Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees. His freckles stood out sharply against skin gone pale with fatigue. "There was a spy." Harry's scar pulsed once. "I know that bit," he said. "I felt him." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that made his stomach knot. "How much do you remember?" Hermione asked. "Enough to know he wasn't innocent." "That's not the issue," she said, and then visibly forced herself to soften. "He gave the order up, more than once. Dumbledore checked after. Moody confirmed it. Harry, he got people killed." Harry looked away. The words should have satisfied something in him. Instead, they deepened the nausea. Because this was the problem, wasn't it? The rider had not been wrong. "I hurt him," Harry said. Ron answered honestly, which was why Harry loved him even when honesty hurt. "Yeah, badly." Ron hesitated. "Not dead." Hermione closed the book in her lap. "He'll live." The silence after that was full of things none of them wanted to say. But he would not be the same. But the punishment had gone somewhere no court in Britain could have legally followed. But Harry had done it without remembering the moment itself, guided by a spirit that used his own moral knowledge as fuel. Harry pressed the heels of both hands into his eyes until colors bloomed behind them. "Did he deserve it?" Hermione shut her eyes briefly. Ron answered first. "Yes." Hermione opened hers again. "That isn't the only question." "No," Harry said, dropping his hands. "It isn't." He looked down at the iron ring circling his wrist. It looked harmless in the lamplight. He knew better now. Somewhere in the house a floorboard creaked. Not stealth, simply age. Yet Harry felt every person awake under this roof like lights behind walls. And deeper still, beneath fatigue and grief and thought, the thing within him rested, not gone. Resting, as though the traitor's judgment had fed a process rather than merely ending one. Harry hated the relief inside that realization. Hated most of all that, when he pictured Vane empty-eyed on the floorboards, the first thought that came was not horror. It was good. Hermione must have seen something of that in his face, because her expression changed. Not fear, not exactly, but a new carefulness. The kind one used with fractures that could still bear weight so long as no one forgot they were there. "We'll find the rules," she said. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh and might have been despair. "We found some already." "Yes," Hermione said. Ron rubbed both hands over his face. "And I hate all of them." That unexpectedly pulled something like real amusement through Harry's exhaustion, faint, brief, human. It vanished almost at once, because the truth remained. The rider knew what Harry knew. It could smell guilt through him. Travel his memories like roads, refuse one target and condemn another without caring whose side they claimed. Dumbledore had spent years preparing Harry to choose sacrifice when the time came. But this thing inside him did not choose. It judged. And as Harry sat in the dim kitchen of the house, Sirius had died trying to reclaim, listening to the uneasy breaths of his best friends and the older, deeper pulse of fire under his own skin. He understood with perfect clarity why Dumbledore had looked so stricken in the drawing room. The war had changed, not because Harry had become stronger, because he had become something no one, not the Ministry, not Voldemort, not even Dumbledore, could fully count on controlling. That should have felt like freedom. Instead, it felt like standing on the edge of a road made of ash, with something vast and patient behind him waiting for the next guilty soul to light the way. For the next 10 days, Grimmauld Place learned a new kind of silence, not the old silence of hiding. Not the frightened silence that followed bad news. This one was stranger. Watchful. The house had always contained people accustomed to danger, but now it contained people who had looked directly at Harry Potter and, for a few seconds, seen judgment wearing his bones. No one said that aloud. The Order did what all groups under pressure did. It broke the impossible thing into tasks and schedules and names that could fit on paper. Ward rotations were increased. Windows remained shuttered after dusk. Harry was not left alone. No one phrased it as supervision. That would have been too insulting, and everyone in the house knew Harry would hear the lie before it finished leaving their mouth. So they called it company. Ron slept in the next room. Hermione spent most afternoons buried in books one chair away from him. Lupin checked in twice a day under the pretext of discussing Order updates. Molly made enough tea for a siege. Dumbledore came and went like weather, bringing fragments of old texts, stranger silences, and no solution anyone could use. Harry endured it. That was not the same as accepting it. The ring on his wrist had become a fact the house worked around. At first, people stared when it surfaced beneath his sleeve. Then they learned not to. The scar no longer flared constantly, but it never truly cooled either. It lived as a low internal heat, quiet until guilt came too near. Then it sharpened like a coal stirred back to brightness. Harry was learning in ugly increments what too near meant. Mrs. Weasley's guilt only prickled. Lupin's pressed heavier, especially when Sirius's name was spoken. Dumbledore still felt like standing at the foot of a mountain built of remorse, and deciding whether climbing it would leave you changed. Creature was the worst in a different direction, not because his guilt was the darkest in the house, but because it was braided so tightly with devotion, servility, resentment, and old family damage that Harry could never tell where one ended and the next began. The rider seemed uninterested in him, which Harry found almost more unsettling than active attention. But there were others. Letters brought by owls sometimes made Harry's scar warm before he opened them, as if the ink itself carried bad faith from the hand that had written it. Visitors to the Order, who had once seemed merely secretive, now entered rooms trailing weights Harry could not unfeel. Once, a Ministry informant arrived with updates about raids in Yorkshire and barely made it through the kitchen door before Harry knew two things with absolute certainty. The man had lied to his wife for years, and he had once planted evidence on a suspect to make an arrest look cleaner than it was. Not monstrous, not enough to wake the rider, but enough that Harry had to leave the room before the disgust in his face became noticeable. Hermione noticed anyway. She noticed everything. "You're getting better at distinguishing degrees," she said one evening, surrounded by 3 open books and an alarming number of parchment notes pinned together by color-coded thread. Harry looked up from the page he had been pretending to read. "Is that what this is called?" "Yes." It feels more like being haunted by other people's worst decisions. Hermione's expression softened. That too, Ron, sprawled on the sofa with a plate of toast balanced on his stomach, grunted. Brilliant, we're giving it academic labels now. Hermione ignored him. I mean it, Harry. Before, the reactions were all or nothing. Dudley's gang, the park attacker, Vane. Now you're noticing texture. Harry almost said texture was an absurd word for sensing hidden moral rot, but the truth was she was right. The sensation had become more detailed, if no less awful. Guilt had color now. Pressure, age, some kinds tasted like rust behind his teeth. Others came cold and waxy like candle smoke in an empty chapel. Cowardice felt different from cruelty. Regret felt different from remorse. Regret looked backward. Remorse pressed down. And innocence was the only thing that brought relief, not purity. Harry had met too few pure people to mistake the terms. Innocence, in the way the writer recognized it, was not spotless morality. It was the absence of predation, the absence of chosen harm. Children had it most clearly. So did some adults in strange places. A terrified clerk at the ministry, a broom repairman in Diagon Alley, a witch in St. Mungo's who had lied to the press, and still somehow carried no stain because every lie had been told to protect frightened families from worse grief. Harry had stopped trying to explain that part. The more he said aloud, the more real it became. The more real it became, the more everyone around him adjusted the way they moved. He hated that. He hated most of all how understandable it was. After Vane, Grimmauld Place had become kinder to him and more careful around him in equal measure. Those two things should not have been able to coexist as well as they did. Yet they did. That hurt in ways outright fear might not have, because fear you could resent. Carefulness from people who loved you was harder. It meant they were trying. It meant they had reasons. And somewhere under all that, like an ember he kept pressing a thumb against to prove it would still burn, was the knowledge that Vane had been guilty. The writer had not been wrong. Harry could not stop circling back to that, neither could Ron. Hermione, however, had begun to look at him the way she looked at unstable potion mixtures. Not with disgust, not with pity, but with an intensity so protective it bordered on fear. Harry noticed that too. He noticed everything now. The idea of taking him to Diagon Alley was Molly's first. That was the irony of it, not because she was careless, because she was not. Molly Weasley had become so protective after Sirius's death that sometimes even Arthur went quiet under the force of it. But she had caught Harry looking at his school books one morning with the expression of a prisoner examining pictures of weather, and something in her had hardened into action. He is not a parcel to be kept on a shelf, she said at breakfast, glaring around the table as if daring anyone to contradict her. He needs robes that fit. He needs supplies. He needs fresh air that doesn't smell like this house, and he is not going alone. Moody muttered something about catastrophic optimism. Molly overrode him. Dumbledore did not refuse. That more than her speech settled it. In hindsight, Harry would think the old man's hesitation should have warned them all, but caution had already become the shape of every day. It was beginning to rot them from the inside. Even Harry could admit that. So a plan was made. He would go under concealment charms. Arthur would escort him. Ron and Hermione would come because telling either of them to stay behind would only have produced a louder argument. Kingsley would circle the area separately. Moody would remain on standby. The outing would be brief. Necessary shops only, no lingering, no ice cream, no crowds if they could help it. Diagon Alley was tense when they arrived, not empty. Never that. But the tension sat over it like thin cloud over sunlight. Business continued because business had to continue. Flourish and Blot still had front tables stacked with textbooks. Madame Malkin still pinned hems while pretending not to flinch at every raised voice outside. And witches with shopping lists still argued over cauldron thickness, as though normality might be reconstructed through sheer repetition. Yet everyone moved a fraction faster than they used to. Everyone looked over their shoulder a fraction more. The Daily Prophet's stand near the entrance displayed two competing headlines. One about the ministry's renewed assurance that you know whose movement was being fully contained, and another, smaller but more discussed, asking whether the reports of a burning revenant in Surrey were hysteria, hoax, or a new dark vigilante. Harry stopped walking. Hermione, beside him under her own concealment charm, felt the motion and turned. "What?" He nodded toward the paper stand. She followed his gaze and went pale. Because even without seeing his face clearly, she knew what had happened in Harry's chest at the word revenant. Arthur guided them onward at once, murmuring, "Keep moving." Harry did, but the scar had begun to wake, only a little, only that familiar heat lifting beneath the fracture. The ring on his wrist seemed heavier than normal under his sleeve. He did not say anything. They went first to Madame Malkin's. Then to a robe supplier Arthur preferred because it was cheaper and somehow sturdier. Ron spent 6 minutes complaining about schoolbook prices in a voice loud enough to make 2 nearby customers snort with laughter. Hermione bought more parchment than any reasonable student could need. For 20 precious minutes, Harry almost managed to feel like a person inside a day rather than the day's central risk. Then they reached the apothecary corner of the alley, and the guilt hit. Harry stopped so abruptly Arthur nearly collided with him. It was not one source. It was a cluster. 6. No more perhaps in surrounding bystanders, but 6 concentrated enough to stand out against the rest like dark nails driven into wood. The sensation slammed into him with a force that made his vision blur. Cruelty, murder, coercion, delighted old sadism, fear bent into obedience. And underneath it all the sharp metallic taste of a decision already made, blood in public, panic in daylight, proof that no place was safe. "Harry," Hermione said, and now her voice was tight. He could not answer. Across the square, a witch carrying a basket of potion phials turned a corner at exactly the wrong moment and screamed. The first curse struck the apothecary windows. Glass burst inward in a green-silver storm. Someone shouted, "Death Eaters!" The alley broke. Crowds did what crowds always did under sudden violence, split into chaos and bottlenecks at once. People ran in the wrong direction because it was the nearest direction. A child lost hold of his mother's hand and vanished behind a stampede of robes. Shopkeepers slammed shutters too late. Owls shrieked overhead from a nearby post perch. An explosion from the joke shop side of the street painted half the cobbles red with reflected light. Arthur's wand was in his hand instantly. "Down!" He roared, shoving 3 civilians behind an overturned cart with the authority of a man who had spent far too many years believing his job was paperwork only to discover paperwork never stayed in drawers for long. Ron and Hermione moved too. Harry saw them only in fragments. Ron dragging a girl clear of trampling feet, Hermione throwing a shield charm over a family pressed against the wall of quality Quidditch supplies. And through all of it, the 6 dark weights were advancing, masked, cloaked, not subtle. This wasn't a covert strike. It was theater. A splinter cell, Harry realized dimly, not Voldemort's careful hand, not a strategic assassination. These were zealots or opportunists or both, sent to terrorize the alley and prove the ministry was as flimsy as rumor claimed. 2 of them hurled curses into storefronts. One sent a blasting hex through a cart of potion ingredients that erupted into choking gold vapor. Another laughed while setting fire to hanging robe displays like he was back at a bonfire rather than in a crowded street. One was smaller, too small. 17 at most, Harry knew without meaning to know it, not from height, from the feel of him. Fear soaked through the guilt like rain through bad cloth, coerced, marked young. Terrified of failing the older man to his left, a father? No, worse, a father-shaped tyrant. The boy's soul was bruised, not clean, but not yet chosen in the same way as the others. The spirit inside Harry recognized that instantly. The knowledge made his own anger stumble. That half-second saved lives. A curse tore past the place where Harry's head had been and blew chunks from the brick behind him. Arthur shouted his name. Another Death Eater turned, mask flashing silver under the alley light, and pointed straight at a pair of children trapped beside the apothecary's smoking door. Harry moved. Not transformed, human, he vaulted the wrecked cart, slammed shoulder first into the masked attacker, and both of them hit the cobbles hard. Pain burst down Harry's arm. The Death Eater's wand skittered away. "You stupid!" the man snarled, reaching for Harry's throat, and that touch did it. Not the pain, not the danger. The touch and the guilt behind it, old, ecstatic, chosen guilt, a life spent taking weaker throats in stronger hands, the scar split open with heat. Harry knew the feeling now just well enough to understand what it meant 1 second before it took him. No. Hermione screamed. Too late! The world caught fire. Diagon Alley would remember the transformation in pieces, and those pieces would grow larger every time they were retold. Some swore the boy at the center of the attack burned from the inside out without a sound. Some said his skin cracked like cooling stone and fire poured through. Others would insist a black horse made of smoke rose under him, or that the cobbles themselves split and spat up chain. The truth was simpler and more terrifying. Harry Potter stood. The crowd saw the fracture mark on his forehead blaze white-orange. Saw glasses melt into a dark obsidian contour framing eyes that were no longer eyes. Saw black iron race up one sleeve and spill from empty air as chain. Saw robes char and peel away into scorched leather and iron-black fastening. And then the skull. The burning skull was what made the street truly break. Men and women who had already survived one war screamed like children. A masked Death Eater stumbled backward and forgot to cast. The Ministry patrol at the far end of the alley halted as one, wands raised, not because they recognized the thing before them, but because nothing in training had prepared them to name it. The rider did not acknowledge the crowd. Its attention was on the guilty. Always the guilty. The Death Eater pinned under Harry a heartbeat earlier tried to crawl away. The rider seized him by the collar and hauled him to his feet with terrible, effortless strength. The man's mask snapped loose and rolled away, revealing a face already gone wax-white. No. The Penance Stare took him before the plea finished. He screamed once, only once. Then he folded, senseless, onto the smoking cobbles. The second attacker fired a killing curse. It hit the rider full in the chest. Green light vanished into hellfire and did not emerge. The street fell dead quiet for one impossible instant. Then the rider moved. It crossed 20 feet in less than a breath. The chain wrapped the caster's forearm, ripped the wand from his grip, and coiled again around throat and shoulder. The man's boots left the ground. His mask reflected a skull made of judgment and flame. This one fought the stare longer, long enough that people nearby heard not only screaming but words tangled in it. Names, apologies, begging denials to ghosts no one else could see. A woman near the bookshop fainted dead away. Ron shouted for people to back up and got listened to only because everyone already had third, fourth. Each judgment was fast, efficient, pitiless. No taunts, no duel, no speech. The rider was not there to prove dominance, it was there to weigh and sentence. The third Death Eater collapsed thrashing, hands clawing at his own face as if the memories behind his eyes had become insects. The fourth dropped to his knees before the rider even touched him, mask cast aside, sobbing that he'd only followed orders. The Stare answered so did others. He went down with the rest. The fifth was the boy. 17, perhaps not even that, thin beneath the robes. Dark mark fresh and ugly on a forearm he had tried to cover twice already. His mask had fallen during the panic, revealing a face far too young for the terror written on it. He had cast 2 curses all attack, one shield, one blasting hex aimed high enough to frighten and low enough not to kill. When the rider turned on him, the entire street seemed to hold its breath. The boy raised his wand with shaking fingers. "Please," he whispered, "not mercy in general. Please don't make me be this." Harry was nowhere near conscious enough to hear the plea. The spirit was. It paused. A ripple passed through the fire, not uncertainty, but assessment so deep it looked from the outside like stillness. The chain rose half an inch from the ground, then lowered again. The skull tilted, reading the bruised architecture of coercion, fear, inherited hatred, and harm not yet fully owned. Then the rider turned away. The boy's wand fell from his hand. He stared after it like someone reprieved from drowning only to discover the shore was on fire. That was when the sixth arrived. He came from the ministry side with 3 uniformed aurors and the confidence of a man who believed the law entered any scene wearing his face. Broad-shouldered, graying at the temples, voice already sharpened to command. "Stand down," he bellowed. "By order of the ministry." His partners faltered the moment they saw what stood in the center of the street. He did not. He strode forward with wand raised and fury bright in him, not fear-fury, not righteous fury, but the brittle offended fury of a man accustomed to force being his private property. Harry's scar, somewhere far away under all the fire, would later ache when he tried to remember why the rider turned. The answer was hidden in the aura's soul: official badge, official robe, official authority, and under it, a cellar room in some ministry annex, prisoners bound to chairs. Interrogations stretched past law into appetite. Pain used not because it was necessary, but because he had discovered long ago he liked the silence after screaming stopped. The rider faced him. The aura's certainty broke. It did not happen visibly at first, just a hitch in the stride. A fraction too much white showing around the eyes. Then real fear, cold and immediate, as he understood that whatever this thing was, it had looked through the uniform and found the man inside. "I said stand down," he snapped again, but his voice cracked on the last word. One of the junior aurors beside him whispered, "Sir!" The rider advanced. The street erupted in voices. "Not him. He's ministry." "What is it doing?" Arthur Weasley shouted something Harry would never remember. Hermione screamed his name again, though whether at the rider or at the man before it, even she might not have known. The aura fired first. A vicious blue curse, meant not to stun but to rupture. The rider caught the spell in one hand. Hellfire curled around it and consumed it whole. Then the chain lashed out, not lethal. Not even cruel by the standards already demonstrated. It struck the wand from the aura's grip and wrapped his chest, hauling him forward through public authority and private terror alike. Their faces met, man and burning skull, institution and judgment. "No." The aura whispered. The penance stare took him. He did not scream immediately. That was worse. For one stretched second, every person in Diagon Alley watched his face as he saw his own work from the other side of the table. Then the sound came, not loud, but deep, animal, ripped from some place human dignity had never reached. He collapsed when the rider released him, sobbing and retching on the cobbles in front of half the alley. He was alive. He would never be the same. And the wizarding world, watching from a dozen windows and behind 100 trembling wands, learned the lesson the ministry would spend months trying to undo. The rider did not care whose badge you wore. After that, there was nowhere for the scene to go except chaos. The remaining junior aurors backed off at once, dragging civilians with them and not even pretending otherwise. Arthur shouted for mediwizards. A witch from the apothecary came out with blood on her sleeve and a shaking wand to douse the last storefront fire. Ron was still between the crowd and the spared 17-year-old, who looked near collapse. Hermione had both hands pressed to a wounded shopkeeper's shoulder, keeping pressure on a curse graze and staring at the rider with an expression Harry would later understand too well. The expression said, "You were right, and that makes this worse," because the aura had deserved judgment. The truth of that was the poison in the center of everything. The rider stood in the middle of Diagon Alley while the whole street recoiled from it in widening circles. It did not pursue anyone else. It did not menace the innocent or the terrified. It simply turned its flaming skull across the bystanders, the ministry, the rubble, the wounded, the boy it had spared. Then, with the terrible indifference of a storm deciding it has done enough to one town, the fire collapsed inward. Harry Potter hit the street. Ron reached him first. Arthur reached them both. Hermione came a heartbeat later, face white as paper, and there in the wreckage of the alley, with people screaming for medics and cameras already flashing from enterprising profit photographers at the far end of the street. She grabbed Harry's wrist hard enough to hurt and checked for a pulse like she expected him to vanish if she did not confirm him immediately. He was breathing. Barely. The iron ring burned under her fingers. Hermione did not let go. He woke in the back room of a closed bookstore 3 streets over. Under so many silencing and concealment charms, the air itself felt muffled. Someone had moved him fast. That alone told Harry how bad the public scene must have been. His first sensation was exhaustion. His second was Hermione's hand still around his wrist. He opened his eyes. She was sitting on the floor beside the narrow couch, back against the wall, looking like she had not blinked in an hour. Ron stood by the door with his arms folded so tightly they might have been holding his ribs in place. Arthur was visible through the half-open inner curtain, speaking urgently with Kingsley, both of them drawn and furious in ways that had nothing to do with Harry directly and everything to do with politics arriving faster than healers. "You're awake," Hermione said. Her voice wavered only on the last word. Harry swallowed. "How bad?" Ron let out a breath through his nose. "Depends which bit." "That bad, then?" Neither of them smiled. Harry shut his eyes for a second, opened them again. "Tell me." Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. "We got you out before the Ministry could decide whether to arrest you, recruit you, or put you in a crate," Ron said flatly. Arthur made a strangled sound from beyond the curtain that suggested he had heard and very much wished Ron hadn't phrased it that way. Harry ignored it. "The attack." "Stopped," Hermione said. 4 Death Eaters alive but damaged. 1 teenage recruit unharmed physically. Several civilians injured, none dead. The Auror." She stopped. Harry looked at her. "The Auror what?" Hermione's eyes dropped to the ring. "Alive. Did he deserve it?" Ron answered at once. "Yes." Hermione flinched like he'd slapped the truth into the room too hard. Harry turned his head toward her. "Hermione!" She looked back slowly. "He tortured prisoners," she said. "Repeatedly, off record. Kingsley knew rumors, didn't know enough to prove it. Her voice hardened despite herself. "He absolutely did what the writer saw." There it was, the awful center again. Harry stared at the cracked plaster ceiling. He should have felt horror. He did in pieces. Horror that it had been him. Horror that it could happen in public now, in daylight, in front of children and cameras and the entire terrified commercial spine of magical Britain. But underneath all of that was a quieter, colder thought. I know he deserved it. He did not mean to say it aloud. Hermione's face changed the instant the words left him, not because she disagreed, because she had been afraid he would say exactly that. Ron looked at Harry for a long moment, then rubbed a hand over his mouth. "Yeah," he said, low and rough. "I think so too." Hermione stood so abruptly the curtain behind her stirred. "That," she said, voice shaking now, "is precisely the problem." Neither boy answered, because it was. Because justice and vengeance had just shared a face in the middle of Diagon Alley, and none of them yet knew how to separate the relief from the terror. Hermione took 2 steps away, then turned back. Her eyes were bright with fury, fear, and something more painful than either. "I'm going to find a way to separate it from you." Ron straightened. "Hermione, no." She wiped angrily at one eye before tears could fully become tears. "No, I watched it go past a child and condemn a Ministry official in the same minute. I know that means it has rules. I know that means it isn't random. But Harry doesn't remember what it does, Ron. He doesn't choose when it comes. He doesn't get to decide whether next time it stops where we'd stop." Harry sat up despite the dizziness. "Hermione, you heard yourself," she snapped, then hated the sharpness at once. "You heard yourself. I know he deserved it. Of course he did. That's why this is awful. If it were simply wrong, it would be easier." The room went very still. Ron looked from her to Harry and back again. When he spoke, it was slower than usual, like each word had to be dragged through thought first. "What if she can't?" Hermione stared at him. Ron swallowed. "What if there isn't a cure? What if this is just him now?" Harry felt something in his chest hollow out. Ron saw it happen and winced, but he did not look away. "I'm not saying I like it," Ron said quickly, and now the honesty was hurting him too. I'm saying Vane got people killed. Those Death Eaters would have murdered civilians. That aura, bloody hell, Hermione, if Kingsley couldn't prove it and the Ministry wouldn't touch him, then what? He just keeps doing it because he's on our side. Our side, Hermione repeated, voice thin with disbelief. That's exactly what the Rider doesn't care about. Ron's ears went red. Maybe that's not entirely bad. That is an insane thing to say. Is it? Neither of them shouted after that. That was what made it worse. Their voices dropped instead, low and intense and injured, because this wasn't a real argument yet. It was grief pulling in different directions. Hermione fighting for Harry's autonomy as if it were a rope already slipping through her hands. Ron staring at the wreckage the guilty left behind and wondering whether a weapon that punished some of them might be the only weapon the war had not already learned to cheat. Harry sat between them and felt, for the first time since the Veil, not simply haunted but divided down the middle, because he understood both. That might have been the cruelest thing. Arthur stepped fully into the room before either of them could say more. His face was grim. The Ministry knows. He said no one needed clarification. The Prophet was there. Fudge has already called it a dark incident of the highest order. There'll be statements by evening. Some will say you're possessed. Some will say Dumbledore unleashed a creature into the alley. Some, his mouth tightened, are already asking whether it can be turned against Death Eaters more deliberately. Harry laughed once, hollow and cold. Of course they are. Arthur looked older in that moment than Harry had ever seen him. Dumbledore says we move you now. Where? Back to Grimmauld, under heavier wards. Hermione made a sound like protest and defeat colliding. Ron swore softly. Harry looked at the ring on his wrist. The heat there was low again, resting, waiting. As if the public judgment in Diagon Alley had not been a culmination at all, but an introduction. The wizarding world had seen the Rider now, and the wizarding world, being itself, would do what it always did with a thing it feared. Name it, politicize it, and try to own it before it understood what ownership meant. Harry rose carefully from the couch. His legs shook once and steadied. What did Dumbledore say? He asked. Arthur hesitated, then, very quietly, he said the game he thought he was playing is over. Harry met Arthur's eyes. He did not ask what that meant. He already knew enough. Dumbledore had spent years building a path for the boy who lived. Sacrifice, prophecy, timing, choice. All of it rested on the assumption that Harry Potter could be guided, nudged, protected, and, when necessary, persuaded. But the Rider did not care about plans, it cared about guilt. That was a different war. Harry took a slow breath. His chest still burned. His scar still ached. Hermione still looked ready to fight fate barehanded. Ron still looked unconvinced that fate entirely deserved winning. Outside the shuttered room, Diagon Alley was filling with healers, investigators, and rumor. Inside it, the three of them stood on the fault line of something that had only just begun. And though Harry still remembered almost nothing of the judgments themselves, he knew one thing with dreadful certainty as Arthur opened the door and the Order prepared to move him again under shadow and silence. The next time the Rider came, the whole country would be waiting to see who it chose. After Diagon Alley, Britain stopped pretending Harry Potter's problem was private. For 2 days, Grimmauld Place became less a headquarters than a pressure chamber. Owls battered the shutters at all hours. Ministry memos arrived by the stack, some sealed, some unsigned, some bearing official concern and unofficial desperation in equal measure. The Daily Prophet ran 3 editions in one day. By breakfast, the first headline had called the Rider a dark contagion. By lunch, it was a rogue avenger. By evening, it was a possible anti-Death Eater asset, which told Harry everything he needed to know about how quickly fear turned practical once the right people imagined they might point it at their enemies. No one showed Harry the papers. That was pointless. He sensed them before they entered the room. Fresh ink carried anxiety differently than old ink. Politicians wrote with oily guilt and self-protective omission. Journalists carried a livelier kind of moral compromise. Less heavy, more adaptable, like people who had made a profession of sanding rough truth into printable shape. Twice, unopened letters on the kitchen table made the scar pulse so sharply Harry had to leave before he touched them. Once, he looked at a ministry envelope addressed to Dumbledore, and knew with hideous certainty that whoever had written it had spent half the message asking how controllable Harry might be, and the other half making sure no one could later prove that question had been asked. He did not need to read it. That frightened Hermione more than almost anything else. "It's deepening," she said on the third night after Diagon Alley, quill scratching across parchment so hard Harry was surprised she hadn't torn through it. "Not only the transformations, the passive access. The detection radius is worse, the interpretation is faster, and the distinctions are clearer." Ron, sprawled in a chair opposite with all the tension of a man pretending furniture could make him casual, muttered, "You say that like it's a clever bit of homework." Hermione didn't look up. "I'm saying it like naming it is the only way not to drown in it." Harry sat on the windowsill, one knee drawn up, watching the slit of night between thick blackout curtains. "It's not a radius." Hermione's quill stopped. "What? It isn't distance exactly." He searched for words and hated that he had to. "Some people can be in the same room and it barely touches me. Others," he flexed his right hand. The iron ring sat black and dull against his skin. "Others feel loud from farther away." "Because the guilt is heavier?" Ron asked. "No." Harry turned his head toward him. "Because it's more chosen." That silenced the room. It was the kind of sentence that sounded like something the writer would say, which meant Harry regretted it the moment it landed. But he could not take it back, and worse, he was not sure it was wrong. Hermione resumed writing more slowly this time. "Degrees of volition," she murmured to herself. "Deliberate versus coerced participation." Ron threw up his hands. "There you go again." Harry almost smiled, almost. The smile died when a floorboard creaked in the hall and the scar flared instantly in answer. Not danger. Not yet. But someone coming with urgent intent. A second later, Lupin knocked once and entered without waiting for permission, which told Harry all he needed to know before the older man even spoke. Remus Lupin was many things. Careless was not one of them. "There's been movement," Lupin said. His face was drawn with too little sleep and too much thought, the permanent state of most adults in Grimmauld now. "Kingsley got word from a source in Nocturne. It may matter." Harry was off the sill before he realized he'd moved. The ring warmed. Hermione noticed. Ron noticed Hermione noticing. Nobody commented. They went downstairs together. The source turned out to be two sources stitched into one piece of intelligence. The first came from Borgin and Burks by way of a terrified junior clerk who had decided surviving the war mattered more than his current employer's good opinion. The second came from a house elf, not of Malfoy Manor itself, but attached to a neighboring estate, who had overheard enough through hedges and old enchantments to understand that something ugly was gathering nearby. Names had been spoken, schedules, deliveries. The word sanctuary repeated too often for innocence. The room around the kitchen table looked carved from fatigue. Arthur leaned over a hand-drawn map of Wiltshire. Kingsley stood near the mantel like a pillar that had learned how to be angry. Moody sat with his flask untouched, which was how everyone knew the matter was serious. Dumbledore occupied the head of the table, hands folded over a sheaf of notes, eyes remote in the way they became when he was balancing risks no one else in the room had all the pieces to measure. Malfoy Manor? Harry said before anyone could begin. Too many heads turned too fast. He looked from face to face and regretted opening his mouth. "You haven't said it yet," Hermione whispered. "No," Harry said, "but I know." He knew because the moment he entered, the name had already risen from the map like heat off dark stone. Not magic. Recognition. That place carried enough accumulated cruelty that even a drawing of its grounds made the scar tighten. It was like catching the smell of rot through a closed door and somehow knowing exactly what room it came from. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "Yes," he said, no surprise, just confirmation. Moody tapped the map with a gnarled finger. "Increased traffic through the south lane after midnight 3 nights running. Wards refreshed. Anti-apparition strengthened. Something or someone's being housed there they don't trust to keep quiet. Could be a cache, Kingsley said. Could be prisoners. Could be a planning cell. Could be all three, Arthur muttered. Harry stared at the outline of the manor grounds. He had been there only in stories and newspaper photographs, but the place had lived in his head for years anyway, because Malfoy had made sure of that. Lucius Malfoy. Polished cane, cold drawl, pale eyes that never stopped calculating whether the law was a weapon or an inconvenience. Draco's smug face beside him at school, all inherited superiority and schoolboy cruelty sharpened by the certainty of protection. Narcissa more distant, more rumor than reality, but unmistakably part of that gleaming old house where dark things went to be respectable. The guilt from the map pressed harder. The ring became heavy as iron dropped in water. "We are not storming it," Dumbledore said, and Harry realized then that the old man had seen the line of his thoughts almost as clearly as he had. "Not blindly. We confirm what is present first." "How?" Ron asked. Observation, quietly, Moody grunted. "Wards on that place choose spies." "I'm aware." Harry's scar pulsed again. Not full heat, not transformation, just a warning from under the skin, as if the spirit had lifted its head at the mere mention of the manor and was now listening. Hermione saw Harry's hand go briefly to his forehead. "No," she said at once. The whole table looked at her. She stood straighter, cheeks coloring but voice steady. "No, he isn't going near it." Nobody had suggested Harry. That was the problem. They all had not allowed, not formally. But he had felt the possibility move through the room before she spoke. Harry's connection, Harry's sense of guilt, Harry's ability to recognize what ordinary reconnaissance might miss. Useful, terrible, tempting. Dumbledore's gaze did not leave Hermione. "I had not asked. You were going to?" "No," said Harry before Dumbledore could answer. Hermione whipped around to him. He met her eyes and knew exactly what she saw there. Not recklessness, not martyrdom, but the cold, hard pull of somewhere that already mattered to the thing inside him. "No," Harry repeated, quieter. "I was." Ron swore softly. Hermione's face went white with anger. "You can't be serious." "Unfortunately," said Harry, "I think I am." She took one step toward him. "Harry, Diagon Alley happened because 6 Death Eaters were in the same street as you. Malfoy Manor isn't 6, it's a nest." "Yes." "That is not an answer. It's all I've got." He hated how calm he sounded. He hated more that the calm was partly genuine. The closer the discussion moved to the manor, the less frantic he felt. Not because he trusted the situation, because the rider did. That confidence was not his own, and knowing that should have made it easier to refuse. Instead, it made refusal feel like lying to gravity. Lupin rubbed both hands over his face. "Harry!" The single word carried serious in it, for a moment that nearly undid him. Nearly. "I'm not saying alone," Harry said, voice tightening now because if it didn't, he might hear his own dead godfather too clearly between every sentence. "I'm saying I can tell if there are people there worth saving, or if it's just Death Eaters pretending to be careful. You said it yourself. We need confirmation." Arthur looked stricken. Moody looked grimly interested. Kingsley looked like he wanted a version of the world in which this decision had not become even arguable. Dumbledore looked tired. That frightened Harry more than anger might have. "If you go near those wards," the old wizard said, "there is an extremely high chance the spirit will interpret the concentration of guilt as immediate cause." Harry almost laughed. "That sounds like a polite way of saying I'll catch fire." "No," Dumbledore said. "It is a polite way of saying you may lose control before you step through the gate." Silence. There it was. The actual risk stripped bare. Hermione folded both arms over herself as if physically holding the room together. "Then the answer is no." And because this was what made Hermione Hermione, because she would go down fighting even the shape of a thought she believed wrong, she turned to Dumbledore and added, "You are the adult here. Act like one." Moody barked a laugh that held no humor whatsoever. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the decision had already been made somewhere older and sadder than the room. "We go tonight," he said. Hermione stared at him as if he had betrayed language itself. "Minimal team. Myself, Kingsley, Remus, and Harry." Before anyone else could erupt, he went on. We will not cross the outer wards unless circumstances change drastically. We observe. If the spirit stirs beyond containment, we withdraw immediately. Hermione's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Containment, she said very softly, is not a thing you keep saying around him and then pretend he isn't supposed to hear. Harry looked away first. That hurt because it was true. Ron pushed back from the table. Then I'm coming too. No, said 4 adults at once. For 1 second, under any other circumstances, Harry might have enjoyed it. Then Ron slapped both palms flat on the table and leaned in. Every time you lot say no to me, something goes wrong and I end up there anyway, so save time. Ron, Arthur started, in the tone of a father discovering himself 1 sentence from being ignored. Dad, with respect, shut up for half a second. Arthur Weasley, to his credit, actually did. Ron looked at Harry, not the adults. If you lose it, I know how to get close enough to shout stupid things until you notice me. That is a terrible plan, Hermione said. It's worked before. Not with a hell creature. Still counts as a creature, doesn't it? Harry should not have smiled. He did anyway, brief and helpless. Hermione saw it and looked like she might cry from frustration. In the end, she did not come. That was the worst part, not because she lacked courage, because she had too much sense to ignore what they all knew. If the rider came out around that much guilt, having one more person it cared about in the blast radius would only make everything harder. She helped Harry prepare instead. That somehow felt more intimate than argument. When everyone else had gone to gather cloaks, charms, maps, and portkeys, she stood with him in the narrow upstairs room while he changed into darker clothes and checked a wand he no longer fully trusted to remain only wood in his hand. Neither of them spoke at first. Finally, Hermione said, "You know, I think this is a mistake." Harry let out a breath. "I gathered. I'm serious. So am I." She looked at him then, really looked, straight through the half-buttoned jacket, the stubborn jaw, the fracture mark dim under his fringe, the iron ring like a sentence around his wrist. "I know," she said quietly. "That's why I'm frightened." Harry sat on the edge of the bed to lace his boots. The room felt too small for the things unsaid in it. "I need to know if it wants the manor because I want it," he said, not looking up, "or because it does." Hermione's answer came after a pause. And what if those are becoming the same question? He had no answer for that. She stepped closer and pressed something into his hand, a folded scrap of parchment. "It's stupid," she said before he could ask. "Grounding cues, things you know are true when you're you." Ron's handwriting on one side, mine on the other. In case there's a moment before. Harry unfolded it. Ron's side read, "You hate sprouts. You still owe me 3 galleons. I am better at chess. You are Harry. Don't be dramatic about it." Hermione's side said, "Your name is Harry James Potter. You choose, even when frightened. You are not what was done to you. Come back." He swallowed. The ring pulsed once, warm and oddly distant, as if the spirit understood none of the writing and yet approved of the part about return. Harry folded the parchment and slid it into his pocket. "Thanks." Hermione nodded like she did not trust herself to speak. Then, because they were still themselves beneath all of this, she reached out and straightened the collar of his jacket with fingers that shook only once. "Come back," she said again. This time, it sounded less like instruction and more like prayer. Wiltshire at midnight looked almost innocent. That was the problem with old money and old evil. Both learned quickly that ugliness survived best behind beautiful things. The countryside rolled away in silver fields and sleeping hedges, low stone walls cutting the land into patient geometry. The moon hung cold and clear overhead. Somewhere far off an owl called once. Then Malfoy Manor rose beyond the trees like a pale threat carved into the night. From the ridge where they stopped, it looked less like a home than a proclamation. Marble white walls, many-windowed, long-fronted, elegant in the bloodless way mausoleums were elegant. Dark yews lined the drive. Iron gates wound with silver serpents stood closed across the approach. Beyond them, the grounds sloped toward formal gardens and something like a peacock walk gone skeletal in moonlight. Beauty weaponized into distance. Wealth hardened into architecture. Harry felt the place before he fully saw it. The scar went hot so suddenly he staggered. Lupin caught his elbow at once. "Harry!" "I know," Harry said through gritted teeth. The words came out too thin, the manner was loud, not with sound, with weight. Guilt packed into stone and floorboards, and old rooms the way damp packed into cellar walls. Lucius Malfoy's cold, delighted cruelties. Guests who had done terrible things in silk and gloves, servants abused into silence. Prisoners, at least some. Fear. Blood. The careful, inherited rot of a family that had spent generations laundering malice through respectability until they no longer noticed the smell. The spirit inside him rose like a creature scenting prey through snow. Easy, Harry thought wildly, though he no longer knew whether he was telling himself or it. Dumbledore had already cast 3 layers of concealment over them and was whispering a 4th. Kingsley moved ahead through the hedgerow with predatory quiet. Lupin stayed near Harry, not touching but ready. The plan was simple. Circle the outer line, test the wards from a distance, use Harry only long enough to confirm bodies, threats, or prisoners, then get out. The plan lasted 90 seconds. Because when they reached the edge of the southern grounds, and Harry first saw movement in the windows, masked silhouettes, wandlight, 2 men dragging something heavy down a corridor below, he knew with instant nauseating certainty that there were prisoners inside. More than one of them young, innocent enough that the contrast hurt, the scar split hotter. "Harry," Dumbledore said sharply, "I can feel them, we withdraw." "No, there are people in there." "There are always people in there," Lupin snapped, more frightened than angry. "That does not mean now." Then Lucius Malfoy himself crossed the upper landing window, pale hair bright as bone in the moonlight, and whatever fragile line existed between Harry's rage and the rider's judgment vanished. Lucius Malfoy, diary in Ginny's cauldron. Threats at Flourish and Blots. The smear of superiority in every conversation. The long reach of the ministry corrupted through gold and influence. Sirius in Azkaban while men like Lucius dined publicly and called it order. And now prisoners in the house, moving under his roof. Harry did not decide to transform. The manor decided for him. The wards noticed too late. Fire ran through the fracture mark like a fuse catching. Harry barely had time to make one broken sound before the world turned white-orange and dropped away. Lupin shouted. Kingsley swore. Dumbledore moved, but not fast enough to stop the ignition once the spirit took hold. The ground under Harry blackened. The hedges nearest him burst into harmless sparks rather than flame, as if ordinary fire had stepped back in deference to something older. Leather scorched into existence. Bone lit. Chain poured, and from the shadow of the tree line behind them, responding not to Harry but to some deeper call of grief and old loyalty, Buckbeak screamed. Except it was not Buckbeak's usual cry. It was harsher. Metal beneath animal fury. A tearing shriek that sounded like moonlight dragged over iron. The hippogriff erupted from the dark in a rush of wings and hellfire. Feathers became cinders edged in silver-white blaze. His proud head stripped to something older and more skeletal without losing any of its terrible beauty. The beak shone like polished bone over furnace light, and every sweep of those vast wings shed sparks that hissed across the grass without setting it alight. The creature landed before the rider like a summoned steed who had always existed in precisely this form and had merely waited for the right night to show it. Even Dumbledore stepped back. The rider mounted in one fluid motion. Then horse and judge, no, beast and executioner launched straight at the manor. The wards broke like cobwebs in a furnace, no slow peeling, no clever dismantling. The outer protections shuddered around the burning hippogriff, held for less than a heartbeat, and then split with a sound like mirrored ice collapsing all at once. Silver runes burst across the air and vaporized. Serpentwork on the gates glowed red, bent outward, and peeled open as if in fear. Buckbeak hit the drive at a gallop made of hooves, bone, and cinder. The chain trailed behind the rider in a storm of sparks. Windows shattered as they passed. House elves screamed somewhere inside. A peacock in the dark gardens gave one outraged cry and vanished into the hedges. Then the front doors came off their hinges. Inside Malfoy Manor, people would later remember the first seconds differently depending on what they had to hide. Some would claim they were attacked by a demon. Others would insist it was Dumbledore in disguise, or a punitive spirit summoned by the enemy, or some ancient black family curse loose at last. Most would remember only the noise, the impossible crash of the wards breaking, the shriek of a monstrous winged thing in the entry hall, the chains skidding across marble with the weight of an execution dragging behind it. Lucius Malfoy remembered the fire. He had been halfway through a sentence to Yaxley about moving 2 prisoners before dawn when the windows of the west corridor blew inward. Shards rained across Persian carpet. The chandeliers dimmed, then flared orange. Somewhere below, a servant started screaming. Narcissa rose from the settee so quickly her teacup fell and shattered unnoticed. What in Merlin's? She never finished. The front hall answered for her, hoofbeats. No, something heavier, something that should not have fit through the doors and yet had. Lucius reached for his wand at once, silk sleeves whispering. Draco, across the room near the liquor cabinet where he had been standing too carefully still these last weeks, went white enough to match the walls. Then the thing entered the drawing-room arch. Buckbeak, yet not Buckbeak, filled the corridor behind it in skeletal splendor, wings half-furled, eyes furnace-bright. On his back sat a rider in scorched leather and living judgment, head wreathed in orange-white flame, skull grinning through heat. Draco made a sound Harry, had he been present, would later have recognized as pure disbelief stripped of all schoolboy posture. Potter, he breathed. Lucius did not say the name. Lucius Malfoy, unlike his son, understood immediately that whatever was wearing Harry Potter's body tonight was not merely Harry turned monstrous, it was worse, because it had come for the guilty. And Lucius Malfoy knew exactly what that meant. He fired first. A slicing curse blew as winter lightning struck the rider square in the ribs and vanished into hellfire with no more effect than rain into a forge. Narcissa's shield charm rebounded off Buckbeak's skeletal breast with a shriek of magic gone wrong. Yaxley, arriving breathless from the hall, took one look and attempted apparition inside his own house out of sheer panic. The manor refused him. The rider moved. The chain snapped through the room and wrapped Yaxley's wand arm. One pull, bone cracked. The wand flew. Before the man hit the floor, the rider's free hand closed on his face, and the Penance Stare began. Yaxley's scream tore 3 paintings loose from the wall. Lucius backed up without realizing he'd done it. Draco did realize. The knowledge on his son's face, his father retreating from anything, might have been almost satisfying under other circumstances. Tonight it only made the room feel smaller. When the rider dropped Yaxley, he was alive and broken, sobbing into the carpet. Then it turned to Lucius. That was the moment Malfoy Manor truly understood the hierarchy of terror. Lucius had faced Voldemort's anger. He had endured political collapse, social risk, disgrace, and the quiet humiliations of a master who punished failure by making it public enough to poison your standing. He knew what it was to be afraid of death, of losing power, of being made ridiculous by men crueler than himself. But this was not fear of pain. This was fear of measurement. The rider looked at him, and Lucius felt, with perfect hideous clarity, that every polished excuse he had ever built around his life had just been translated into a language that did not contain the word necessary. "Stand aside," Lucius said, which would have sounded more commanding had his voice not thinned halfway through. The rider kept coming. Lucius cast again. Green, purple. A black curse outlawed in 3 countries. The chain shredded 1 and the hellfire swallowed 2 more. Buckbeak lunged behind the rider, skeletal beak clipping a chandelier chain and sending crystal crashing in a rain of glittering knives. Draco shouted, "Father!" He moved then, not charging, not quite. More like instinct dragging him across the room, because watching your father be devoured by supernatural justice apparently trumped self-preservation for at least a second. The rider turned, Draco froze. Harry's human hatred had wanted this boy judged for years. For taunts, for cowardice, for every day at school spent punching downward because he thought lineage made it elegant. The human part buried under the fire wanted him terrified, exposed, brought to his knees in front of everything he had inherited. The spirit of vengeance looked deeper, and found fear before malice. Cruelty, yes. Vanity, yes. Harm done, but not yet owned in the marrow, not yet chosen in the full, terrible adult sense. A boy bent toward evil by family gravity and fear of disappointing monsters. Too much guilt to call him innocent. Not enough true willing darkness to trigger sentence. The chain rose, paused, lowered. The rider passed him by. Draco stared after it, breath sawing in and out, and knew at once what Harry, if he had been conscious, would have hated most. He had not been spared because he was clever. He had been spared because something older than hate had looked at him and found him insufficiently damned. That mercy would haunt him longer than punishment might have. Lucius saw it too and made the mistake of speaking. "You would spare him." The words came out half outrage, half disbelief. The rider answered by taking Lucius Malfoy by the throat and forcing him to his knees. Lucius fought. Of course he did, not bravely. Not nobly. He clawed, cursed, tried to bargain with instinct he had used for 30 years against softer systems than this one. Names spilled from him, wealth, influence, service rendered, immunity implied, enemies shared. Nothing landed. The rider dragged him forward over his own carpet, pale hair coming loose, silk collar tearing at the throat. Then the chain changed. It lashed once around Lucius's right forearm and tightened over the sleeve where the dark mark hid. Lucius screamed before it even touched skin. The hellfire did not merely burn, it exposed. The black ink of the mark flared through fabric like poison cold to the surface. The sleeve charred away. The snake and skull blazed livid against flesh. Then the chain tightened again and began to pull, not the arm off, the mark. The room filled with the smell of burning curses, an acrid, ancient stink like spoiled blood on hot iron. Lucius convulsed. The mark resisted because it was not just ink or enchantment. It was allegiance fused to magic, pain, fear, and chosen service. Stripping it free meant tearing pieces of all of that loose at once. Buckbeak screamed overhead as if in answer. The mark came away in sparks, not entirely. Some stain remained, red-black and raw, but the serpent skull itself tore out of the skin in a writhing lash of shadow fire that the rider caught in one gauntleted hand and crushed to cinders. Lucius hit the floor shrieking, forearms smoking, eyes gone wild with agony. Draco made a choking sound. Narcissa did not. She had moved. While Lucius fell and Draco froze, Narcissa Malfoy stepped between her son and the rider, no wand raised. Not because she lacked one. Because she already understood, as few in the room did, what kind of thing stood before her. Ordinary defense would fail. Position was all she had left. She stood anyway, white blonde hair loosened from its pins. Dark dress ash-dusted. Face bloodless but steady. One hand slightly back toward Draco without touching him, as if even now she refused to make the protection obvious enough for enemies to use. The rider looked at her and stopped. Harry's scar, deep under everything, must have burned then with the force of contradiction, because he had never known Narcissa. Not properly. She was category, surname, house sigil, mother of his enemy, a Malfoy. A woman who had stood beside Lucius at public events and never once contradicted the world that had made children like Draco. The rider saw something else. Love, absolute and weaponless, not good deeds, not innocence, not political purity. A mother's love drawn so tightly around one person that it functioned like sacrament. Narcissa's guilt was real enough. She had condoned, ignored, benefited. But every road inward bent finally and irrevocably toward Draco. The spirit reached for her and found itself meeting not malice, not even fear, but a wall built of one living fact. You will not take my son through me. No magic flared, nothing visible passed between them. Yet the rider could not penetrate it, not because Narcissa was stronger. Because vengeance was not built to judge love whose only demand was protection. The skull tilted. Buckbeak's fire guttered lower for one thoughtful second. Then the rider stepped aside. Narcissa did not move. Only when it had gone past did her knees almost fail her. She caught herself on the back of a chair and made no sound. Draco stared at his mother as if seeing her for the first time. That, too, would haunt him. The rider crossed the rest of the room like a sentence moving to its next clause. Two more masked Death Eaters burst in from the corridor. One lost his wand, his mark, and most of his nerve in under 3 seconds. The other tried the window and found Buckbeak's flaming silhouette waiting beyond the broken glass. Below, in the lower hall, imprisoned voices cried out. The spirit heard them. That changed everything. The rest of the manor was not battle. It was exposure. Cellar locks melted. 2 prisoners, an old wizard half-starved and a middle-aged witch missing 3 fingernails, were found chained in a storage room behind the wine vault. A terrified house elf led them out, sobbing gratitude and fear in equal measure. 3 servants cowered in a linen passage while the rider passed them without a glance. One junior Death Eater threw down his wand and fled through the kitchens rather than face what he had seen happen to Lucius's arm. By the time Dumbledore, Kingsley, and Lupin finally breached the ruined front hall and reached the manor's heart, the work was already mostly done. They found Lucius conscious but incoherent, staring at a blank patch of carpet while his mouth moved around names no one in the room recognized, and perhaps no one alive should have. They found Yaxley curled in on himself. They found Draco pinned motionless in the corner by nothing but the memory of mercy. They found Narcissa standing in front of him like the very last intact thing in a collapsing world. And at the center of it all, before the great staircase of Malfoy Manor, they found the rider with Buckbeak looming behind him in winged hellfire majesty. Chain-dragging smoke over marble darkened by broken wards. For 1 second, not one of them moved. Then the fire folded inward. Harry Potter crashed to the floor. When Harry woke, he was not in Grimmauld Place. For 1 bewildered second, he thought the manor had swallowed him whole and remade the room into a trap shaped like a guest chamber. The ceiling above was white and ornate, the bed beneath him too soft, the curtains green-silver, the furniture expensive in that cold old-family way that made comfort feel staged. Then he smelled antiseptic potion, singed velvet, and Dumbledore's exhaustion. St. Mungo's, then. Or one of its private protected annex rooms. His whole body felt flayed from the inside out. "Welcome back," said Ron from somewhere to his left. Harry turned his head and regretted it instantly. Ron sat in a chair by the window looking like he'd slept in it badly. Hermione stood at the foot of the bed with both hands wrapped around the bedrail, her expression difficult enough that Harry knew before anyone spoke that whatever had happened tonight had been bad even by their new standards. "What did I do?" Harry asked. Neither of them answered immediately. That was answer enough. Harry looked past them. Dumbledore sat in the corner, not with his usual upright composure but slightly bent, elbows on knees, hands clasped loosely around a wand he had not put away. Lupin stood by the door, Kingsley by the mantel. All of them wore the same expression in different dialects, relief contaminated by consequence. Harry swallowed ash and said, "Tell me." It was Dumbledore who did. "Malfoy Manor is no longer secure for Death Eater operations," he said quietly. 3 prisoners were recovered alive. 2 long-suspected collaborators captured. Lucius Malfoy survives. The phrasing made Harry's chest go strange. "Survives," he repeated. Dumbledore met his eyes. "He was subjected to the Penance Stare." Harry closed his own for a second. There it was, relief savage and ugly before horror could catch up, Sirius dead, years of corruption, Ginny nearly killed by a diary, all of it funneled into one shameful pulse of satisfaction. He opened his eyes again. "Draco," Hermione answered this time, "spared." That made him blink. "What?" "He wasn't judged," she said. The rider looked at him, then passed him over. Harry sat up despite the pain. "No." It came out before thought. Immediate, human, hot. Draco Malfoy, no, the boy who had spent years making cruelty a hobby whenever he thought teachers weren't watching. The boy who wore family darkness like a prefect badge and acted shocked when anyone called it rot. Hermione's face changed, not because she didn't understand the reaction, because she had expected it. "Harry," she said very carefully, "the rider spared him." He stared at her, then at Dumbledore, then at Lupin, who looked older than he had 3 hours ago, and understood in a rush colder than fear that this was the point. This was what mattered. The rider was not Harry's anger made infinite, because Harry would not have spared Draco. The spirit had. That meant it was more merciful than he was. The realization felt like someone had opened his ribs and shown him an ugliness he'd been calling righteousness. Harry sank back against the pillows. "What about Narcissa?" he asked after too long. This time it was Lupin. "Also spared. Why?" No one answered immediately. At last Dumbledore said, "Love." Harry looked at him. "Narcissa Malfoy's primary magic tonight," Dumbledore went on, "was not aggression or evasion, it was protection of her son. The spirit found no road through that act." Harry laughed once, but there was no humor in it at all. "So it can rip a curse out of Lucius Malfoy's arm, but a mother standing in the way stops it?" "Not stops," Dumbledore said. Harry's gaze sharpened. "Then what?" "Reminds it," said Hermione softly, "that not everything between guilt and innocence is the same." The room fell quiet. Harry looked down at the ring on his wrist. It sat there mute and black, and entirely too familiar now. Somewhere deep inside his bones, under the exhaustion, under the ache, under the horror and the satisfaction and the sick recognition of his own lesser mercy, the spirit of vengeance rested, not triumphant, not ashamed, simply certain it had done what the night required. That might have been the hardest part to bear, because Harry was not certain at all. He could still feel Lucius Malfoy's guilt echoing in his own chest, vast and deserved. He could still imagine Draco's face as the rider passed him over, and hate that the pass felt somehow worse than pain. He could still picture Narcissa in the way Lupin had described her, a woman he had every reason to distrust, and yet who had stood in front of her son with nothing but love and forced judgment itself to hesitate. Harry turned his wrist in the dim light. The iron caught none of it. For the first time since the veil, he understood that the rider did not simply make him dangerous. It made him answerable to standards he had not chosen and was not always noble enough to meet. That was far worse than being a weapon. It meant being measured by something inside him, by the people who loved him, by the person he might become if he started mistaking his own hunger for the spirit's law. And as the silence lengthened around the hospital room and no one there found any comfort worth speaking aloud, Harry realized the manor had given him something more corrosive than power or fear. It had given him proof that the thing inside him was not him, proof that it could be kinder, proof that one day, if the line between them blurred too far, he might not know whether to be grateful for that or ashamed. Outside the room, somewhere down the corridor, a healer shouted for more blood-replenishing potion. Inside it, the boy who lived lay awake under charmed lamplight and thought of Draco Malfoy spared, Narcissa Malfoy shielded by love, and Lucius Malfoy emptied into incoherence by a stare that had seen through every lie wealth could buy. The manor had burned. The prisoners were out. The war would shift by morning, and none of that frightened Harry half as much as this final, stubborn truth. The rider had looked at his enemy and shown restraint. Harry wasn't sure he would have. That was the first time he wondered whether the spirit of vengeance might not merely be using him. It might be judging him too. The week after Malfoy Manor did not explode. That somehow made it worse. Harry had expected uproar. Public outrage, emergency ministry decrees, aura raids, Dumbledore storming through the house with new instructions, prophets circling like vultures over a battlefield that was still technically warm. There was some of that, of course. The papers shouted. Rumor spread faster than truth ever had. Lucius Malfoy's collapse became 20 different stories depending on who told it. Poisoning, dark curse, divine retribution, staged madness, a Dumbledore plot, a Potter plot, a ministry cover-up, a warning from older gods. But the center of Harry's life did not become louder. It became stiller. Grimmauld Place absorbed the aftermath of the manor the way old houses absorbed rain, by holding it in the walls until everything smelled faintly of damp and memory. Dumbledore vanished for long stretches, no doubt balancing some new arrangement of war now that Malfoy Manor had ceased to be safe for its former masters. Moody came and went in bursts of muttered profanity and tactical updates. Kingsley twice more. Arthur less often, but when he did appear, he hugged Ron harder than usual and looked at Harry as though measuring the distance between gratitude and fear with a ruler only he could see. Molly Weasley refused to look afraid. That was her own kind of bravery and its own kind of lie. She fed Harry 3 times as much as normal, made him drink foul-smelling restorative potions without argument. And once, when she thought he had already gone upstairs, stood very still in the kitchen with one hand braced on the table and cried into the other until Ginny led her quietly out of sight. Harry had heard it. He heard too much now, not conversations through walls, not words exactly, but the atmosphere of people. Their tensions, their tiredness, the shape of guilt and grief moving through the house. Grimmauld Place had always groaned like a body with old injuries. Now it felt like one too. Every room held a different ache. The library smelled of dust and Hermione's fear. The kitchen smelled of tea and Molly's denial. Sirius's room smelled of old leather, old laughter, and a grief so sharp Harry still couldn't enter it without the scar turning hot and his chest locking like a fist. His own room smelled of burnt cloth, potion residue, and the iron ring that never came off. That ring had become, more than the scar, the true mark of what he was becoming. People could pretend the fracture on his forehead was an ugly magical injury if they looked quickly enough and didn't think too hard. The ring was harder to explain away. It sat seamless and black around his wrist, dull until moonlight hit it at certain angles and revealed the faint ember-threaded script burning deep inside the metal. Harry had asked Dumbledore twice if the writing could be translated. Both times the old wizard had answered honestly, "Not by me," which meant either it was older than even Dumbledore's scholarship, or more dangerous than he wished to admit, possibly both. Harry slept badly. When he did sleep, he dreamed of roads made of ash and iron gates burning open under hoofbeats that were not entirely Buckbeak's and not entirely something else's either. He dreamed of Sirius sometimes, but never clearly. Always one room away, one veil away, one choice away. That was the cruelty of it. Even in dreams, Sirius remained unreachable, and yet Harry woke each morning with the poisonous certainty that what lived inside him had come from that loss like a seed from split fruit. Love had done this, not Harry's love. Sirius's. That knowledge sat under everything. He could not make it noble. He could not make it stop. On the 5th evening after the manor, the rain came. Not a storm. Just steady London rain, soft against the windows and heavy enough to turn the square outside into a grey blur behind the blackout wards. Grimmauld Place seemed to relax into it. Rain suited old houses. It gave their creaks context. It made secrecy feel less theatrical. It let everyone pretend the world was only wet, not collapsing. Harry sat alone in the second-floor drawing-room with a cold cup of tea on the table beside him, and a book open on his lap. He had not turned a page in 20 minutes. The book was about advanced shielding. He had chosen it because the irony felt appropriately ugly. He was not reading. He was listening to the house and trying not to think. The ring warmed once, briefly, not with judgment but with awareness. Someone was coming, not Dumbledore. Dumbledore had a particular density to him, a sense of old remorse wrapped around decisions like twine around parcels. This was sharper. Quicker. Hermione, she paused outside the door. Harry could feel her there, hand probably on the knob, mind cycling through 3 or 4 different openings to a conversation she already knew she would dislike no matter how well phrased. He almost called for her to come in. He didn't. A moment later, Hermione opened the door anyway. She was carrying 2 books, one under each arm, and had that look about her that meant she was pretending the books had brought her here, when in fact she had brought the books because coming empty-handed might have looked too much like what this really was. "Am I interrupting?" she asked. Harry glanced pointedly at the unread book in his lap. I was having a riveting time with anti-curse lattice work. Hermione's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile. I can tell. She came in, closed the door softly behind her, and set the books on the table with more care than necessary. One of them Harry recognized immediately. It was old, black-bound, and smelled faintly of mildew and dragon-hide binding. The other was newer but clearly much-handled, pages bristling with Hermione's parchment markers. Harry looked at them, then at her. Hermione. Yes. That look means you've found something I'm going to hate. I found several things, she said. I brought the least hateful first. He let his own book close. That's encouraging. Hermione sat in the armchair opposite him, but on the edge of it, as if she might need to stand halfway through and pace the rest of the conversation into being. Rain whispered against the window. The house settled around them. For a moment neither spoke. Then Hermione touched the older book with 2 fingers and said, I found references to pre-Christian judicial curse entities. Harry blinked. That sounds made up. I know, her voice tightened. It does, which is why I spent 2 days proving to myself it wasn't. She opened the book carefully. The script inside was not English, not any language Harry recognized. Beside it, in Hermione's cramped, annotation-heavy hand, ran a translation over pages of copied notes. These traditions don't call it the spirit of vengeance exactly, she said. That phrase is later, easier, cleaner. The older material is messier. There are entities described as punitive riders, chain-bearers, fire judges, oath avengers, different cultures, different names, same core idea. Something that answers violation with sentence. Harry looked down at the page and saw diagrams of circles broken by what looked like roads. Some were ringed in symbols that made his scar ache if he stared too long. He looked away first. Hermione noticed, of course. Sorry, it's fine. No, it isn't. That answer landed harder than he expected. Hermione took a slow breath and pressed on. They all agree on certain things. They bind through unbearable moral fracture. They don't emerge in ordinary anger. They emerge when grief and injustice overlap so violently the host's soul becomes permeable. Harry laughed once, short and bleak. That's a nice word for ruined. It isn't ruined, Hermione said immediately. He looked at her. She held his gaze. Changed, yes. Vulnerable, yes, but not ruined. Harry did not answer. Hermione lowered her eyes to the book. There's more. Of course there is. These entities aren't simply destructive. They're adjudicative. That's why they can spare people the host might hate and judge people the host would excuse. The old texts say the danger isn't that they punish too broadly. She swallowed. It's that they punish convincingly. Rain against glass. Fire behind Harry's ribs. He understood before she said the rest. Hermione's hands tightened over the page. I'm not trying to fix you because I think what it's done is always wrong. The room went still. There it was, at the center of her. The admission she had been circling since Diagon Alley, maybe since Vane. Harry stared at her. Hermione looked up at last, and there was fear in her face now, yes, but not the fear he had expected. Not fear of him. Fear of herself. I watched Lucius Malfoy break, she said quietly, and part of me thought good. I watched that aura in the alley collapse and thought maybe no one else was ever going to stop him. I keep telling myself that's because I care about justice, and because those people hurt others and deserved consequences, and maybe that's true, but, her voice thinned. It felt right, Harry. He said nothing. Hermione laughed once miserably. That's the part that frightens me, not just what it's doing to you, what it does to everyone around you. It makes vengeance feel clean if the target is guilty enough. Harry looked away toward the rain-blurred window. I know, he said. Hermione's eyes burned brighter. Do you? Yes, because I don't think you do. The words came faster now, not cruel but too full to stay caged. I don't think you understand how quickly everyone starts rearranging their morals around results. The Ministry wants to use you. The Prophet wants to narrate you. Moody would absolutely turn you loose on the right target if Dumbledore looked away for 30 seconds. Ron, she stopped. Harry heard the unfinished sentence anyway. Ron thinks it might be useful, he said. Hermione made a helpless motion with one hand. He thinks the world is bad enough that useful horror may still be useful. And you don't. I think that's how people become machinery for causes and then call it necessity. The words went through him like cold water. Because if anyone else had said them, he might have dismissed it as fear speaking grandly. From Hermione, it sounded like diagnosis. She closed the book slowly. I don't want to separate you from this out of disrespect for what it's done. I want to because I'm terrified by how easy it is to start agreeing with it. Harry let the silence sit between them. His first instinct was to defend the rider. That alone was enough to sicken him. Not because he thought Hermione was wrong, she wasn't, but because some part of him, deeper and blacker than his usual anger, wanted to say if the guilty are finally afraid, why is that bad? He did not say it. Hermione must have read some shadow of the thought anyway, because her expression softened into grief. That's exactly it, she whispered. You don't have to say it. I can see how tempting it is. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. What am I supposed to do, Hermione? Pretend Vane didn't deserve it? Pretend Lucius Malfoy deserved another committee? No, she said it at once. He looked at her sharply. No, she repeated, softer now. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you not to let deserved suffering become a thing you stop questioning just because it lands on people we hate. Harry sat very still. The rain made the windows look like they were trying to dissolve. Hermione picked up the newer book, flipped through several pages, then stopped without really seeing them. The texts all warn about one thing more than the others, she said. Not corruption in the usual sense. Not the host becoming more evil, becoming more certain. That was worse than any dramatic warning could have been. Harry felt it in his bones. The ring on his wrist was warm now, not hot, just present. Listening, he looked down at it. Hermione, he said quietly. What if I already agree with too much of it? Her eyes closed briefly. When she opened them again, they were wet. Then, she said, voice steady by force alone, I keep being your friend anyway and argue with you harder. That nearly undid him. Almost. He looked away before she could see how close. For a while they just sat there, with the rain and the old house and the unhelpful certainty that neither of them had made the other feel better, and both of them had said things that could not now be unsaid. When Hermione finally stood, she left the older book on the table. For later, she said. Harry glanced at it. That sounds ominous. It is ominous. Brilliant, she paused at the door, one hand on the knob. I'm not angry with you, he looked up. Hermione gave the smallest, saddest smile. That's what makes this hurt. Then she left. Harry sat in the dim drawing room with the book that smelled of ancient smoke, and the knowledge that Hermione Granger, who believed in rules and reform and the possibility of fixing systems from inside them, even when the systems clearly deserved arson, had watched the rider punish the guilty and, for a moment, felt comforted. If she could feel that, what chance did anyone else have? Harry stared at the black ring until the metal blurred. He did not open the book, not yet. Ron found him later on the back, landing outside Sirius's room. Not because Harry had chosen the spot deliberately. Because his feet had taken him there while his mind was still in the drawing room, still in Hermione's fear, still in the old warning about certainty. He leaned against the banister with one shoulder to the wall and looked at the closed door across from him. He still hadn't gone inside since before the Department of Mysteries. It felt wrong now in a new way, not only because Sirius was dead, because Sirius, in a way Harry still could not fully think about without the world seeming briefly unreal, was implicated in what Harry had become. Sirius's last act of love had not been clean. It had not ended with the veil. Somewhere beyond death or beside it or beneath it, he had made a choice for Harry, a weapon. Harry couldn't decide whether that made him feel more loved or more trapped. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Slower than Hermione's. Less controlled. Ron, you hiding up here or brooding? Ron asked as he came into view. Harry didn't look around. Can't it be both? Ron grunted. Fair. He came to stand beside Harry, also facing Sirius's door, and for a minute or two they said nothing at all. This was why Ron was easy in ways no one else managed. He understood silence not as absence, but as company that didn't need fixing. After a while, he held out a mug. Harry took it automatically. Tea, too much sugar. Ron knew his own limitations as a brewer and compensated with quantity. Thanks. Don't make it emotional. Harry drank anyway. The tea was bad. That helped a little. Ron leaned his elbows on the banister and looked down into the stairwell. Hermione talked to you. Is it that obvious? You've got the face you make when she says something right and annoying at the same time. Harry almost smiled. Ron saw it and let himself look slightly pleased before the expression faded again. I know what she's worried about, Ron said. Harry took another sip. Do you? Yes. Ron shifted his weight. I just don't know what she thinks we do if she's right. That was so Ron a sentence Harry almost laughed. Not denial of the fear, not grand moral counterargument, practical desperation instead. Fine, it's terrible. Now what? She thinks she can separate it from me, Harry said. Ron made a face. Can she? I don't know. Do you want her to? Harry looked at him then. Ron held the gaze, no joke in it. No deflection, just the question. Harry answered honestly because Ron had asked honestly. I don't know, he said again. Before, yes, definitely. Now, he looked away first. Now I don't know what gets taken with it. Ron nodded slowly, as if he had already guessed the answer and only needed to hear it said aloud. Yeah. Neither spoke for a few seconds. Then Ron said very quietly, what if you never really come back? Harry turned fully this time. Ron didn't flinch. I don't mean die, he added. I mean, you know. He did know. That was the worst part. There was no need to define it. Harry had thought some version of the same question often enough that hearing it from Ron felt less like surprise and more like being caught already halfway through a confession. Ron rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. Every time it happens, you're out longer or deeper or different after. Maybe not lots different, but enough that I can tell. His ears had gone a little red, which meant he hated saying this and was making himself do it anyway. And everyone keeps talking like it's a thing attached to you, like it's separate, like one day we fix it and that's that. But what if it isn't separate anymore? The corridor seemed colder. Harry looked at Sirius's door because it was easier than looking at Ron's face while hearing the question that had been waiting under both of their ribs for weeks. What if, Ron went on, even more quietly now, the fire keeps taking more time, more room? And one day it's still you, sort of, but not enough, Harry swallowed. There was no point lying. I think about that too. Ron exhaled through his nose, relief and dread arriving together. Good! That's a strange thing to say. Not really. I'd rather you think about it than pretend you're fine. Harry let the tea warm his hands. A floor below, someone closed a cupboard softly. Rain tapped at distant windows. Grimmauld Place listened the way only old houses did, by pretending not to. Ron stared at Sirius's door a long while before speaking again. You know what's horrible? He said. There's a lot to choose from. Cheers. Harry waited, Ron's voice roughened. I'm scared of you vanishing into that thing, but I'm also scared of what happens if you don't have it. Harry blinked. Ron? No, listen. Ron straightened, frustrated now, not with Harry but with the shape of the problem. If it goes away and you're just you again, normal you, I mean, then all the people it could stop are still out there. And if it stays, maybe I lose you in bits. I hate both options. Hermione thinks there ought to be a clean right answer because there usually is with enough books and effort. I think maybe this is just awful whichever way. Harry had no defense against the honesty of that. He stared into the tea. That doesn't sound like hope. It's not hope. It's me talking. Again, horribly, Harry almost smiled. It faded when Ron added, You're still my best mate either way. Just thought you ought to know I'm frightened for selfish reasons too. Harry turned his head. Selfish, Ron shrugged, uncomfortable now that the emotional bit had become unavoidable. Well, yeah. Everyone's all prophecy and war and saving people and what you mean to the world. I mean you're you. I'd rather the world deal with its own rubbish than nick my best friend because some cursed thing decided he'd do. The words landed harder than any dramatic speech could have. Harry looked at Ron properly then. The freckles, the tiredness, the stubborn jaw inherited from Molly, the ears still red from saying things aloud that decent boys often weren't trained to say to one another unless someone was dying. Maybe that was the point. They all felt in different ways as though parts of Harry already were. I'm still here, Harry said. Ron huffed. I know, that's why this is scary. If you were obviously gone, we'd have less to argue about. That got a real laugh out of Harry, brief but genuine. Ron looked absurdly pleased with himself for about 1 second before the seriousness came back. Then he said the thing that stayed with Harry the rest of the night. "If it ever gets too far," Ron said, still looking at Sirius's door instead of Harry, "I don't think Hermione will be the one who can pull you back." Harry went very still. "Why?" Ron glanced sideways. "Because she'll try to reason with it." The implication hung there. You'll shout, Harry thought. You'll insult it. You'll drag me back by history and stupid jokes and refusal. Ron looked away again, embarrassed by the truth of himself. "Also, I'm taller." "You're not." "Near enough." Harry shook his head. They stood there until the tea cooled and the corridor darkened by another degree. Eventually, Ron pushed off the banister and jerked his chin toward Harry's room. "Come on." "What? You sleep. I'll stay awake a bit." "I don't need," Ron cut him off with a glare. "Don't be thick. I'm not guarding you. I'm making sure if you go all flaming skeleton in the night, there's someone around to say something rude." That was Ron, too. Tenderness smuggled in under insult, so no one had to name it directly. Harry let him have the disguise. "All right," he said. Ron nodded, satisfied as if he had won something strategic. Before they went downstairs, Harry looked one last time at Sirius's door, still closed. Still impossible. Still the axis around which everything had tilted. He wondered, not for the first time, whether Sirius would have thought the cost worth paying if he had seen all the consequences clearly. He suspected the answer was yes. That did not mean Harry forgave him for it. Much later, after midnight, after the house had settled into its uneven sleep, and Ron dozed in the chair by the bedroom fireplace despite all stated intentions of staying awake, Harry sat on the floor with his back against the side of the bed and Hermione's parchment from earlier unfolded in his hands. He had not meant to take it out. The words were already memorized anyway. "You hate sprouts. You still owe me 3 galleons. I am better at chess. You are Harry. Don't be dramatic about it. Your name is Harry James Potter. You choose, even when frightened. You are not what was done to you. Come back." The ring pulsed faintly under his skin. Harry folded the parchment again and set it beside him. Then he looked at the dark window. No reflection. Wards rarely allowed useful reflections. Just black glass and the ghost of the room behind it. This was the part no one had witnessed yet. Not Hermione's fear. Not Ron's brutal honesty. Not Dumbledore's terrible calculations. Just Harry alone with the fact he had spent days trying not to phrase even to himself, so he phrased it, softly, out loud, because some truths changed shape if left only in the mind. "I don't regret it," he whispered. The room did not answer. Ron snored once in the chair, then stopped. Harry stared at the window and forced himself not to retreat from the sentence. "I don't regret Vane." Silence. "I don't regret the aura." The scar warmed, low and steady, or Malfoy manner. That was the one. The hardest to say because it included too much. Lucius screaming, Draco spared. Narcissa standing in front of her son like love could stare down damnation and win on technicality. He did not regret the prisoners being freed. He did not regret Lucius being judged. He did not even regret that the manor itself had finally known fear. What he regretted was not the punishment. It was that the punishment had been needed. That distinction mattered. He clung to it, though he was no longer certain whether it was moral clarity or self-excusal. The floorboards were cold under his bare feet. The air smelled faintly of rain and old smoke and potion tonic. Harry bent one knee and rested his forearm on it, looking down at the iron band around his wrist. He expected revulsion. What came instead was recognition so intimate it nearly felt like grief, because the rider did not simply punish the guilty. It also relieved something in Harry each time it did. Some tension he had been carrying for years. The rage at adults getting away with damage, the helplessness of watching institutions excuse cruelty, the sick certainty that evil often prospered because everyone polite preferred due process over urgency, loosened when the spirit acted. That was the truth. Ugly. Unusable. True, it wasn't that Harry wanted suffering for its own sake. He wanted consequence. Wanted the world to stop allowing certain people to move through it untouched because they were rich enough, protected enough. useful enough, or frightening enough to turn accountability into a slower man's problem. The rider solved that. It solved it monstrously, but it solved it. Harry put both hands over his face and sat like that a long time. This, he realized, was the fracture. Not between him and Hermione, not even between him and Ron, inside himself. He was not splitting because the rider loved vengeance and Harry loved mercy. It was subtler and more dangerous than that. Harry loved justice. The rider offered a version of it so immediate and undeniable that his own moral caution kept slipping around it like a boot in mud. When he lowered his hands, the room had not changed. Of course it hadn't. This was not revelation so much as surrender to an already known fact. Harry whispered into the dark. "That's the problem, isn't it?" The ring warmed again. No voice answered, no devil, no ghost, no infernal bargain explained. Just the low, steady heat of something within him that did not need to speak because it had already been understood. He did not regret what it had done. Not really. That was the point from which everything else would now have to proceed. Hermione was afraid because she had felt how right it could seem. Ron was afraid because one day Harry might not come back whole enough to answer to his own name. And Harry was afraid because the thing both of them feared most was not becoming alien to him. It was becoming familiar. He looked over at Ron asleep in the chair, at the parchment on the floor, at the dark window, then down once more at the iron ring that had outlasted every attempt to explain it. "I'm still here," he said, this time not to Ron or Hermione or the house or even Sirius, to himself. The scar pulsed once, deep and warm, a heartbeat answering a heartbeat. Harry did not know whether that was reassurance or warning. He sat awake until dawn trying to decide. The first official ministry delegation arrived at Grimmauld Place disguised as concern. Harry knew that before anyone opened the door. He was in the kitchen at the time with Ron, Hermione, and a pile of untouched toast gone hard at the edges, because no one at the table had been hungry enough to pretend breakfast still mattered. Rain had stopped sometime before dawn, leaving London in that washed-out grey state where every street beyond the wards looked half-erased. Creature was muttering over a blackened kettle in the corner. Molly was upstairs with Ginny and had been quiet too long, which meant worry had finally exhausted itself into silence. Then the scar flared, not full heat, not transformation, politics. Harry had begun to recognize that particular flavor now. Guilt sharpened by calculation. Self-justification polished into public language. Men deciding how dangerous a thing might be and whether danger could be leased for state use. It came through the front hall like cold draft under a door, and Harry set his mug down before anyone else even heard the knock. Hermione looked up at once. "What?" "Ministry," Ron muttered. "Brilliant." Another knock came, precise, official, not the impatient pound of ordinary visitors or the coded rap of order members. Whoever stood outside expected doors to open, because doors generally did when the state arrived wearing enough confidence. Dumbledore entered the kitchen 2 seconds later, as if conjured by the tension itself. He looked older this morning. Not physically. Albus Dumbledore always looked precisely as old as legend required him to look, but thinner at the edges, as if some interior reserve had been spent overnight on choices no one else in the house had been invited to help make. He met Harry's eyes once, saw the warning already there, and inclined his head. "So," he said quietly, "they have decided speed is preferable to discretion." "Who?" Ron asked. Harry answered before Dumbledore could. "Scrimgeour." Hermione's gaze snapped to him. "You can tell that much?" Harry wished he couldn't. He was already feeling the outline of the visitors beyond the door, not just guilt, but structures of it. One man all-clipped purpose and acceptable compromise. One woman in his shadow who had done a bad thing recently and convinced herself urgency had required it. One secretary, perhaps, who carried no real stain at all and was therefore almost a relief. And through them all, under the official posture, the shape of Scrimgeour like a lion-shaped absence, still outside, still choosing whether to enter personally or make power more theatrical by remaining behind the first move. Dumbledore's mouth flattened a fraction. "Stay here." Harry let out one humorless laugh. "That's not going to happen. It is not a request." "No," Harry said, standing, "but neither is what they came for." Ron was already up too, Hermione one heartbeat behind. Dumbledore saw all three of them, and for a moment, something that was not quite irritation moved across his face. Weariness, perhaps, or the recognition that the old method of command had grown unreliable in this house. He did not repeat himself. Instead, he said, "You will say nothing unless I ask you directly." Ron opened his mouth to object on principle. Hermione elbowed him before the sentence formed. They followed Dumbledore anyway. The delegation waited in the front drawing room downstairs, as if even the Ministry understood instinctively that some rooms in Grimmauld were for strategy and some were for intimidation. The drawing room sat exactly on the line between both. Its old blackwood furniture had been polished into a darkness too glossy to be welcoming. The curtains were thick enough to make noon feel like evening. The house itself seemed to resent official visitors. The wallpaper near the fireplace was peeling more aggressively than usual, and one of the family portraits had chosen this exact morning to sulk blank-faced with its painted back turned to the room. Rufus Scrimgeour stood at the center of it all with his hands clasped behind him like a general borrowing the posture of a civil servant. He had not sent representatives only. He had come in person. Of course he had. Rufus Scrimgeour looked like the kind of man who understood that state power functioned best when made visible in flesh. Broad-shouldered, lined, leonine, his thick, tawny hair already graying at the temples, his yellowish eyes too shrewd to belong to any harmless beast. Everything about him suggested weathered competence, right up to the point where Harry's scar reminded him that competence and decency were never the same thing. The heat sharpened. Not because Scrimgeour was secretly monstrous, because he was exactly what he looked like. A man who had spent years in war, had done ugly things, and now believed the ability to do uglier things when necessary was a qualification rather than a wound. Behind him stood two others. Percy Weasley, rigid as a newly hammered nail and too carefully composed to look directly at Ron. Beside Percy, a female ministry witch with cropped dark hair and a parchment folder tucked under one arm. Harry had seen her at the ministry once, but could not name her. It didn't matter. Her guilt smelled of one bad interrogation and 3 strategic lies told in reports since. Percy's, by contrast, came thinner and sadder. Family abandoned, pride mistaken for principle. Shame not yet admitted aloud. Ron made a small, disgusted sound under his breath. Scrimgeour's gaze moved first to Dumbledore, then past him to Harry, not flinching. Not recoiling, assessing. That alone told Harry how different he was from Fudge. Cornelius Fudge would have entered this room with fear wrapped in denial and called it leadership. Rufus Scrimgeour entered with fear stripped for parts and rebuilt into intention. "Harry Potter," Scrimgeour said. "Minister," Harry replied. Dumbledore's head turned sharply by half an inch. Harry ignored it. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed, not offended but interested. "I'm glad to see reports of your recovery were accurate." Harry almost asked recovery from what? Becoming useful, becoming stable enough to leash. Instead he said, "Depends who wrote the report." Percy looked like he had swallowed a lemon whole. Dumbledore stepped between the conversational lines with practiced grace. "Minister, had you requested a meeting through ordinary channels, I would have spared you the house's temper." Scrimgeour's mouth twitched. "I find ordinary channels increasingly overcrowded with people eager to interpret my intentions for me. That is one burden of office, and one you know quite a lot about." It was almost a pleasant exchange if one ignored the iron under every word. Dumbledore gestured to the chairs. Scrimgeour sat. Percy and the witch remained standing. Dumbledore did not sit at once, which meant no one else did either. Harry stayed slightly left of him, close enough to feel the old wizard's contained tension like static in the room. Hermione and Ron held back by the doorway. Neither of them had promised silence. Harry suspected Dumbledore knew that too. Scrimgeour folded his hands over one knee. "I won't waste your time, Albus. Britain is frightened. Recent events have made that fear unusually specific." Harry's scar pulsed once. The ring on his wrist felt suddenly heavier. "The attack on Diagon Alley," Scrimgeour continued, "and the incident at Malfoy Manor have convinced a portion of the public that we are dealing not only with Voldemort's return, but with some third force operating according to rules no one properly understands." "Operating through a person," Hermione said before she could stop herself. Every eye in the room turned to her. Scrimgeour took her in quickly, identified her, and nodded once. "Miss Granger, yes, through Harry Potter." Harry felt more than saw Dumbledore's displeasure at the interruption. Not because Hermione was wrong, but because the minister had now been handed exactly the framing he wanted. Not a boy suffering under an infernal burden. A vector. Scrimgeour leaned forward a fraction. "The ministry's position at present is that we are not dealing with an indiscriminately hostile entity." "Generous of you," Harry said. Percy stiffened. The witch beside him glanced down at her folder rather than risk facial expression. Scrimgeour, to his credit, did not bristle. "I am trying," he said evenly, "to prevent a panic-driven classification of you as a dark creature under emergency statute." The room changed temperature. Harry knew enough about ministry law to understand what that meant. Hermione clearly knew more. He heard her inhale behind him. Ron muttered something obscene that Percy pretended not to hear. Dumbledore's voice remained almost pleasant. "How benevolent!" Scrimgeour held the old wizard's gaze. "Practical!" There it was, not compassion, practicality. If Harry had been merely terrifying, the ministry might have found a category to bury him in. But Harry had terrified the right people. Death Eaters, corrupt officials, publicly. In a season when public hunger for protection was beginning to rot into desperation. That made him politically ambiguous, which was far more valuable than simple horror. The minister continued. "We have witnesses indicating the entity distinguishes guilt. We have confirmation that in Diagon Alley it spared a coerced youth and judged a ministry officer with credible allegations against him." His eyes flicked to Harry's wrist. "And we have reason to believe that at Malfoy Manor the same force bypassed certain individuals despite proximity." Harry hated hearing the rider reduced to bullet points. He hated more that every bullet point was accurate. "So," Scrimgeour said, "the question before us is not whether it exists. The question is whether it can be directed." Silence. No one in the room was surprised, not really. Harry had felt that question arriving from the street the moment Scrimgeour stepped through the wards. It was the shape inside everything else. The state's instinctive response to dangerous unpredictability was always the same. Map it, formalize it, weaponize it, call it service. Dumbledore finally sat. That somehow felt like a declaration of war. "No," he said. Scrimgeour did not look away. "No as in you do not know, or no as in you object. No as in no." The minister's jaw worked once. "Forgive me, Albus, but a categorical answer to a matter this unprecedented is not confidence-inspiring." Dumbledore's eyes flashed behind his spectacles. "Then allow me to improve it." The spirit attached to Harry does not answer to ministry authority, legal mandate, strategic desirability, or patriotism. It responds to moral provocation according to standards neither you nor I are presently capable of fully predicting. To speak of directing it is to misunderstand the nature of the danger. "Danger to whom?" Scrimgeour asked quietly. Harry could have answered that, everyone. Instead he held still and let Dumbledore take the blow. "To Harry," Dumbledore said. "To the public. To the integrity of any institution presumptuous enough to imagine it can command judgment without first being judged." Percy shifted. The witch with the folder finally spoke, her voice carefully neutral. "With respect, Headmaster, that sounds less like an argument against cooperation and more like an argument for controlled study." Hermione made a disbelieving noise. Harry turned his head slightly and saw her looking at the woman as though she had just suggested taking apart a hurricane with tweezers. Scrimgeour's gaze returned to Harry. "Would you cooperate voluntarily?" Dumbledore rose halfway out of his chair. Harry answered first. "No." The minister's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what I'm asking." "Yes, I do." Harry stepped forward one pace. The ring warmed like a warning bell. "You want to know if I'll let your people examine me, watch me, march me near suspects, and see if I catch fire, maybe put me in the same room as prisoners or Death Eaters, and check whether the spirit does what you hope?" Percy went a little pale. The witch's folder tightened under her arm. Scrimgeour did not deny it. Harry laughed once, empty of humor. "That's not cooperation, that's bait." For the first time, something like anger showed under Scrimgeour's official calm, not outrage, frustration. He was a man confronted, perhaps too often, by children who believed moral disgust exempted them from strategy. Harry saw it in the set of his jaw. "You are already a target," Scrimgeour said. "Whether you prefer it or not, what is attached to you has altered the war." "I'm aware." "Then be aware of this too. The Ministry has an obligation to protect the public." Hermione snapped. "From Harry, or with Harry?" Percy closed his eyes briefly, as though family was happening again and he had mislaid the manual. Scrimgeour ignored her. "The public is already asking whether the thing inside you can be made useful against Voldemort." Harry did not mean to say the next sentence, but once again truth reached his mouth before caution. "The public can ask whatever it likes. That doesn't mean it gets to own me." The room went still. Percy looked stricken. Even Dumbledore glanced sideways at Harry then, and in that glance was something new, not surprise, not quite approval, but the recognition that the boy before him had begun naming his own condition, in terms no plan could easily absorb. Scrimgeour stood. He was taller on his feet than behind the chair, broader, more like the old Auror he had once been. "No one is suggesting ownership." Harry's scar burned. "Liar," the spirit said without words, not because Scrimgeour consciously meant slavery, because states never called it that. They called it necessity, duty, temporary oversight, protective protocol. Every cage began in language that insisted it was for the greater good. Dumbledore heard something in Harry's silence and stepped in before the heat could rise further. "The meeting is over." Scrimgeour held his ground 1 second longer. Then he nodded once, curtly, "For now." He turned to go, then paused at the threshold and looked back, not at Dumbledore, but at Harry. "When Voldemort escalates," he said, "and he will, Britain will not care very much whether you like the terms under which salvation was attempted." He left before anyone could answer. Percy followed in misery-shaped posture. The witch with the folder gave Harry one last assessing look and then disappeared behind them. The door shut. The entire house seemed to exhale. Harry's knees nearly gave, not because of fear, because the ring had gone searing hot under his sleeve, and only now, with the minister gone, did he realize how close to transformation he had drifted just standing there while the government discussed use cases for his soul. Hermione was at his side first. "Harry!" "I'm fine." That lie no longer fooled anyone. Dumbledore crossed the room in 3 strides and caught Harry's wrist, not the ring itself, never directly, but just above it. The old wizard's magic brushed his skin in a cool, measured pulse, enough to ground, not enough to interfere. "Breathe," Dumbledore said. Harry obeyed because anger had become flammable. Ron, white-faced and furious, kicked the leg of the nearest chair hard enough to splinter old varnish. "I'm going to hex Percy's hair off." "That will not solve our immediate problem," Hermione said. "No, but it'd help with mine." Dumbledore released Harry's arm only when the heat under the skin subsided. He looked toward the door Scrimgeour had exited through, and for a moment the old weariness vanished under something sharper. "From this point onward," he said softly, "you must assume every branch of the ministry is looking for a method by which to transform your burden into policy." Harry laughed bitterly. "That sounds cheerful. It is not cheerfulness I am attempting." Ron folded his arms. "Then what?" Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry. "Urgency." If Scrimgeour's visit had been only about politics, Harry might have survived the day better, but politics was never the only thing in motion anymore. That was the problem. While the ministry circled him as an instrument, Dumbledore continued circling something else entirely. The private war beneath the public one. The hidden architecture of Voldemort's immortality that only he and Harry were beginning to discuss in fragments and glances rather than full truths. Harry had not yet been told the whole of it, but he knew enough to know there was a second timeline unfolding under their feet. One in which objects mattered, places mattered, memories mattered. And Dumbledore, who had spent years arranging Harry's fate like a chessboard no one else was allowed to see, was now trying to do that work while the Ministry simultaneously attempted to convert Harry into a more visible kind of weapon, parallel wars. Two pressures, not enough time for either. That evening, Dumbledore requested Harry's presence in the library, not asked. Requested. The difference mattered because both of them knew requests were harder to refuse when everything else in Harry's life had become orders disguised as concern. Harry found him there not alone. Snape stood by the fireplace, the room sharpened instantly. Harry had always disliked Severus Snape. Dislike was too weak now, really, for the layered acid the man produced in him. There was old humiliation there, years of classroom contempt and private cruelty, but the writer cut through that pettier material and found the deeper weight beneath. True harm, yes, and a life made from compromise sharp enough to bleed anyone who touched it. The scar grew hot enough to sting. Snape's black eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, then to the wrist hidden under his sleeve. His expression did not change, but Harry felt the other man register the danger with animal clarity. The chain wanted him. Not in the simple way it had wanted Vane or Lucius. It wanted to understand him. That was almost worse. "You said you wished to speak privately," Harry said to Dumbledore without taking his eyes off Snape. "I did," said Dumbledore. "Professor Snape is part of the matter. Of course he is." Snape's lip twitched, not quite into a sneer. "I'm touched to remain central to so many of your crises, Potter." Harry's ring went hot enough to feel through bone. Dumbledore raised a hand. "Enough!" The old wizard moved behind the desk, not sitting yet. Harry remained standing. Snape did the same. The three-point arrangement would have looked almost civilized if the air had not already felt one wrong word from combustion. "I require Harry to understand," Dumbledore said, "that there are individuals in this war whose moral accounts will not resolve cleanly under the Spirit's judgment." Harry's laugh came short and dangerous. "And you've brought him as an example." "Yes." Snape's gaze hardened. How flattering! Dumbledore ignored them both. When the writer encounters clear malice, it acts with terrifying precision. When it encounters coercion, youth, or innocent love, it may stay its hand. But there exists another category, those whose guilt is real, grave, and inseparable from sacrifices or protections of equal magnitude. Harry looked at Snape. The scar hurt, not with the certain heat of imminent punishment. With pressure, resistance. A balance scale jammed under too much weight. "You're saying it can't decide about him," Harry said. Snape's face went still in that uniquely Snape way that meant the stillness itself was defensive structure. For one instant, Harry felt the full, ugly architecture of the man's guilt through the Spirit's perception. Cruelty to children, yes. Betrayal, yes. Complicity in horrors. Years spent weaponizing bitterness because pain had become the only language he trusted. And under all of that, layered like buried steel, something else. Protection bought at enormous cost. Risk. Suffering chosen and endured not for glory, but for atonement so corrosive it had eaten most of the man alive. Harry's teeth hurt. The chain did not emerge, but he could feel it coiling somewhere just under the skin, like a snake looping itself around uncertainty. "It doesn't like you," Harry said quietly. Snape's eyes flashed. "I am devastated. It doesn't know what to do with you." That landed. Snape said nothing. Dumbledore looked between them, tired in a way that suggested he had been dreading this exact moment ever since he first understood what the writer could sense. "This matters," he said, "because you must not mistake hesitation for innocence, Harry, nor should you mistake guilt for an open warrant." Harry let out a breath. "That sounds simple when you say it. It is not simple." "No," Harry said, "it isn't." Snape moved first, only one step, but enough. The ring flared. Chain spilled from Harry's sleeve in a sudden black curve and snapped half-coiled between them, not striking, just rising with a metallic hiss like a striking cobra that had not yet chosen direction. Harry froze. So did Snape. The chain hung there in the lamplight, ember-edged, trembling not with attack but with unbearable withheld force. Harry felt in that instant the spirit reading and rereading the man before it, guilt, penance, harm, protection, bile, loyalty, damage, all of it refusing to settle into a sentence. Snape's face had gone bloodless, not because he feared death. Harry sensed with a strange clarity that Snape had made a kind of intimacy with death years ago and now regarded it as professional weather. No, what unsettled him was being read, stripped, measured, found neither innocent nor straightforwardly damned. Harry knew the feeling. The chain tightened once in the air, then lowered. Snape exhaled very carefully. Harry dragged his arm back as if burned. The chain vanished into nothing link by link, leaving the smell of hot iron and something bitterer like regret brought too close to fire. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Snape said, voice silk over broken glass, "I assume that little performance was meant to reassure." Harry almost apologized. That shocked him more than the chain had. He did not apologize. Dumbledore sat at last, suddenly looking every one of his years. It was meant to demonstrate complexity. Snape gave a thin, joyless smile. Then allow me to confirm the lesson. Complexity is intolerable when one is trying to build a weapon. He looked directly at Harry when he said the last word, not contemptuous, not even accusing, exactly warning him. Harry hated that the warning came from Snape, and hated more that it might be the truest thing the man had ever said to him. Dumbledore dismissed Snape soon after, perhaps because nothing more useful could be salvaged from the room before one of them said something they would regret or, worse, mean. As Snape left, he paused at the door without turning. "The minister will not stop," he said. No one replied. He went on anyway, voice flat. "Men like Scrimgeour do not panic at monsters, they draft procedures." Then he was gone. Harry stood in the library, with the smell of burned restraint still hanging in the air, and understood that the chapter of his life, in which adults argued about whether he was dangerous, had ended. Now they were arguing about what kind of danger he might be made into. 2 nights later, Harry left Grimmauld alone. He knew it was foolish. That did not stop him. There are only so many hours a person can spend inside a house built of old grief while the government discusses weaponizing his soul. And Dumbledore keeps glancing at him like both key and catastrophe. Hermione had buried herself in research again, which meant avoiding eye contact when frightened. Ron had played 2 games of wizard chess with Harry and lost both because he was too distracted to cheat properly. Ginny had tried to be normal in the way only Ginny could, which somehow made the house feel sadder because it reminded everyone normal still existed elsewhere. So after midnight, under a disillusionment charm just good enough to evade neighbors but not really fool trained eyes, Harry slipped out. He told himself he needed air. That wasn't exactly true. He needed a street that did not already know his breathing. London at night was easier than Grimmauld in some ways. Anonymous. Wet cobbles, dim lamps, buses hissing at distant corners, the smell of takeaway grease and rain and river rot near certain crossings. Muggles moved past without looking twice at the wrong sort of quiet boy in a dark jacket, because city people had perfected the etiquette of ignoring what was not yet on fire. Harry walked without direction. The scar stayed low and warm. The ring inert. For 20 whole minutes, he almost believed he had outpaced the day. Then he turned down a narrower street near Clerkenwell and felt the guilt ahead of him like tripwire across the road. Not one source, several trained. Armed, officially frightened, Harry stopped in the middle of the pavement. Shadows moved at both ends of the street. 6 auras stepped out under concealment charms, shedding silver as they dropped. Wands already drawn, not pointed quite at him. Yet, task force, Harry thought, not an arrest team exactly. Too much caution, too much readiness to contain rather than strike. Scrimgeour had moved fast. A woman in front, square jaw, cropped hair, tired eyes, spoke first. Harry Potter! He said nothing, because one of the men to her right carried guilt like a shut cellar door with someone still inside it. Another, farther back, had used violence beyond warrant at least twice and renamed it field necessity both times. A third bore the thin, metallic trace of evidence tampering, not monstrous, not Lucius, not vain, but enough that the spirit under Harry's skin was already awake and tasting. The ring went hot, the lead witch lowered her wand half an inch, a calculated gesture. "Minister Scrimgeour requests your cooperation," Harry laughed. "Funny, Dumbledore already answered that for me. We are not here to hurt you." "No," Harry thought, "you're here to take me somewhere with forms." "That depends what you call hurt." Another aura stepped in from the left alley mouth, tightening the loose circle. Harry's pulse kicked. The scar brightened under his fringe. Bad idea, he thought toward the heat inside him. Not here. The spirit did not care about his definition of here. It cared about 6 agents of state closing a perimeter with moral rot in 3 of them and too much fear in the rest. The lead witch saw something change in his face. "Easy," she said quickly. "No one cast. Too late." One of the guilty auras at the rear, nervous enough to mistake any movement for threat, tightened his grip on the wand and shifted stance. Harry smelled the choice before it happened. Old coercive habits. Hurt first, justify later. The scar flashed, the nearest street lamp burst. Glass rained over the pavement in silver shards. The task force flinched as one, wands coming up fully now, not firing. Yet Harry threw both hands out. "Don't!" The word cracked down the street harder than he intended. The ring burned, the chain wanted out. 3 of them, the spirit hissed through feeling alone. 3. Harry could feel exactly which 3. The woman leading them was not one. She was compromised by office, not delight. Another young aura beside her was almost clean, just scared enough to be used badly later if this night went wrong. The rear 3 were the problem. Small abuses, hidden brutality, men who believed public fear gave uniforms immunity, not enough for certainty, enough for ignition. "Potter," the lead witch said, and now the careful calm in her voice was fraying, "stand down and come with us." "I can't." That was honest. One of the men behind her made the mistake of saying, "Then we do this the hard way." Harry's vision doubled. For one split second, he saw both street and judgment. Brick walls, rain sheen on pavement, 6 human shapes. And beneath them, all the moral weights laid bare like hot wire under skin. He reached into his pocket with shaking fingers and found Hermione's parchment. "You are Harry. Don't be dramatic about it. Come back." The absurdity helped, so did Ron's terrible handwriting. Harry yanked the parchment free and held it in one hand like a talisman from a religion that had not expected to be relevant tonight. Then he looked at the lead witch and said, voice rough with effort, "If any of you cast at me, I don't know what happens next." That got through, not because it was dramatic, because everyone there believed it. The lead aura's eyes flicked to the bursting street lamp, to Harry's clenched jaw, to the scar now visibly lit under the dark fringe. She believed him. Worse, she believed the reports. "What do you want?" she asked. Harry almost laughed at the question. It sounded so normal, so human, as though this were a negotiation at all. "I want you to move your men back," he said. "I want the 3 in the rear to lower their wands first." The moment the words left him, the whole team changed. 3 sets of eyes widened. One in outrage, one in fear, one in the ugly instant of recognition people had when they realized a hidden thing had become visible. The lead witch went still. "Why those 3?" Harry did not answer. Could not without giving the game away. Because the public language for this didn't exist. He could hardly shout across a London side street that the infernal judge inside him had sniffed out their private misconduct and was one spark from sermonizing through fire. The guilty aura on the far right took a step back. "Minister didn't say anything about this." "There it is," Harry whispered. The ring became unbearable. He bent forward, one hand braced on his knee, the other crushing Hermione's parchment. Fire licked behind his teeth. The chain scraped once inside his sleeve without fully emerging. The lead witch understood then, not the details, perhaps, but enough. Her face hardened with sudden fury, not at Harry but at her own team. "Wands down," she snapped. No one moved. Now 2 obeyed at once. The 3 Harry had named hesitated. That hesitation nearly killed them. The spirit surged at their refusal, reading not only fear but the instinctive expectation that rules could be bent if one held authority tightly enough. Harry felt the world tilt, bone-light waiting under skin. The old terrible gladness of surrender pressing up hard against his ribs. No, he thought with everything he had, not because they were innocent, because he chose. The distinction tore through him like barbed wire. Lower them? Harry shouted, not at the lead witch now, but at the 3 men themselves. I can feel what you've done. That did it, not the accusation, the certainty. The one on the far right dropped his wand as if burned. The second followed. The third stood frozen, caught between professional reflex and private terror, until the lead witch rounded on him and barked, "Obey the order or I will suspend you myself." His wand hit the pavement. The heat broke, not vanished. Broke. The scar dimmed from white-orange to sullen ember. The chain withdrew fully. Harry straightened by degrees, breathless and shaking and horribly aware that he had just stood in the middle of a Muggle street and nearly transformed because 3 auras had dirty consciences and the ministry thought escort meant moral stress test. No one spoke. A taxi passed the far mouth of the road without slowing. The driver never even looked in. Muggles remained wonderfully, blessedly oblivious. The lead witch holstered her wand first. I'm taking these men off the task force, she said, not quite to Harry. Tonight. One of the accused started to protest. She cut him off with a look so vicious the man actually stepped back. Then she turned to Harry again, and what he saw there was not only fear or duty. It was humiliation. The kind institutions hated most, the kind forced on them by truth arriving from outside procedure. We were told to bring you in quietly, she said. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh in another life. Yeah, I noticed. She looked at the parchment still crumpled in his hand, and whatever she inferred from that made something like pity pass briefly across her face. We're standing down, she said. Harry believed her. That, too, was new. The spirit did not object. Not all authorities were equal. Some still turned away when they recognized the edge of becoming worse. The task force broke formation. The guilty 3 were repositioned inward, suddenly watched by their own. The lead witch gave Harry one final appraising look, less as target now than as disaster barely averted, and said, "The minister will hear about this." Harry tucked the parchment back into his pocket with trembling fingers. "Tell him I said no again." She almost smiled, almost. Then they were gone, concealment charms swallowing them back into wet London shadow. Harry stood alone in the street, chest burning, knees weak, city noise returning in gradual, indifferent layers. Somewhere far away a siren wailed. Water dripped from a broken lamp housing onto the pavement like slow counting. He had talked them down, barely. And as he stood there under the dead streetlight with the spirit settling reluctantly beneath his skin, Harry understood the shape of the next phase of the war with terrible clarity. Voldemort wanted him dead, broken, or turned. The Ministry wanted him useful, studied, or managed. Dumbledore wanted him free enough to choose, but bound enough to survive long enough for whatever truth the old wizard still withheld. The Horcrux hunt moved underneath all of that like a second heartbeat no one outside a very small circle could hear. 2 wars, 2 clocks. And in the narrowing space between them, Harry Potter walked home through London carrying a devil's fire, a dead man's love, and the increasingly fragile right to remain his own. Bellatrix Lestrange became a smell before she became a location. Harry learned that 2 days after the London Street incident, and once he learned it, he could never unknow it. It happened in the library at Grimmauld Place. Hermione had spread 3 separate translation chains across the long table. Old judicial texts, curse anatomy, and a truly alarming collection of notes attempting to compare possession, symbiosis, and infernal grafting without once using any of those exact words, in case the wrong person ever found her pages. Ron had abandoned pretending he understood half the terminology, and was instead using a quill to draw increasingly rude caricatures of Scrimgeour in the margins of unused parchment. Harry sat by the fire with a book open and unread in his lap, listening to the house breathe around them. Then the scar flared so hard he nearly dropped the book. Not a pulse. Not heat, stench, his stomach turned instantly. Iron. Smoke. Rotten roses left on a grave too long. A sweetness gone off, layered over old blood and joy in suffering so explicit it was almost audible. Harry was on his feet before he understood he had stood. Hermione's chair scraped back. "What?" Ron had his wand out in a blink. "What is it?" Harry pressed a hand over the fracture mark and almost gagged. He did not see Bellatrix. That would have been easier. He did not hear her voice, though memory supplied it anyway. The laugh in the Department of Mysteries, high and ecstatic, like broken glass celebrating itself. No. He smelled her guilt. It came through him in ribbons, miles away and yet intimate as breath in the ear. Torture. The Longbottoms. Countless smaller cruelties done not for ideology alone, but for pleasure, for artistry, for the thrill of making another human being a toy and calling it loyalty. Unlike Lucius, whose darkness was political, layered with vanity and self-protection, Bellatrix's guilt carried delight. It had no shame buffer. No self-deception substantial enough to soften the edges. The rider inside Harry woke at once. Not with the cold legal precision it had shown for Vane or the Auror. With recognition so immediate it felt like a predator catching the scent of the one quarry the whole forest had been built around. "Harry," Hermione said again, closer now. He could barely hear her over the beat of blood in his ears. "She's alive," he whispered. Ron frowned. "Who?" Harry looked up. Bellatrix's name must have already been written all over his face because Ron's expression changed before the word was said. "No," Hermione breathed. And there it was again, that terrible shape the three of them had fallen into. Hermione understood the danger first. Ron understood the urgency first. Harry stood in the middle and felt both as if they were different knives. "She's close," he said. "That's impossible." Hermione snapped, though fear made it less an argument than a plea. "Close where? London, the country, a mile 10. Harry shook his head hard. "Not close, just," he searched for the right impossibility. "Clear, she's clearer than anyone else." Because Bellatrix didn't merely register to the spirit. She sang to it, not invitingly, insultingly. Every murder in her felt permanent, every cruelty worn proudly. She was not simply guilty. She was an affront to the principle that guilt ought to contain its own suffering. Bellatrix had turned suffering outward for so long that none of it had stuck to her properly. The rider hated that. Harry could feel its revulsion like a furnace door slammed open. Hermione grabbed both his shoulders. "Listen to me." He looked at her. "You cannot go after her." The word cannot might once have meant something safer between them. Now it only made the fire under Harry's skin show its teeth. Ron saw the reaction immediately. "Hermione!" "No." Her grip tightened. "No, because he knows what happens if he gets near her. He knows what happened at the ministry. He knows the rider wants her." "She murdered Sirius," Ron said, and the sentence landed in the room like a dropped blade. They all went still. There were truths you circled for days because saying them aloud brought an entire architecture of grief down behind them. This was one. Harry looked away first. Hermione's fingers loosened at once because she had not forgotten that part, not really. She just wanted desperately for the moral danger to matter as much as the personal one. It did. That was why this hurt. "I know what she did," Hermione said, voice shaking. "I'm not defending Bellatrix Lestrange. I'm trying to keep you from walking toward the exact person most likely to make the rider stop being proportional." Harry gave a short, raw laugh. "You think she deserves proportion?" Hermione flinched. So did he, inwardly, because there, right there, that was the fracture opening. Ron looked between them both, jaw tight. "He's not wrong." "No," Hermione said. "That's why this is terrible." The scar burned. Bellatrix moved, not physically in the room, somewhere else. Somewhere far enough away to remain unreachable by ordinary means, and close enough in the rider's senses to make the chain inside, Harry's sleeve scrape against itself like an animal pawing at a door. "She's doing something," Harry said. Dumbledore appeared in the doorway before either Ron or Hermione could answer, as if Bellatrix's name carried its own summons in this house too. He looked at Harry once and understood more than anyone wanted him to. "The scent has reached you," he said. Harry nearly laughed at the understatement. "That's one way of putting it." Dumbledore crossed the room, face graver than usual even for these days. "How distinct!" Harry swallowed bile. "Like she's lit up." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Hermione rose. "We cannot let him go after her." "No," Dumbledore said. Harry turned on him too fast. "You don't get to decide that." Dumbledore's eyes opened. "At present, I very much do." The old authority in his voice might once have stopped Harry. It did not now. Bellatrix's guilt was on him like a second skin. He could feel the shape of her movement, a manor, no, some temporary hideout, cramped walls, at least 3 others nearby, but all dimmer, lesser. Bellatrix at the center like a wound refusing to close. "She'll kill again," Harry said. "And if you go now," Dumbledore returned, "you may lose yourself before reaching her." Harry took a step forward. The ring went hot. Dumbledore noticed. So did Hermione. So did Ron. The room tensed around the possibility all 4 of them were trying not to name. That Bellatrix Lestrange, by existing vividly enough in Harry's infernal senses, had become a transformation trigger at distance. That changed everything. Dumbledore spoke more slowly then, each word deliberate. "If she is this strong a stimulus, then pursuit is not a tactical decision. It is an invitation to catastrophic convergence." Harry hated him for being right in language like that. He hated more that rightness did not reduce the urgency by 1 ounce. "She killed Sirius," he said again, because the sentence had become the only thing in him stable enough to carry both rage and grief at once. Dumbledore's face altered, not softened exactly, but exposed for half a second to the old sorrow under the strategist. Yes, there was no excuse in it, no redirection, only truth. And that somehow made it harder, the old wizard continued, "which is why Bellatrix may be the very person you cannot safely confront while hoping to remain fully present." Harry looked at him and knew, with sudden cold clarity, that Dumbledore believed the rider might use Harry's grief over Sirius as a road deeper into the judgment than Harry could survive. The realization felt like betrayal, even though it was only analysis. Hermione saw something change in his face and said quickly, "Please don't do this." Ron didn't say please. Ron said, "If you go, I'm coming." Harry almost told him no on instinct. Then Bellatrix moved again in his senses, and all instinct narrowed to one thing. "I need to remember it," Harry said. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. He heard how it sounded, didn't care. "If it happens," he went on, too fast now because once the truth started it wouldn't stop, "I need to be there for it, not wake up after, not get told what the rider did by someone else. Bellatrix, I need to know." Hermione stared as if the sentence had physically struck her. Ron looked sick. Dumbledore looked ancient. "There," Hermione said, voice low and breaking. "There it is. That's why you can't go." Harry turned on her. "Because I want to remember the person who murdered Sirius being judged." "Because you want to participate?" "Yes." The word tore out of him before caution could intervene. Silence followed. Harry's chest heaved once, twice. The ring was incandescent now, heat traveling up the bones of his arm. No one moved. He forced himself to keep speaking because the damage was already done. "Yes," he said again, quieter, worse somehow for being quieter. "I want to be there. I want to see her face. I want to know she understands why." He swallowed hard enough to hurt. "I'm tired of waking up afterward to be told justice happened somewhere else in my body." Hermione's eyes were bright with tears now, but what frightened Harry was not grief, it was recognition. She believed him completely, and believed that wanting this might destroy him. Dumbledore made the choice then, not permission, not assent, containment disguised as compromise. "If Bellatrix has become this distinct, we may be able to trace her," he said. "Under controlled conditions." Hermione rounded on him. "Controlled, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said, and something in his tone made even her stop. "Our alternatives are not good ones." That was true. Bellatrix alive and active, while Harry's connection to her sharpened by the hour, was not a problem that improved if everyone simply wished harder for restraint. Hermione knew it too. That was what made her look for a second, as though she might hate them both. Harry almost apologized, almost. Instead he asked, how Dumbledore's eyes returned to him. By allowing the rider's senses to bleed into yours in a limited trance, not pursuit by rage, tracking by discipline. Hermione made a helpless sound. That is not better. No, Dumbledore said, but it is less bad. They did not move that night. That, too, was Dumbledore's choice. Not because Bellatrix was unimportant, because he knew Harry well enough to understand that immediate motion, with the scent so fresh and the wound of Sirius wide open under it, would almost certainly end in fire before they reached the door. So they prepared instead. Preparation, in Grimmauld Place, had become a series of rituals performed by people who knew rituals no longer guaranteed control, but needed the shape of effort anyway. Moody checked portkeys and escape routes. Kingsley was summoned through the flue, and arrived carrying the sort of calm that always made Harry think of an iron bar cooled in water. Not gentle, but tempered. Lupin laid out maps of suspected safe houses, old Lestrange properties, abandoned ministry caches, and rumored temporary cells used by Death Eater splinter groups moving in and out of London. Hermione filled 6 pages with notes on infernal recursion, trauma triggers, and what she called soul balance destabilization, which was almost certainly her way of not writing Bellatrix might break you from the inside. Ron sharpened his wand in the purely theatrical manner of someone who knew wands could not be sharpened, and did it anyway, because his hands needed a job. Harry sat through all of it with the feeling of a storm held in human shape. The worst part was the trance training. Dumbledore took him to the attic room at the top of Grimmauld, the one with the least emotional traffic and the thickest protective layering. It smelled of dust, old trunks, and old spells. Moonlight came through a single warped pane enough to turn the floorboards silver. Sit, Dumbledore said. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor. The old wizard remained standing for a moment, studying him. You understand, he said, that what we attempt now is not mastery. Harry let out a breath through his nose. You're really committed to making everything sound ominous. Dumbledore's mouth twitched faintly. That is because everything is ominous. Harry almost smiled. It vanished when Dumbledore knelt opposite him and laid a shallow brass bowl between them. Water in it reflected moonlight in a smooth, dark oval. Clumency, the old wizard said, is often misunderstood as barricade alone. In truth, it is selective architecture. The ability to open one corridor without collapsing the house. Harry looked at the bowl. And if the house is already on fire, Dumbledore's gaze held his, then one opens the corridor very carefully. They worked for nearly an hour. Harry expected force. Instead, Dumbledore insisted on something far worse. Stillness, not suppression, not fighting the spirit, making room without surrendering the center. It felt impossible at first. Every time he reached toward Bellatrix's scent, anger surged with it, and the rider surged under the anger like a beast using the same leash from the other side. Again, breathe, name yourself, name the room, name what is present, not Bellatrix first. Harry first. When it worked, it was awful. For one terrible sliver of time, Harry let the rider's senses bleed into his own without triggering transformation. The world changed shape. Grimmauld Place disappeared not physically, but morally, dimming to a map of burdens and griefs. Far beyond it, through layers of city and night and shielding charms, burned a point of exquisite corruption. Bellatrix. She was east, then south. No direction meant less than attraction. In his human senses he could not have found her. In the riders she was a beacon of defilement. Harry jerked back hard enough to spill the brass bowl. Water spread across the floorboards. Dumbledore caught him by the shoulders before he could pitch over completely. You held it, the old wizard said. Harry's whole body shook. She's wrong. Dumbledore did not ask him to explain. There were some things language would only cheapen. By dawn they had enough, not certainty. Never that. But enough to narrow the likely location to a disused estate outside London. once tied to a pure-blood family bankrupted generations ago and recently warded in patterns Kingsley recognized as temporary but professional. Bellatrix was there, or had been there within hours. The question became whether they moved before she moved again. This time, no one could argue for waiting, not even Hermione. That frightened Harry most of all. They went at dusk the next day. Dumbledore, Kingsley, Lupin. Harry, Ron came anyway, of course he did. Harry discovered him not by sight, but because they reached the Portkey site, a wet patch of overgrown field behind an abandoned pump station. And the gilt profile of the area included one familiar shape, trying extremely hard to appear less guilty than sneaking out after a direct prohibition actually was. "You're behind the wall," Harry said without turning. There was a muffled curse. Then Ron emerged from behind the crumbling brick pump housing with all the dignity of a man who had planned 3 better entrances and been denied each by reality. Lupin closed his eyes. Kingsley muttered. Naturally. Dumbledore did not appear surprised. That was somehow more insulting than anger might have been. Harry should have told Ron to go back. Instead he said, "Hermione's going to kill you." Ron shrugged. "She said someone should make sure you came back." The sentence hit Harry hard enough he almost forgot to breathe. Dumbledore looked at Ron for a long, quiet moment. Then, because this was no longer a war that permitted adults, the luxury of pretending friendship was less operationally decisive than spells. The old wizard said only, "Stay behind, Harry, unless I tell you otherwise." Ron nodded as though this counted as victory. It probably did. The Portkey dropped them a quarter-mile from the safe house in a line of black hedges bordering a muddy lane. The estate itself rose beyond, once a gentleman's property and now a place old money had abandoned when decay became too visible to romanticize. A 3-story house of gray stone and boarded lower windows crouched under a darkening sky. The grounds had gone half wild. Yew hedges choked old paths. One fountain in the distance had cracked down the middle and was now home to nettles. Bellatrix's presence hit Harry so hard he stumbled to one knee in the wet grass. Not a mistake, not uncertainty. Her, the scar blazed. The ring went instantly white-hot. And alongside Bellatrix were 3 others, one dim, one middling, one only recently blooded enough to sting. But Bellatrix was all the house needed to be a furnace. "She's inside," Harry said through clenched teeth. Dumbledore's hand closed briefly over the back of Harry's neck, grounding him just enough to stop the immediate surge. "Do not go toward her," he said. Harry laughed once, broken. "That seems optimistic." The plan, such as it was, had become brutally simple. Dumbledore and Kingsley would breach the outer wards. Lupin would cover escape routes. Ron would stay with Harry just outside line of sight and keep him human long enough for the others to confirm Bellatrix's precise location and, if fortune favored them, isolate her from any hostages or shields. The plan lasted maybe 60 seconds. They reached the broken-side veranda under concealment. Kingsley had just begun stripping the first ward layer with elegant, fast wand work when Bellatrix laughed inside the house. Not spoke. Laughed. The sound came through old wood and shattered all pretense of distance. Harry went rigid. The Department of Mysteries crashed through him whole. The veil, Sirius falling, Bellatrix's triumphant face as she fled. Every carefully built wall Dumbledore had made him practice the night before became paper in rain. "No," Ron said sharply, hearing the breath change in him. Too late. Harry shoved past the veranda column and into the side hall before anyone caught his sleeve. "Harry!" He barely heard Ron. He barely heard himself. Bellatrix was above him, left corridor, 2nd floor, the scent of her a wound dragged open room by room. The house lights were low, most windows charmed dark. Dust sheets covered old furniture. Somewhere upstairs someone whimpered once and was silenced. Bellatrix laughed again. Harry hit the stairwell at a run. The scar split like a fault line. His glasses melted. The wand in his sleeve began to liquefy into iron. And then, because this mattered, because he had wanted it with all the worst parts of himself, the transformation hesitated, not failed. Hesitated. Harry held the threshold with both hands around it like a doorframe in a burning house. I need to remember. He did not say it aloud. He thought it with everything he had left. The rider surged through him anyway, but this time Harry did not vanish cleanly beneath it. He remained at the seam, inside the fire. Present enough to feel the leather char into place over skin, the ring split into chain, the skull flame rising over bone while some last human thread stayed tied around the center of perception. It was agony and triumph. And the stupid, terrible fulfillment of exactly what Hermione had feared. Harry reached Bellatrix's corridor as himself and not himself, and saw her at the far end beside a ruined drawing-room door, wand in hand. Black curls wild around a face transformed by delight the moment she recognized what was coming. "Potter," she breathed, not fear. Ecstasy. Of course. Of course, Bellatrix would meet judgment like a lover, curious whether it could finally be sharp enough. The rider crossed the hallway without speaking. Bellatrix fired 3 curses. One green, one red, one black enough that Harry's buried human mind recoiled on instinct. The rider took them all in hellfire and kept coming. Portraits along the corridor burst into flame without being consumed. The floorboards blackened under every step. Bellatrix laughed and laughed and laughed. "Oh, look at you," she cried. "What has the little hero become?" The chain lashed out. Bellatrix met it with a shrieking shield charm that shattered the corridor sconces and sent sparks raining through the dark. The impact flung her back 2 paces, but she landed light, balanced, still grinning. This was why dueling her had terrified grown aurors. Bellatrix Lestrange loved combat too much to be honest about danger. Pain only sharpened her. "You came for me," she said, and now there was something nearly tender in her madness. "Did you miss me that badly?" Harry, buried inside the rider, wanted to answer yes in the ugliest possible language. The spirit had no interest in conversation. It seized her by the wrist on the next exchange and slammed her into the wall hard enough to crack plaster. Ugh! Bellatrix bared her teeth at the burning skull inches from her face. Then the Penance Stare began, and nothing happened, not exactly nothing. But not what had happened to Vane, the Auror, or Lucius. Bellatrix did not scream. She convulsed once, eyes blown wide. Not with remorse, not with shattered self-recognition, but with an appalling depthless delight as the stare went looking for conscience and found labyrinths built to rout suffering outward forever. Harry felt it then because he had forced himself to remain present. The stare could not get traction on Bellatrix the way it did on ordinary guilt. There was too little friction, too little shame, too little buried human horror at what she had done. Bellatrix had metabolized cruelty into identity years ago. There was no sealed chamber of regret to break open. The rider pushed deeper. That was the mistake, or the necessity, or both. Bellatrix's eyes locked with the flaming skulls, and the stare went past memory into root. Harry felt the underworld open. Not metaphorically, not spiritually, in some vague way. Open. The corridor fell away. For one impossible instant he was no longer in the safe house at all, nor fully inside his own body. He was somewhere between the rider and Bellatrix, dragged along the chain of judgment into the place behind punishment, the place where guilt became landscape, black ground, red rivers, ash. The same horizonless, infernal waste Sirius had once crossed, though Harry did not know that and would not for a long time. Bellatrix stood in it, opposite the rider not as a woman in robes, but as a shape woven from knives, blood ribbons, cracked laughter, and old aristocratic madness. Around her, the air was full of screams that had never become hers because she had always given them away to others. The rider dragged its chain through that place, and the ground itself howled. Bellatrix finally screamed, not from remorse, from being forced to feel without the usual ecstatic distance. Harry felt it too. Neville's parents, unnumbered victims, Cruciatus laid over faces until people became furniture, Sirius falling, his own hatred. All of it flooded through the open channel at once. The problem with judgment, Harry understood in one blinding, soul-deep second, was that it required relation. To punish Bellatrix fully, the spirit had to reach the part of reality she had severed from ordinary conscience. And to do that while using Harry as host meant dragging Harry's soul far too close to hers. He began to come apart, not body. Soul, the boundaries that told him where Harry ended and the rider began, and Bellatrix's damage was others started peeling away like wet paper in fire. He felt the spirit strain, not against Bellatrix now, but against the fact that punishing her cleanly might take the host with it. Far away through worlds, someone was screaming his name. Hermione, no, too distant. Too raw in a different register. Ron, the sound anchored nothing. Not enough. Bellatrix was still there in the underworld, writhing now, not laughing anymore, her shape cracking open where suffering finally found purchase. But the cost was catastrophic. Harry felt Sirius's death, Bellatrix's joy in it, Neville's pain, his own rage, and the spirit's ancient appetite for moral equivalence all folding into one unbearable point. Then another force entered, silver blue. Human, desperate, not infernal, not judicial, Hermione, he had no idea how. Later, he would learn she had come anyway, arriving with Moody and Arthur when the wards around the safe house broke badly enough to be felt back at Grimmauld, and had followed the magical rupture upstairs with every emergency severance charm she knew half-finished on her tongue. In the underworld space, what reached him was not Hermione exactly, but the shape of her refusal. "You are not what was done to you." The phrase hit like a thrown line over black water. Harry grabbed it, or the part of him still answerable to names did. The spirit recoiled half an inch, not surrender, but recalculation. Bellatrix's cracking soul shape lashed once more in the ash. The chain pulled. The underworld screamed. Then the connection tore. Harry woke in St. Mungo's to white light and silence so complete it felt hostile. For several seconds he thought he had gone blind. Then shapes resolved slowly. The outline of curtains charmed shut around a hospital bed, the high clean ceiling, the green glass potion lamp on the side table. His body felt both impossibly heavy and alarmingly distant, as if someone had rebuilt it around him from instructions left by a less careful architect. He tried to speak. Nothing came out. His throat worked anyway. A chair scraped. Hermione stood from beside the bed so abruptly she nearly knocked over a stack of books and potion vials. "Harry!" He knew her face. That seemed like useful information. She was pale enough to make the freckles over her nose stand out sharply. There were dark half-moons under her eyes, and one sleeve bore a burn mark near the cuff, as though she'd gotten too close to something hotter than she intended. Relief crossed her face so violently it looked like pain. Behind her, Ron lurched up from another chair, and Harry saw that his best friend looked worse in some ways. Less composed, more used up by fear than by lack of sleep. Dumbledore stood near the window, Lupin in the corner. A healer at the door who had clearly been pretending not to listen, and now had no excuse left. Harry opened his mouth again. The first sound that emerged was a rasp. Hermione grabbed the water glass and pressed it into his hands because she knew better than to fuss if a task would do. His fingers shook so badly she had to steady the bottom herself. He drank. Ash, there was always ash. "What happened?" he managed. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, not because she didn't know, because she did. "You've been unconscious for 2 days," Dumbledore said before anyone else could answer. Harry turned his head toward the old wizard with effort. "Bellatrix!" No one spoke. That answer was bad enough to make the room sway slightly. "Bellatrix," Harry repeated. This time it was Lupin. His voice had gone rough around the edges. "Alive." Harry stared at him. "Not present." Lupin amended carefully. "Not functional. St. Mungo's thinks magical coma is the nearest term." Images slammed back into Harry so hard he nearly dropped the glass. Ash plain, cracked laughter, the stare going too deep. The sensation of his own soul slipping. He looked down at his hands, still human. Mostly. The ring remained on his wrist, black as ever. The fracture mark on his forehead throbbed with a low, hot ache that made the edges of the room pulse faintly. "I remember," he whispered. That changed the room more than Bellatrix's condition had. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione's face went still. Dumbledore stepped forward one pace. "How much?" Harry almost said all of it. Not true. No human mind could retain the full texture of what the underworld had felt like without shattering. But enough. Enough to never again confuse the Penance Stare with simple punishment. Enough to know Bellatrix had not been able to be judged cleanly because there had been too little ordinary conscience left to hook the suffering to. Enough to know the rider had gone deeper and dragged Harry with it. Enough to know he had nearly not come back. "Too much," he said. That answer, too, was honest. Hermione sat again because her knees threatened otherwise. "I told you," she said, but the sentence broke apart on the way out and became something else. "I told you she would be different. No anger in it, only grief sharpened into retrospect." Harry looked at her and then away because he could see the memory in her face of whatever she had done to break the connection. That frightened him. Hermione did not usually look frightened by her own capabilities. "What did you do?" he asked. Hermione's hands tightened in her lap. "I found the bond line," Dumbledore spoke gently. "Miss Granger forced a severance across an infernal channel while it was active." The healer at the door made a tiny scandalized noise, as if someone had just described performing brain surgery with garden tools in a lightning storm. Harry stared at Hermione. "You did what?" Her chin lifted the way it always did when she expected to be told she'd been reckless and had already decided she'd do it again. "It was that, or let the connection keep pulling you through." Ron, still standing, said hoarsely, "You stopped breathing." Harry looked at him. For a second, the room narrowed to just that. Ron swallowed. "4," he started again. "Long enough." No one spoke. There are silences in hospitals unlike any others. Grimmauld silences were full of history. War room silences were full of calculation. Hospital silences were full of people editing truth into survivable portions. Harry put the glass down carefully. "I nearly died." Hermione's laugh was only one note away from a sob. "Yes." He should have said thank you first. Instead, what came out was, "And Bellatrix?" "Alive," Dumbledore repeated. As Remus said, not truly available to the world in any meaningful sense. Harry shut his eyes. He saw her there again, shape cracking under judgment, not breaking like Vane or Lucius, but imploding around an absence where remorse should have been. The stare had not punished her. It had hollowed her. Or perhaps revealed that hollowing had happened long ago and there was little left to do but witness it. "I still don't regret it," Harry said. The sentence fell into the room like a stone dropped through water. Hermione made a broken sound. Ron looked away first. Dumbledore did not look away at all. Harry opened his eyes because cowardice would have been worse now. "I nearly died," he said, voice rough but steadying as truth carried it, "and I still don't regret Bellatrix being stopped." Hermione stood up so abruptly her chair tipped over. The healer flinched toward the door and then thought better of interrupting. Hermione was crying now and too angry about it to wipe the tears away gently. "That's not the point." "No," Harry said. "I know." "Do you?" "Yes." The word came out harsher than he intended, and for half a second the ring warmed in ugly answer before cooling again. Harry lowered his voice by force. "Yes, I know the point is that it nearly took me with her. I know the point is that next time you might not be able to pull me back. I know the point is I wanted to remember, and I got what I wanted, and it was." He broke off because there wasn't a word for what it had been. Not in any language he owned. Hermione stared at him through tears and fury and terror. Then, because this was what made her brave in a way people often missed, she asked the real question anyway. "If it cost you your life," she said, "would you still say that?" The room went cold. Harry looked at her, at Ron, who had gone motionless. At Dumbledore, whose face had become that terrible calm thing it became only when he expected truth to wound everyone present. At Lupin, who looked like Sirius's name was walking around inside his chest with knives. Harry thought of Bellatrix's laughter, of Neville's parents, of the way her soul had looked from underneath all performance, not rich or brilliant or terrible in any grand mythic sense, just ruined to the root. And then he thought of Ron saying he was frightened for selfish reasons too. Of Hermione throwing herself into infernal severance because there had not been time to be wise. of Sirius choosing a weapon for him without permission because love, in this story as in all the others, kept arriving as trespass and rescue at once. "If it cost me them," Harry said slowly, "then no." Hermione's face crumpled in spite of herself. He went on before anyone could fill the silence badly. "If it had been just me," he shook his head once. "I don't know. Maybe yes, that's the problem, but if it cost Ron or Hermione or anyone else dragging me back from it, then no. I'm not letting Bellatrix keep taking people even from a hospital bed." That was the closest thing to mercy the room had heard all day. It did not make anyone feel better. Hermione sat down hard on the edge of the tipped chair instead of righting it. Ron scrubbed both hands over his face. Lupin looked briefly at the ceiling as if asking absent gods to note the effort and be generous in future. Dumbledore said, very quietly, "That distinction may yet save you." Harry laughed once. "That's optimistic." "No," said the old wizard, "it is observational." The cure attempt happened that evening, not the severance in the safe house. That had been emergency violence masquerading as rescue. This was worse, because it was deliberate. Hermione came back after visiting hours with 3 books, a sheaf of copied diagrams, and the expression of someone who had been making herself sick with theory, and had finally decided action would at least distribute the misery more evenly. Harry knew that expression. So did Ron. "Absolutely not," he said the moment she closed the curtains around the bed. Hermione looked at him like she would have preferred support, but had long since accepted Destiny's refusal to provide it. "I'm not asking. That's usually a sign you shouldn't be doing the thing. She nearly died yesterday," Ron said, pointing at Harry with the accusatory force of a man trying to keep all nouns straight. "You both nearly died, actually, in various exciting ways." Hermione set the books down. "I know." "No," Ron said. "I don't think you do, because if you did—" "Hermione." Harry cut in, because one thing he had learned in the last week was that if Ron and Hermione got properly started around an impossible problem, the argument itself would become a weather system. "What are you trying?" She went still, then honest. "I think," she said, "that the bond may still be partial enough to weaken if disrupted at the right seam." Harry stared. "You think?" "I don't know," she snapped, then visibly forced herself back into steadier voice. "No, I don't know. But I know what happened with Bellatrix means the rider has merged more deeply than before. If I wait until the next full catastrophe, I may not have another moment to intervene." There it was, not cure as clean restoration, surgery during active collapse. "You said separation might kill me." Hermione didn't lie. "It might." Ron made an outraged sound so strangled it barely counted as language. Harry looked at her for a long time. She looked back, no false hope in her face. No scholar's vanity. Just fear and responsibility and the terrible stubborn love of someone who would rather risk breaking a thing than watch it vanish while she held safer tools and did nothing. "All right," Harry said. Ron wheeled on him. "What? All right?" Hermione went pale. "Harry, you came in here planning it anyway," he said. "If I say no, you'll just wait until I'm weaker or until the next time I'm unconscious and then hate yourself while doing it." Hermione did not deny that. Ron looked between them both like he had wandered into a room where logic had recently died under suspicious circumstances. "This is mental," he said. "True," said Harry. "That's not the helpful part. The attempt nearly killed him. There was no elegant version of it." Hermione drew a circle in diluted silver potion around the bedframe and anchored it with 4 phrases from the older cursed texts translated into the plainest language she could manage. "Name the host. Name the burden. Distinguish the wound from the bearer. Refuse false union." She used Harry's blood for one sigil and apologized under her breath while doing it. Ron stayed because leaving would have been worse, though he radiated the sort of helpless rage hospitals were built to produce in people who loved without magical solutions. At first, nothing happened. Then Hermione spoke the severance phrase. The ring went white-hot. Harry screamed. Not because of pain in the usual sense. Because something fused beneath identity got told, very politely and very forcefully, to separate conceptually into components it no longer recognized as separate. The scar split with blinding heat. The iron band on his wrist glowed orange through black. For 1 second, Harry felt himself in two incompatible directions at once: Harry Potter in a hospital bed, and the rider as a vast shape recoiling from attempted exile. The room darkened. The potion lamps bent toward him as if ordinary fire were answering older command. Hermione shouted something, another phrase, a correction, a plea wrapped in spellcraft. The ring did not come off. Instead, it sank deeper, not physically below the skin, but into the meaning of him. Harry felt with nauseating certainty that the bond line she had tried to cut was no longer an attached cord. It had roots now, running through grief, through choice, through every judgment survived. The severance tore through those roots. Harry stopped hearing for several seconds. Ron was on his feet. Hermione's voice became only shape. The silver circle around the bed shattered outward like glass under a hammer. A bolt of hellfire struck the ceiling and spread there in branching light without consuming plaster. Then Dumbledore was in the room. Harry never saw him enter. 1 second he was drowning in the impossible demand to become divisible. The next, cool phoenix gold magic cut across the rupture and held it just wide enough for Hermione to pull back before the whole bond snapped, or ripped Harry through it. "Stop," Dumbledore said, not loud, absolute. Hermione dropped the wand as if her fingers had burned to it. The pressure vanished. Harry collapsed back against the pillows, lungs seizing, heart hammering, vision full of afterimages. Ring, fire, Ash Road, Hermione's face white with horror. Someone was saying his name. Ron, maybe? Then the healer alarms hit from the corridor and the room filled with people too late to matter. When Harry woke properly again, hours later, the first thing Hermione said was, "I'm sorry." The second thing she said was, "It's fused." No one contradicted her. That was answer enough. He did not speak for 2 days after Bellatrix, not because he couldn't, because anything he might say felt either too small or too sharp. Sunt. Mungos shifted around him in white curtains and careful healer shoes. Potions came and went. Diagnostic charms were tried and set aside. Official explanations used phrases like magical shock, curse feedback, severe soul strain, and anomalous possession resistance, all of which meant no one here knew what to call the thing trying to inhabit categories it had never agreed to. Ron visited and did not force talk. Hermione visited and spoke only when necessary, which somehow hurt worse than tears might have. Dumbledore came less often but for longer. Sitting in the chair near the window and reading letters he didn't always answer, as though simply occupying the room counted as a form of apology. Lupin brought silence and the smell of rain and old wool. Once he set a photograph of Sirius on the side table and said nothing about it. Harry left it there. On the second evening, Neville came. Harry had not expected that. Neville looked older than he had at school and younger than any of them ought to have looked in wartime, both at once. His hands were shaking when he first took the seat by the bed, but his eyes were steady. For a minute neither boy spoke. Then Neville said, "I heard what happened to her." Harry looked at him. He did not ask which her. Neville's mouth tightened. "Everyone's pretending not to say it clearly." Harry's voice, when it came, sounded rusted. "I nearly died." Neville nodded. "I know, no condemnation, no gratitude, just knowledge." Harry stared at the blanket over his knees. "I don't regret that she's gone." Neville was quiet a long time. Then he said, "Neither do I." The words did not absolve anything. They did not need to. There are some truths that do not improve when made nobler than they are. Neville stood to leave a few minutes later and paused at the door. "For what it's worth," he said without turning back, "wanting someone stopped isn't the same as wanting to become the thing that stops them." Then he was gone. Harry lay awake a long time after that, hearing the sentence from 10 different angles and finding no safe place inside it. On the morning of the third day, Hermione came in with books under one arm and the look of someone who had rebuilt herself enough to function but not enough to pretend. She sat, waited. Harry looked at her, then at the window, then back again. The room held still. Finally, he said the first words he had offered anyone since the severance failed. "I still don't regret it." Hermione closed her eyes. Ron, asleep in the chair and not really asleep, made a small broken sound like a laugh had fallen down the stairs and come up wrong. No one argued. No one could. Because Bellatrix Lestrange was gone in every way that mattered to the war. Because Harry still had a pulse. Because the rider had gone too deep and come back with pieces of the underworld still clinging to the edges of his mind. Because Hermione's cure had failed not from poor theory, but because there was no longer a clean edge between host and spirit to cut along. The point had changed. They all knew it. Not cure now, control. Coexistence, survival. Harry looked down at the ring on his wrist. It looked the same. That felt like mockery. He lifted his eyes to Hermione's face. "We have to figure out how this works," he said. Hermione swallowed hard. "Yes, not how to tear it out." Another pause, then quietly, "Yes." Ron sat up fully at last, rubbing sleep from his eyes, though none of them believed he'd been unconscious. "Well," he said hoarsely, "that sounds absolutely awful." For the first time since the safe house, Harry almost smiled, almost. The expression faded when the scar pulsed, not with Bellatrix now. That wound had gone strangely quiet, as if one impossible beacon had finally burned out. No, this was something else. Fainter, older, wrong in a different register. Somewhere something cut from soul was waiting to be found. Hermione saw his face change. "What?" Harry turned toward the window, though the sensation came from no physical direction at all. "I think," he said slowly, "it can smell them." Ron frowned. "Smell what?" Harry looked at his ring, at the fracture mark reflected dimly in the glass, at the life he had already lost, and the stranger road now opening under all of them. "Horcruxes," he said, and for the first time since Bellatrix had almost dragged him into hell with her, the future moved. Bellatrix's silence changed the shape of the war. Not publicly at first. Publicly, Britain did what Britain always did when reality became too large and too embarrassing to address directly. It lied, delayed, editorialized, and split itself into camps of outrage, depending on which version of the truth hurt least to repeat at dinner. The prophet called Bellatrix Lestrange incapacitated by unknown dark backlash. The ministry used the phrase ongoing magical coma and forbade further speculation in tones that only encouraged more. Conspiracy theorists flourished. So did frightened parents. So did men in robes who had spent years insisting history was a closed book, and were now discovering history had reopened and set the margins on fire. But privately, inside the Order, inside the circles Dumbledore had not yet fully explained to Harry, inside the bones of everyone who had watched him come within inches of being lost. Bellatrix's fall marked the end of one question, and the start of another. The first question had been, can this be removed? The second was far worse. How do we live with it? Hermione made the change first, not because she wanted to. Because reality, in the end, had pinned her against a wall and forced the concession out of her. Harry saw it in the way she entered his St. Mungo's room on the fourth morning after the failed severance. Not with fewer books, because Hermione Granger would have arrived carrying books if the apocalypse itself had needed indexing, but with a different face behind them. Less frantic, more focused. The fear was still there. The fear would stay. But beneath it now was a harder thing, adaptation. She shut the door behind her, charmed it privately with 3 layers of silencing, because hospital confidentiality meant very little once the patient in question had become a political category, and set a stack of parchment on the bed. Harry, propped against too many pillows and still not fully accustomed to how weak his body felt after almost having his soul peeled sideways, looked at the pages without enthusiasm. "That's a lot of bad news," he said. Hermione sat. "Some of it is medium news." "That's your way of saying it's all bad." "It is not all bad." Ron, half dozing in the chair by the window with a chocolate frog wrapper stuck to one sleeve, cracked one eye open. "I'm going to regret being awake for this, aren't I?" "Yes," said Hermione and Harry together. Ron let the eye close again. "Thought so." Hermione pulled the top page free. Harry braced himself for diagrams of bond lines and infernal anchors and apologetic scholarship on why the last attempt to save him had nearly ended in formaldehyde. Instead, the heading on the parchment read, in Hermione's tight, furious handwriting, "Coexistence/control frameworks." Harry blinked. Then he looked up at her. Hermione held his gaze. There are moments in long friendships when no dramatic speech is needed because the concession itself is the speech. Harry understood at once what it had cost her to write those words instead of another page labeled severance or reversal or extraction. "You've changed your mind," he said. "No," Hermione answered immediately. "I've changed the order of operations." That was so exactly Hermione that even in his condition, Harry almost laughed. "Meaning," she said, voice getting more steady as theory gave her something to grip, "that I do not currently believe a full separation attempt can be made safely. Not with the bond this integrated. Not after Bellatrix. So until that changes, we stop behaving as though every day is a waiting room for a cure and start figuring out how to keep you alive, conscious, and you." Harry looked at the parchment again. Coexistence? The word felt like agreeing to live in a house built around a fault line because the crack had already become load-bearing. Ron sat up properly now, rubbing his face. "That sounds sensible," he said warily, "which makes me think it's going to be appalling." Hermione ignored him and slid the first sheet over. She had organized everything. Of course she had. Columns, headings, cross-references, observations drawn from every transformation so far. Trigger categories, duration estimates, residual symptoms. Cases in which the rider had acted and cases in which it had withheld. Underlined 3 times at the bottom of the second sheet, the spirit appears to detect deliberately fractured soul magic as both guilt and violation. Harry stared at the line. Then at Dumbledore, who had entered at some point during Hermione's explanation with the unnerving timing of a man who either had impeccable instinct or had simply never stopped listening from the corridor. The old wizard came to the bedside and read the line too. His expression altered by degrees. "That," he said softly, "is an extremely important inference." Hermione's jaw tightened with the brief savage satisfaction of being taken seriously by the most dangerous scholar in the room. "It's more than an inference. Bellatrix changed something." Harry said afterward the scar reacted differently when he started to feel them. "Them?" Harry asked. Hermione tapped the parchment. "Horcruxes." The word settled over the room like black dust. Even now Dumbledore had not explained everything. Harry knew enough to know Voldemort had torn his soul in ways ordinary dark wizards found obscene, had hidden parts of himself in objects, had made death into architecture. But the details remained half-disclosed, perhaps because Dumbledore still believed some information was best given only when strategically unavoidable. Harry was growing less patient with that philosophy by the day. Still, he understood enough to feel the significance of the word landing now beside the rider's instincts. Ron frowned. "You think the thing in Harry can sniff them?" Hermione looked at him. "That is not the technical language I would use." "Yeah, but is it right?" She hesitated, then nodded once. Harry felt the room tighten. The old wizard moved to the end of the bed and folded his hands behind his back. "When Tom Riddle split his soul," he said, "he committed an act so violently unnatural that ordinary dark magic was bent into a parody of immortality. The spirit within Harry may interpret such fragmentation as a compound offense." "Compound offense," Ron repeated. "Brilliant, it's a cop now." Harry ignored him because the scar had begun to pulse, not with the sharp heat of approaching guilt, but with something fouler and colder. Bellatrix had smelled like joyful corruption. This was different. Deader, like murder bottled and left to ferment. He turned his head slowly toward the window even though direction had nothing to do with it. "Hermione?" "Yes, I can feel one." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened at once. "Now." Harry swallowed. "Not close, but yes." The silence that followed was not the frightened kind. It was the kind silence becomes when everyone in the room understands that the board has just changed and the pieces are not where they thought they were. St. Mungo's discharged him 2 days later under strict orders, 6 potions, and enough formal paperwork to make clear the institution hoped desperately never to be asked to classify what had actually happened. Dumbledore brought him back to Grimmauld under heavier concealments than usual. The house received him like an old wound receiving weather, resentful, familiar, incapable of refusing. Molly cried. Ginny hugged him hard and fast and didn't mention the ring or the scar once, which made her the only person in the house other than Ron capable of granting him something like normality without pretending nothing was wrong. Lupin pressed a hand briefly to Harry's shoulder and looked relieved enough that Harry realized the man must have expected, in some ugly, quiet place in himself, to eventually attend another funeral. Hermione began work immediately. Control, it turned out, looked less like spells and more like habit. She built him routines with the grim precision of someone trying to give architecture to a coastline during erosion. Grounding protocols, signal phrases, trance exercises adapted from Dumbledore's occlumency drills, but stripped of anything that smelled too much like surrender. Ron's job, once it became impossible to stop him volunteering for one, was to act as disruption. Jokes, arguments, physical interruption, anything likely to snag Harry's human self before the rider could drag him too far below. Ginny called it being an aggressively annoying tether. Ron took that as praise. For the first 3 days, nothing worked very well. Harry could enter the light trance Dumbledore had taught him and let the rider's senses bleed into his own. But doing so felt like lowering his face toward a furnace and hoping to distinguish shapes in the fire without accidentally stepping in. Sometimes he found only noise. London, guilt, the ordinary petty moral dirt of a country in wartime. Sometimes he found the sick, dead stench of soul damage so sharply it made him retch into a wash basin while Hermione took frantic notes, and Ron swore sympathy at the basin itself, as though insulting porcelain might help. They learned quickly that ordinary guilt and Horcrux stench were not the same. Ordinary guilt had texture, degree, circumstance. Horcruxes smelled wrong in principle. They were not simply evil. Evil at least remained in relationship to personhood. Horcruxes smelled like the afterimage of a murder that had refused to end when the body died. Murder made permanent. Intention fossilized into magical objecthood. The spirit reacted to them with something beyond anger or revulsion. Something closer to offended metaphysics. The first time Harry managed to hold that sensation without vomiting or slipping toward transformation, Dumbledore asked him to describe it. Harry sat on the attic floor with his eyes closed, Hermione and Ron flanking him, Dumbledore standing just beyond the protective chalk circle because none of them were foolish enough to pretend circles actually solved anything, but all of them needed the symbolism anyway. "It's," Harry said slowly, feeling for words that would not cheapen it. "Like rot that remembers being a person. No one spoke," he went on, because stopping would have made it worse. Not just death. Not even murder exactly, like someone stabbed the world in one place and then refused to let the whole heal. Dumbledore inhaled very softly, Hermione's quill scratched. Ron, from Harry's right, said, "That's disgusting. Helpful, but disgusting." Harry opened his eyes. The ring on his wrist was warm but not burning. For the first time since Bellatrix, he felt something besides fear when looking at it. Purpose. He hated how much relief that gave him, because this, at least, was external. Not a corrupt aura, not an argument about deserved punishment, not Draco spared or Narcissa shielded by love. Horcruxes were simpler in one brutal way. They were not people. They were atrocities made into containers. The rider hated them cleanly. That meant Harry could too. Dumbledore saw the thought move across his face. "You understand the danger in this?" Harry gave him a flat look. "You're going to have to narrow down which danger?" That certainty is easier when the target is less visibly human. Harry almost said good, stopped himself. That mattered too. Instead, he asked, "Can you just tell me where you think they are?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Of course he didn't. Harry felt anger rise, old and immediate, at the old man's reflexive instinct to portion knowledge out like medicine to a child who might misuse the bottle. Hermione is using words like coexistence, Harry said, voice sharpening. Ron is apparently my emergency leash, and I nearly got dragged into hell trying to judge Bellatrix. You do not still get to act as if I'm too young for the full problem. That landed. Hermione stopped writing. Ron sat up straighter. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, quiet moment, and in that look, Harry saw some old internal war the man kept mostly hidden. Protection against trust, strategy against honesty. It tired Harry suddenly to realize how often adults treated those as the same question. At present, Dumbledore said at last, there are objects I strongly suspect and objects I have near confirmed. The locket once belonging to Salazar Slytherin is one, a cup once in the possession of Helga Hufflepuff another. Harry blinked. The Founders? Yes. Ron let out a low whistle. Subtle bloke, Voldemort. Harry ignored him. And you think I can track them? Dumbledore's eyes dropped briefly to the ring. I think the spirit can smell them, and you may learn to ask in a controlled enough manner to survive the answer. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. That sounds reassuring. No, Dumbledore said. It sounds true. The locket came first because it screamed. That was Harry's description anyway, once they got close enough for the metaphor to stop feeling melodramatic and start feeling inadequate. The search led them through a rotten little lattice of ministry rumors, old Black family references, and Dumbledore's own suspicions, until they reached a disused cave-side cache near the coast that had once, many decades earlier, been used for smuggling cursed goods before becoming too compromised to remain fashionable among serious criminals. The cave was not the cave from another life. That secret remained Dumbledore's burden still. This was smaller, secondary. A transfer point or holding site, perhaps, used by Voldemort or one of his intermediaries under the assumption that fearsome things were safest in ugly places. Harry knew they were right before they even saw the sea. The whole day smelled of it, not constantly. In pulses. Waves of dead-soul wrongness that rode under the salt wind and made the scar tighten every time the path dipped lower toward the cliffs. Hermione, who had insisted on coming despite every practical reason to remain behind, walked 2 paces to Harry's left with the furious concentration of a scholar escorting a bomb she personally loved too much to leave unsupervised. Ron kept to Harry's right, not speaking often, just enough. Dumbledore led, Kingsley brought the rear. By the time they reached the narrow cave mouth cut into the black rock above the tide line, Harry's skin felt too tight. It's in there, he said. Dumbledore's expression told him the old wizard had never really doubted it once Harry's senses aligned this clearly. Still, hearing it spoken was its own kind of confirmation. Wards fell in layers. Old, clever, ugly ones, blood recognition, anti-theft triggers, compulsion traps woven into the stone so seamlessly that Kingsley nearly stepped into one before Hermione hissed him back by the sleeve. Harry felt each spell as sour static around the central offense, lesser filths orbiting the true abomination like flies around a carcass. The chamber within was small and dry and too carefully untouched. A stone pedestal stood in the center. On it rested the locket. Slytherin's emblem gleamed dark gold in the wandlight. The metal was beautiful in the way poisonous snakes were beautiful, symmetrical, ancient, self-important. If Harry had not known better, he might once have thought it only an heirloom. The spirit nearly broke his teeth trying to get at it. Harry doubled over. Ron grabbed his arm instantly. "Mate, it's fine," Harry lied through clenched jaw. Hermione took one look at his face and said, "No, it isn't." Dumbledore approached the pedestal more cautiously than he had approached Death Eaters in battle. That told Harry all he needed to know about the object before them. There may be defensive manifestations, Dumbledore said. Horcruxes often resist destruction with whatever emotional leverage they can produce. The locket pulsed in answer, as though hearing him. Harry hated it on sight, not because it was ugly, because it was intimate. The sort of object made to sit near skin, near heartbeat, near the vulnerable, ordinary trust of a neck offered to ornament. Murder should not live in something meant to be worn. "How do we destroy it?" Ron asked. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry stared back. No, a pause. Then Dumbledore inclined his head. Not by forcing you. Harry did not thank him. The old man had not earned gratitude for this particular mercy. Hermione stepped closer to the pedestal, but not too close. If the spirit interprets it as concentrated murder soul, then conventional destruction might not be enough. It may require judgment rather than breakage. Harry felt the truth of that before she finished speaking. The locket did not want to be smashed. It wanted to be disproven. The rider understood exactly how. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, can you hold the threshold? Harry looked at the locket. The room narrowed around it. The dead smell became a voice without words. Murder, vanity, splitting, preservation at any cost. He looked at Ron, at Hermione. Then down at the ring. Yes, he said, not because he was certain, but because if he said no, the object would remain there screaming wrongness into the world, and the rider inside him would spend every hour after clawing at the walls of his skin until it reached it anyway. They prepared quickly. Hermione drew a secondary grounding circle around Harry and anchored it with the same phrases as before, modified now not for severance, but for return. Ron took position within arm's reach. Dumbledore and Kingsley stood by the pedestal, ready to move if the locket tried any external defense. The sea boomed faintly outside the cave mouth, a sound like some huge, slow thing turning over in sleep. Harry stepped to the edge of the circle and reached, not with his hand, with the rider. The transition hurt less than Bellatrix and more than Diagon Alley. Enough of him and the spirit had learned each other's edges by now that crossing into partial form felt like sliding a knife into an old scar instead of making a new wound. Hellfire traced under his skin. The fracture mark lit. Chains spilled from the ring in one dark line and wrapped his forearm. The locket reacted at once. It opened. No clasp touched it. No fingers. The metal simply peeled apart like an eye deciding to look back. Inside was not a compartment but an absence. A mouth. A soul splinter revealed as green-black smoke and whispers that wore human language badly. Harry heard his own voice. Then Sirius's. Then Ginny crying. Then Hermione saying his name in exactly the tone she'd used after the failed severance. The Horcrux used memory as bait because all fractured things assumed everyone else would answer to fracture too. The rider was unimpressed. The chain lashed out and wrapped the opened locket. The cave shook. For one impossible second, Harry saw both the chamber and the underworld space between, a seam ripping open only as far as necessary. The soul shard inside the locket did not become a snake or a phantom or some dramatic shadow version of Tom Riddle. It became what it really was, a torn piece. A shrieking sliver of selfhood that had survived murder by refusing to remain whole enough for death. The rider dragged it into judgment. The sound it made was less scream than protest, like a law being informed the universe would not honor it after all. Then it vanished, not cracked, not broken into fragments. Gone. One moment the locket existed. The next, there was only chain wrapped around empty air and a circle of ash on the stone pedestal where the object had been. Harry fell to both knees. Hermione's hand hit his shoulder an instant later. Ron grabbed his other arm. Dumbledore was saying something, his name, probably, but the cave had gone very far away, because the destruction had cost something, not blood. Not visible flesh, memory, small, precise. He knew it the way you know a tooth is missing with your tongue before you ever see the gap in a mirror. Something from his childhood had gone, not all of it, not a major anchor, just gone, a summer afternoon. Mrs. Figg's cabbage smell maybe, or Dudley chasing him with a stick when they were 7. No, something more ordinary. Something so ordinary he might never have cherished it, and now could not retrieve it even knowing it had once belonged to him. Harry gasped and clutched his head. Hermione knelt in front of him at once. What? He couldn't answer for a second then. It took something. Dumbledore went very still. Describe? I can't. Harry's voice cracked. That's the point. Ron looked from one to the other in growing alarm. What does that mean? Hermione's face drained of color as she understood first. Balance. Harry looked at her, almost furious. What? She swallowed hard. If the rider is erasing a soul fragment from the world through you, through your bond, through your memory map, through all the ways it's using you as access, then it may be equalizing. Her eyes filled with horror at her own conclusion. Taking something back! Ron swore viciously. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, and in that second Harry hated him more than he had in months. Not because the old man had caused it directly, but because he was not surprised enough. He had suspected cost. Of course he had. Dumbledore always suspected cost. He just rarely had to be the one paying it in real time. "We stop," Hermione said at once. Harry laughed once, hollow with exhaustion. "We can't!" No one contradicted him, because the cup remained, because Voldemort remained. Because certainty, once again, was easier when the target was less visibly human. And because Harry, even through the fresh panic of missing memory, still did not regret the locket being gone. That might have been the ugliest truth of all. The cup followed within a week, not because they were reckless, because the rider made long hunts impossible now. Once it had the scent of a Horcrux fully, it did not let go. The cup haunted Harry's senses day and night. Fainter than the locket had been at close range, but cleaner somehow, sharper. Because it sat not in wild coastal traps, but in vault-made security and old goblin wards that had spent centuries believing themselves answer enough to all mortal appetites. Gringotts had never imagined they would one day be insulting a spirit of vengeance by storing murder in Founderera silverwork. The cup was in a private Lestrange vault annex, not the deepest part of the bank, but deep enough that ordinary theft would have been folly even if Harry's life had not already become too absurd for ordinary crime. Dumbledore arranged what he always arranged: accesses, distractions, quiet indebted favors, a route through old agreements that did not require full daylight robbery, but came close enough that Harry suspected the goblins involved were choosing between outrage and the prospect of never again sharing magical space with the object once they learned what it was. The moment Harry crossed Gringotts' lower threshold, he knew the cup did not scream like the locket. It hissed, a hot, constant, aristocratic corruption. Murder dressed for dinner, violence made decorative, something about that offended the rider even more deeply. Hufflepuff's relic, made for loyalty, hospitality, inheritance of craft and table and community, turned into a soul vessel for a man who could not imagine any beautiful object not becoming a mirror for himself. Harry's scar burned from the first descending cart. The vault door opened on command, an old compromise. Inside lay gold, heirlooms, spellwork, and at the center on a stone plinth the cup. It was smaller than he expected. That made him despise it more. A little thing, really. 2 handles, fine engraving, rich enough to be coveted, intimate enough to be held. Another object designed for human nearness and poisoned by monstrous intent. "Quickly," the goblin liaison said from the corridor without crossing the threshold. His expression suggested that, if the cup had been sitting atop a dragon egg, he would still have preferred not to stand in the same room with it another second. "Do what must be done," Hermione, beside Harry, whispered. "That's the closest any goblin has ever come to sounding like he wants us to commit sacrilege faster." Ron muttered, "Fair enough." Harry stepped forward. This time the circle was smaller, the method cleaner. They had learned from the locket. The spirit needed less invitation now when the target was Horcrux stench and not human guilt. That should have reassured him. It didn't. The transformation threshold came fast and controlled. Ring to chain, fire under skin. Human sight doubled with the infernal overlay. He held enough of himself this time to remain standing fully when the cup opened inward, not physically like a lid, but morally, revealing the void splinter nested inside it. The chain took it. Again the underworld seam ripped. Again the soul fragment was dragged through judgment. Again the world declared a murder permanent, and the rider replied no. The cup vanished. And when Harry came back to himself in the vault with Ron gripping his elbow and Hermione already checking his pupils and Dumbledore looking 10 years older in the span of a breath, he knew at once what had been taken. Not a childhood memory this time, something worse. A feeling. The exact warmth of the first Christmas he'd spent at Hogwarts when he'd woken to presents at the end of the bed and discovered, for the first time in his life, what it felt like to be expected by joy. He remembered the scene. He remembered the facts, but the warmth itself had gone dim. Like hearing music described accurately by someone who can no longer hear it, Harry went cold. Hermione saw it before he spoke. "What now?" he swallowed. A feeling. Her face broke. Ron's grip tightened painfully on his arm. "No." Dumbledore's eyes shuttered with that expression Harry had come to despise, the one that meant he was already converting pain into strategic reckoning because there was not time to do anything else. "2 Horcruxes destroyed," the old wizard said quietly. Harry turned to him with something very close to hatred. "Yes," he said. "And what did you think it would cost me by the end?" Dumbledore did not defend himself. That almost made it worse. The goblin at the door shifted uneasily, clearly aware he was in the presence of some family argument conducted at the altitude of damnation and wishing the vault floor would swallow him. Hermione stepped between Harry and Dumbledore, not dramatically, just enough. "Not here," she said, voice shaking but firm. Harry looked at her, then at Ron, then back down at the black ring on his wrist. 2 Horcruxes gone, 2 pieces of him dimmed or taken, not enough to break him. Yet, that word followed them all the way back to Grimmauld Place. That night, after the vault, Harry stood alone in the bathroom on the 3rd floor and tried to remember the feeling of that first Hogwarts Christmas. He could remember the presents, the Weasley jumper, the invisibility cloak, the surprise of it. The almost painful disbelief when he'd realized there were more things at the foot of his bed than there should have been, because somewhere out in the castle and the world beyond it, people had thought of him while he slept. He remembered all of that, but the warmth was faded, not erased. Not entirely. Just farther away now, as though a sheet of smoked glass had been placed between him and his own past. He stared at himself in the mirror, the fracture mark, the eyes too old, the iron ring. He looked like someone who had started paying for victory in currency no one had agreed to use. The bathroom door creaked. Ron leaned in without knocking fully, because etiquette had become less rigid since the day Harry nearly caught fire in the front drawing room while the Minister of Magic discussed public safety like it was a spreadsheet. "You all right?" Harry nearly said yes. "Didn't?" "No." Ron nodded once as if this, too, was expected. He came in and leaned against the sink beside him, looking not at Harry but at the mirror, which made honesty easier. "Hermione's in the library trying to prove it won't keep getting worse," Ron said. "That sounds optimistic." "No, that sounds like Hermione." Harry let out a breath that might have been the first hint of a laugh all day. "It died fast." "I can remember it," he said after a moment. "I just can't feel it properly." Ron's jaw tightened. "I know. You think you're subtle?" Ron asked. "You've been looking at people all evening like you're trying to work out if you still belong on the same side of the glass as them." That was so uncomfortably accurate, Harry had no defense. Ron continued, quieter now. "You do, by the way." Harry looked at him. Ron met his eyes in the mirror. "Before you say something tragic and stupid." "I wasn't going to." "Liar." Harry looked away first. The ring sat black against porcelain-white sink light. For one awful second he wondered what else it would eventually ask in payment. Then he corrected himself. "Not ask. Take." Ron followed the direction of his gaze. "We'll work it out." Harry said the obvious. "You don't know that?" "Nope." "Helpful." Ron shrugged. "Didn't say I'd be good at speeches, just that we'll work it out. There are comforts that come from certainty and comforts that come from refusal to abandon." Ron specialized in the second kind. Harry leaned on that more than he wanted to admit. After Ron left, Harry stayed in the bathroom another 5 minutes staring at his reflection until the face in the glass felt sufficiently his again to return downstairs. In the library, Hermione was indeed hunched over 3 books and a stack of notes, hair halfway to escaping every pin and braid she'd attempted to use against it. She looked up when he entered. Her eyes flicked at once to his expression, searching for the degree of damage. Harry, because he had no desire to make the room worse than it already was, crossed to the table and sat. "What have you got?" Hermione stared at him for half a second as if the question itself was mercy. Then she turned one page toward him. "Not proof," she said, "but maybe pattern." He read. Her notes were meticulous, as always. The locket had taken an ordinary memory. The cup had taken emotional immediacy attached to an early belonging memory, different in content, similar in function. She had circled and underlined the conclusion so many times the parchment was nearly worn through. The cost appears to target attachment, memory texture, or emotional continuity, not random cognitive damage. Harry read it twice, then a third time. What does that mean? Hermione's fingers curled around the quill. It means the rider, or whatever cosmic accounting is happening through the rider, may be paying the cost out of the things that make you most strongly yourself across time. He looked up slowly. Hermione's face was pale but steady. Not because it's trying to erase you. Maybe because those are the parts of a soul most usefully equivalent to what's being destroyed. Ron, entering mid-sentence with a plate of toast he had presumably bullied out of the kitchen, stopped dead. "I'm sorry, what?" "No," Harry said at once. Hermione's eyes filled with grief because she knew the refusal meant the theory had landed close enough to hurt. "No," Harry repeated, softer. "No, it can't." "It may," she said, not cruel, not yielding, "which means we don't proceed blindly from here." Dumbledore, somewhere beyond the library door, did not enter. Harry knew he was there anyway. Knew, too, that the old wizard had heard enough to understand the magnitude of the shift. 2 Horcruxes down, the hunt faster than anyone outside this room could imagine. And now a cost no prophecy had warned them about because prophecy was never interested in subtler mutilations. Harry looked at the notes, at the ring, at Hermione and Ron, and the room that had become command center, infirmary, and confessional all in one. Then he said the only thing still certain enough to say. "We keep going." Ron stared at him as if daring him to be joking. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, there was no agreement in them, no acceptance, only love forced to coexist with horror and still remain useful. "Yes," she said quietly, "but not the same way." The room held its breath. Outside, Grimmauld Place groaned in its sleep. Inside it, the war had just become a calculation between destroyed fragments of Voldemort's soul and slowly dimming fragments of Harry's own. And none of them, not Harry, not Hermione, not Ron, not the old strategist in the hall pretending not to listen, could yet say how much would be left when the arithmetic ended. After the cup, Grimmauld Place became a house of subtraction. No one said it that way. No one would have. The people inside number 12 still moved, still argued, still boiled tea and carried maps and forgot to sleep and remembered too late to eat. On the surface, the house remained what it had always been in wartime, a headquarters trying to masquerade as a home. But Harry began noticing the missing things, not objects. He would have preferred objects, textures, edges, the shape of himself across time. He still remembered the first Hogwarts Christmas. He remembered the Weasley jumper, the little pile of gifts at the end of the bed, the cloak folded there as if secrets could arrive wrapped in ordinary fabric. He remembered lying still for half a second because no one had ever given him enough to require stillness first. He remembered all of it. But the warmth no longer rose to meet the memory. The feeling had thinned. That was the true horror of the Horcrux hunt. Now, not just that the objects existed, not just that the rider could destroy them, but that every destruction rang a little farther into Harry's own foundations. It was never enough yet to make him forget the fact of something. It just pushed him a fraction farther from the human weight of it. Hermione noticed before he admitted it aloud again. Of course she did. She noticed when he stared at old photographs too long. When he touched the Weasley jumper folded in his trunk with an odd carefulness, as if checking whether memory still conducted properly through wool. When he went quiet in the middle of jokes, not because he didn't understand them, but because a split-second delay had opened between the joke and the feeling of being included in it. She did not ask every time. That was a mercy. Instead, she worked harder. Coexistence had turned her into something new, Not only researcher, not only friend, but architect of a life lived in negotiated proximity to infernal judgment. She revised routines, changed grounding exercises, built Harry new ways to map himself against loss. Ron remained the blunter instrument, noise, irritation, food, swearing, the immovable fact of shared history and his complete refusal to let Harry become abstract. Dumbledore watched. That was what made Harry angriest some days, not because the old man was indifferent, but because he was not. He watched with the face of someone counting all the costs, and still, somehow, finding no path that did not require one more. 3 days after the cup, Harry found him in the library just after dusk, standing alone by the dead hearth with a folded edition of the Daily Prophet in one hand, and a look Harry had come to dislike intensely, not surprise, not even dread, recognition of an old pattern returning in a new shape. "What now?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked up. "A development. That's rarely good from you." "Rarely," Dumbledore agreed. He handed over the paper. Harry didn't need the headline. The scar had already begun to pulse. Still, he read it. "Wand lore scholar found dead in Bruges ministry, denies connection to British instability" below that. A brief report of a reclusive magical antiquarian killed in his locked rooms, wards broken from within, archives rifled. 3 attendants dead with no sign of stolen gold or usual black market artifacts, an isolated incident according to officials. Tragic, under investigation. Harry smelled the lie under the ink, not from the reporter, from the event itself. He looked up slowly. "This one's different." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Yes," the heat behind Harry's scar sharpened. "Not Horcrux, not quite. Something adjacent. Older wandwork saturated with killings so old and repeated that murder had worn grooves through the magic itself. The sensation was unlike Bellatrix and unlike the locket. More directional, more instrumental, like a blade discovering it enjoyed being sharpened. "What is it?" Harry asked. Dumbledore was silent long enough that Harry's patience went thin. "Tell me." The old wizard gestured to the chairs near the window. Harry did not sit until Dumbledore sat first. It was a small refusal. Dumbledore noticed. Then he folded his hands over the newspaper and said, "There are stories older than our war, Harry, older than Voldemort, older even than many of the institutions that pretend to govern such stories now." Harry gave him a flat look. "That sounds like the beginning of one of the parts where you reveal something you should probably have told me earlier." Dumbledore accepted that without argument. "There are 3 objects in wizarding history," he said, "called the Deathly Hallows." Harry stared. The words meant nothing at first except myth. Fairy tale shape, children's story nonsense. Then, because nothing stayed simple around him anymore, other pieces shifted into place. The cloak, the ring Dumbledore had once worn and now never did. The strange, murderous instrument signature screaming behind the article in his hand. "The cloak," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "Yes." Harry looked toward the doorway instinctively, though no one stood there. His invisibility cloak was upstairs in the trunk beside the bed, folded and quiet and entirely too familiar to suddenly belong in myth. "The stone," Harry said next, more slowly. A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. "Yes, and the third is a wand. The Elder Wand." The name landed in Harry's senses like a struck bell. That was it. Not exactly the individual wand itself, perhaps, but the idea of it. Centuries of deaths, duels, thefts, betrayals, all braided into one instrument whose history had been written by men who thought victory exempted them from reflection. Harry's scar hurt. "You have it," he said. Dumbledore did not smile. "I do." No dramatic gasp, no denial, just truth. Harry sat back in the chair and let out one breathless, unbelieving laugh. "Of course you do. It should have been absurd. It was, in a way." But when Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked through the ordinary surface and the spirit's deeper reading, he could feel the old man's relationship to the truth now admitted. The Elder Wand sat in Dumbledore's life not as triumph, but as burden and temptation long since translated into responsibility. "How long," Harry asked quietly, "were you going to wait before telling me?" Dumbledore's answer came after too brief a pause. Longer than I should have. That, too, was honest. It didn't help much. Harry looked again at the article. 3 dead attendants, 1 scholar, archives rifled. Voldemort knows, he suspects, Dumbledore said. And now he is searching. Fear has made him greedy for old guarantees. Harry almost smiled, but there was no humor in it. He's frightened of the rider. He is frightened of judgment he cannot negotiate with. The Elder Wand appears to him as a solution. The room darkened by degrees as twilight thickened outside. Harry thought of all the things death had already offered him in the last year. Sirius's loss. The rider's bargain made in his name. Horcruxes that could be destroyed only by paying backward through attachment. And now, ancient relics supposedly tied to mastery over death itself. What do the Hallows do? He asked, though he already knew the simple version. The wand conquers, the stone recalls, the cloak hides. Master of Death, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth turned briefly sad. That is the childish phrasing. The truer one, I think, is that they are 3 different ways human beings try to argue with the finality of loss. Harry looked at him sharply. For 1 second, the old man seemed less headmaster, less general, less architect of hidden wars, and more what he often was beneath all that. A man who had once wanted the wrong things for what had felt like the right reasons and had spent the rest of his life learning the grammar of regret. Then the newspaper in Harry's hand rustled, dragging the moment back to purpose. So Voldemort is murdering people to find your wand? Yes. Does he know you have it? I do not believe so. Harry's scar burned harder. You're wrong. Dumbledore did not bristle. Explain. Harry looked at the paper again and let the rider's senses push forward just enough to catch the signature trailing under the report. It ran from Bruges to another death, half-felt and older. Someone in the Alps, perhaps. Wand lore, blood, broken wards. A trail of inquiries turning from scholarship to murder because the question had already become urgent enough to stop pretending it wasn't. He's not just asking where it is, Harry said. He's asking who wins too often, who kills with 1 wand and leaves the room feeling, he grimaced. Wrong. Bigger than he should. Dumbledore went very still. Harry met his eyes. He's closing in on you. This time the silence was answer and admission both. Dumbledore gathered Ron and Hermione an hour later. He did not use the kitchen. Too public within the house. Too full of people walking through with tea and worry, and not enough pretense to shield the subject properly. Instead they met in the old upstairs music room, long since repurposed into a strategy chamber, because no one remaining in Grimmauld had the heart for violins. Harry told them about the Hallows in the bluntest version possible. Ron's first response was, "So you're saying you've had an invisibility cloak from death and never thought to mention that?" Hermione's was, "the Peveril branch line." They spoke at the same time. Harry stared at them both, then at Dumbledore. "You see why I don't usually start with the full truth? Everyone becomes unbearable in different ways." To his surprise, Dumbledore almost laughed. Hermione was already pacing. If the Elder Wand's ownership trail is becoming active again, then Voldemort's search pattern will accelerate. He won't treat this like a myth anymore. He'll treat it like a military asset. Scrimgeour and Voldemort chasing the same idea, Ron muttered. Brilliant, nothing can go wrong there, Harry said. The rider can feel it when it's being used. That stopped Hermione mid-step. What? The wand. Harry touched the scar. Not all the time. But when it's being used to kill, or maybe when it's used like it expects to be used, it leaves a signature. Dumbledore looked sharply interested. You are certain? No, Harry said, but close enough that I don't like it. Hermione sat again, thinking rapidly now. Of course it would. If the Elder Wand has centuries of accumulated dominance and murder tied into its magical identity, then the spirit would interpret it as a recurring offense, Harry said. Hermione nodded grimly. Ron looked between them. I hate when the two of you sound pleased about terrible things. Neither answered, because pleased was wrong, but useful. Yes, and usefulness in this war had become almost as dangerous as evil. The plan that followed was ugly because all plans now were ugly. Dumbledore would not simply hand over the wand to Harry, not because he distrusted him more than he distrusted himself, but because the Elder Wand's history made that sort of deliberate transfer too theatrical, too likely to become one more story Death would find amusing. Nor would he bury it and hope Voldemort's trail went cold. Voldemort was beyond cold trails now. Fear had made him scholarly and murderous at once, so instead they would move, not run, not hide. Move Dumbledore through a false route tomorrow evening toward a decoy meeting, while watchers trailed the trail that Voldemort's search had created. If an attack came, Harry would stay back at first under the cloak, not because anyone believed invisibility solved anything anymore, but because one more unseen variable was still preferable to one more visible blaze. Hermione hated the plan. Ron hated the plan. Harry hated the plan. That qualified it as realistic. Before they broke, Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand from inside his robes for the first time in Harry's full sight. It looked almost modest. That was somehow offensive. Long, elegant, old elder wood with the Thistral core hidden in history and rumor, its knobs and grain too plain for the mythology built around it. Yet the moment Harry saw it clearly, the rider inside him bared metaphorical teeth. Not because the wand was evil in itself, because it had become, through century after century of conquest, too fluent in death. Harry stared. The wand stared back in the only way objects of this kind ever did, by making recognition feel reciprocal. Merlin, Ron said softly. Hermione, for once, had no immediate theory. Dumbledore lowered it again. It is not a thing to admire. Harry, still looking at the place where the wand had been, said, That's not the same as saying it doesn't admire being used. No one argued with him. The ambush came in Camden, of all places. A narrow crescent of old brick terraces with private iron railings and second-floor parlors hired out discreetly to magical societies too respectable to meet in Diagon Alley and too vain to meet anywhere actually safe. Rain had begun again by evening, thin and silver in the street lamps. Dumbledore walked ahead in plain robes under a concealment charm light enough not to draw the attention of anti-intrusion wards. Kingsley shadowed the opposite side of the square. Lupin had the rear lane. Harry moved under the invisibility cloak 3 paces behind Dumbledore, feeling ridiculous and ancient at once. The cloak always felt different now that he knew what it was, not magical fabric, not a schoolboy adventure device. A halo, a deliberate argument against being seen by death. That knowledge made the cloth heavier in meaning, not in weight. Harry gripped it tighter around his shoulders and tried not to think about the stone. He had not asked Dumbledore where it was. Dumbledore had not volunteered. That silence had become its own conversation waiting in the walls. They reached the wrought iron gate of the terrace house. Dumbledore lifted a hand toward the bell. The square blew apart in green light. Death Eaters hit from both ends of the crescent and the rooftops above, masks bright under rain, curses shearing through wet night like ripping metal. The first, Avada Kedavra, struck the front door and vaporized half the brass plate. The second crossed the street behind Dumbledore close enough that Harry felt the Elder Wand's murderous resonance before he even saw the spell. There, like a wire, singing. Someone else carried a wand tuned, however briefly, to the Elder Wand's promise. Dumbledore moved fast, impossibly fast for a man of his age. His own wand flashed. The street lamps died. A shield the color of summer glass burst outward and caught 3 curses at once. Kingsley emerged from the rain like judgment in human form. Lupin's red curse took a rooftop attacker off his feet. Harry should have stayed under the cloak. He did, for 5 seconds. Then a masked Death Eater lunged from the far pavement not at Dumbledore, but at the wand itself with a disarming curse Harry had never seen before. Thin black light braided with silver. Dumbledore blocked 2 strands, not the third. The Elder Wand flew from his hand. Harry's stomach dropped. The Death Eater caught it, and laughed. That laugh told Harry everything. This wasn't one of the fanatics. This was a hunter. Perhaps Travers, perhaps Roll, perhaps some second-line lieutenant made important tonight by the task of retrieval. He turned the Elder Wand at once and fired. The curse hit Kingsley's partner, a ministry defector placed on the far steps, square in the chest. The man died instantly, and the entire world narrowed to that one line of murder. Harry felt the Elder Wand like a spike driven through the city. There you are, the rider thought. Transformation hit hard and fast. Harry tore the cloak back as fire came up through bone, then froze in shock because the cloak did not burn away. It merged. The fabric vanished into the rider's shoulders like black water poured over flame. For one impossible second, the burning skeleton beneath flickered, not invisible but occluded, edges lost in a shroud of cold dark that trailed behind him like a second night ripped loose from the first. The fire remained. The skull remained. But the shape became harder to follow, less object than omen. Curses that should have tracked slid half off it as if uncertainty had become cloth. Harry barely had time to register the change. The rider was already moving across the wet street, through green light and red curses, through rain turned to steam at the edges of hellfire. The Death Eater with the Elder Wand wield startled too late and fired again. The Elder Wand answered magnificently. That was the problem. Its spell ripped stone from the terrace wall and sent molten brick across the pavement in a murderous spray. Another aura went down. The wand loved command, loved being treated like final authority. Harry felt that ancient history vibrate through the air with each use. The rider hit him anyway. The chain snapped once around the man's wand arm and once across his throat. He crashed backward through the iron railings into the small basement area below street level. The Elder Wand flew from his grip. Harry followed, no time for ceremony, no speech. The Death Eater's guilt smelled of pursuit and blood and years of enjoying the hunt more than the cause. The rider's chain rose for judgment. Then the Elder Wand struck the stone steps beside Harry and bounced once, twice, landing within reach. It pulsed like a second heart. The rider chose both. One hand took the killer's face for the stare. The other closed on the wand. Hellfire coursed through elder wood, not rejection, conductance. The wand went black from handle to tip in a single crawling line, the pale grain scorched dark, as if the whole thing had been drawn once through the center of a star. The Thistral core screamed without sound. For one hideous, glorious second, Harry felt every victory and murder in the wand's history turn and look at the fire inside him and recognize kinship enough to survive contact. It did not shatter. It changed. The killer beneath the rider did scream then, not from the wand, but from the Penance Stare finally taking hold while the Elder Wand blackened above him like judgment given a second mouth. When the rider rose from the little ironed pit in the pavement, he held a wand of burned elder wood trailing sparks of orange-white through the rain. The entire square stopped, Death Eaters, Order members. Even Dumbledore, breathing hard in the wreckage of his own ambush, went still for one charged instant as the impossible new configuration made itself visible. The cloak hung around the rider's shoulders as a streaming shroud of cold black. The chain dripped rain and sparks. And in the gauntleted hand, the Elder Wand had become something else entirely, still itself, still ancient, but now marked by hellfire as if death's old instrument had just been admitted into a harsher court. The Death Eaters broke first, not retreat with discipline. Panic. Because whatever Voldemort had hoped to retrieve tonight had not merely been lost again. It had been reforged in public into something none of them understood. The battle ended quickly after that, not because the rider slaughtered them. It didn't need to. 1 or 2 judges rendered, 3 routed. The rest fled. The square filled with smoke, rain, and the crackle of overloaded wards. Dumbledore called for withdrawal before the ministry could arrive with too many questions and not enough conscience. Harry came back to himself in the alley behind the terraces, half collapsed against damp brick. The cloak pooled black around his shoulders, and the Elder Wand cooling in his hand like charred bone. Ron reached him seconds later, white-faced and furious and relieved in the sort of combination only Ron could make look natural. "You're unbelievable," he said. "Thanks. That wasn't praise. Harry looked down at the wand. Its wood was still black, not ash black. Deep, scorched brown-black with ember lines caught in the grain. When he lifted it even slightly, his own magic answered from somewhere behind the breastbone with unnerving ease. Dumbledore came into the alley a moment later and saw the wand in Harry's grip. Neither spoke for a few seconds. Then the old wizard said, "Its allegiance has changed." Harry stared at him. "You sound calm about that." Dumbledore's eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were unreadable in the alley dim. "Would you prefer panic?" "I'd prefer not to be the sort of person this keeps happening to." A faint, sad smile touched Dumbledore's mouth. "On that point, Harry, I fear we are in complete agreement." He did not ask for the wand back. That mattered. Harry saw Hermione notice it immediately when they returned to Grimmauld, and he laid the Elder Wand on the library table under 3 containment charms, and one deeply unnecessary tea towel Molly insisted on throwing over it, so it stopped looking at people. Hermione lifted the towel with 2 fingers, saw the blackened wood, and said only, "Oh." Ron, beside her, said, "That's somehow worse than before." Harry picked the wand up again. In human form, ordinary spells through it came too easily. A basic Lumos burst out white-orange enough to singe the air. A shield charm, cast at half-strength, became a curved wall of smoking light that cracked one of the empty bookshelves behind them from magical backwash. Hermione confiscated all experimentation after that and announced, with the voice of someone revising her own nightmares in real time, that the wand was now to be treated as an infernal conductive secondary focus with catastrophic amplification potential. Ron blinked. "That's not a phrase. That's a threat." Harry flexed his hand around the blackened elder wood. It fit. That scared him more than the strength did. The stone came back into his life 2 nights later. Dumbledore brought it himself, not ceremonially. No great revelation. Just a small, worn box set down on the library table after midnight when Ron had finally gone upstairs. Hermione was asleep over her notes in the attic, and Grimmauld was quiet enough for old truths to show their faces. Harry knew what it was before the lid opened. The scar did not burn. Something else did. An underworld resonance. Not judgment, not exactly. More like a hinge between the living and the dead that had rusted in places no mortal hand should lubricate. Dumbledore opened the box. Inside lay a cracked black ring with a dull stone set in it. Not handsome, not dramatic, just old in the exhausted, dangerous way certain relics became when they had been used for too many private griefs and public follies. "The Resurrection Stone," Dumbledore said. Harry did not reach for it. The thought flashed through him anyway, bright as lightning and just as involuntary, serious, not memory of him, not photograph, not regret, serious, alive no, but present enough to speak maybe, present enough to ask why, present enough to say he was sorry, present enough to explain the bargain, the veil, Mephisto, any of it. The rider reacted instantly, not hunger. Alarm. Harry understood why a second later, and the understanding nearly stopped his heart. If the stone worked, if it truly drew back some version of the dead, then it would not call Sirius cleanly. Not anymore. Not after the bargain. Not after whatever infernal path had run through him the night he fell and had come back wearing fire in Harry's bones. The spirit would not see a beloved ghost. It would see a dead man who had made a deal with hell, and it would judge. Harry stared at the ring in horror. Dumbledore, watching him, saw enough. "You feel it?" "Yes." The old wizard's voice was very quiet. "I suspected you might." Harry looked up sharply. "Then why show me?" Dumbledore met the accusation without flinching. "Because secrets around this stone have already cost enough in my life. I would not add another." That answer disarmed more than defense would have. Harry looked back down at the ring. The temptation remained. Of course it did. Love did not become wise merely because danger had improved its vocabulary. He wanted Sirius. Wanted him so badly some childish, dead part of him still believed one correct act of grief might reorder the universe enough to permit one last conversation. But under the wanting was terror, not of seeing Sirius, of seeing the rider turn on him, not because Sirius deserved punishment in any simple sense, because the bargain existed, because infernal lore and love had become fatally entangled the night of the veil, because Harry could not bear to drag Sirius back only to watch the spirit inside him read the dead man's final trespass and answer with fire. He closed the box with more force than intended. "I won't use it," he said. Dumbledore's gaze remained on him. "I am relieved." Harry laughed, raw and humorless. "You shouldn't be, because now I know it exists." The old wizard said nothing to that. Perhaps because there was nothing useful to say, Harry did not tell Ron, he did not tell Hermione, not because he distrusted them. Because if he named the temptation out loud, it would become a room they all had to stand in. He did not want Hermione measuring the moral physics of the stone. Did not want Ron, exhausted and loyal and all too human, looking at him with pity because part of him still wanted to try. So he waited. A day, then another. The ring stayed in its box in Dumbledore's possession, or perhaps not. Harry did not ask where it was kept, and Dumbledore did not volunteer. But on the third night, when the house had finally stilled and rain glossed the square outside silver-black, Harry got up, dressed, and went downstairs barefoot. The box sat on the library desk, waiting. Dumbledore had left it there deliberately or carelessly. With him, the distinction was almost meaningless. Harry took it. He took the small Muggle hammer from the toolkit in the back pantry. The one Arthur had once used to fix a loose window frame and then forgotten here, because wizarding households always accumulated a few ordinary implements, as if ashamed to admit how useful they were. And then Harry left the house alone. The car park was half empty and fluorescent. One of those anonymous Muggle concrete lots behind a closed supermarket where rainwater collected in oil-sheened puddles, and the only witnesses at this hour were a broken trolley bay, 2 sleeping delivery vans, and the indifferent buzz of sodium lamps. Harry had chosen it because it was nowhere. Because nowhere felt honest. He stood between painted white lines with the box in one hand and the hammer in the other and looked at the ring. No wards, no audience. No Dumbledore to witness his relationship with death and record it into some future strategy. No Hermione to stop him. No Ron to stand beside him making stupid comments until grief lost some of its glamour. Just Harry, just the possibility. He opened the box. The stone sat in the cracked ring and looked smaller than its myth, as every dangerous thing eventually did up close. Harry could almost laugh at that if he were not so tired. His hand shook as he reached in. Cold metal, cold stone. The underworld smell rose at once. Not Bellatrix's corruption, not Horcrux rot, but distance offered shape. The idea of return, the false mercy of one more conversation. "Sirius," Harry whispered. The knight did not answer. He closed his fingers tighter around the ring. He imagined, against his will, what using it might be. Not truly a live Sirius. He knew enough by now not to believe in clean gifts, but perhaps a shade, a voice. A figure stepping out from the edge of the car park into the wash of cheap electric light, hair windblown, eyes tired. Mouth twisted in that familiar not-quite smile. "I'm sorry," he had heard in the dream after the atrium. What if the stone gave him the rest? What if it gave him the truth? What if it gave him one last chance to forgive the dead man for loving him badly in the final way adults always seem to? Harry looked down at his own wrist. The ring there. The black one, the real problem, the living bond, warmed in warning. He saw it then with terrible clarity, Sirius called back by the stone, not whole, not innocent, not untouched by the bargain that had created the rider. The spirit inside Harry lifting its skull to read the trace of Mephisto's claim in him. Sirius looking at Harry with love and regret and infernal stain braided together. And the rider deciding, in the cold, impossible court of itself, that death did not erase contract. Harry made a choking sound that might have been a laugh if laughter had bones to break. "No," he whispered, to the stone, to grief, to himself. He set the box on the concrete, took the ring out fully, laid it on the painted white line between parking spaces like some pathetic altar built by a boy who no longer believed in altars but hadn't found a better posture yet. Then he raised the hammer. His whole body shook. Once, twice, he had to lower it because tears were blurring the ring into doubles. "Not like this," he said to the empty car park. "Not if it brings you back wrong, not if I do." The night remained fluorescent and merciless. Harry lifted the hammer again. And because courage was rarely clean, because it usually arrived mixed with pain and childishness and fury and love, because letting go of a possibility hurt differently than losing a person did, and sometimes worse, he struck. The stone cracked on the first blow. A thin black fracture raced through it like a pupil widening. The ring jumped against concrete. Harry hit it again and again. By the fourth strike, the stone had split entirely. Not dramatic explosion, no burst of soul light or wraith. Just ancient thing breaking under ordinary force because, in the end, even myths had to admit concrete and a desperate hand wielding a cheap hammer. Harry dropped to his knees. The broken ring lay in pieces on wet cement. He stared at it and cried, not elegantly, not in some cinematic single tear with noble restraint. He cried like someone who had been carrying too much death for too long and had just chosen, with both hands, to refuse one more conversation because he loved the person enough not to risk dragging them into judgment. Sirius was gone. That remained true. The stone would not change it. The rider would not let it change cleanly even if the stone tried. Harry bent forward until one hand braced on the ground and the other covered his eyes, the hammer forgotten beside him. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A drop of water from the concrete deck above hit the back of his neck and ran cold down inside his collar. Somewhere beyond the lot, a lorry changed gears on the road and kept going, as indifferent to grief as the stars had always been. When the tears burned out into shaking breath, Harry gathered the shattered pieces of the ring, wrapped them in the box lining, and carried them to the skip at the far end of the lot. He did not bury them, did not keep them, did not turn the destruction into another relic. He threw them away, then stood there with one hand on the edge of the bin and understood, with the exhausted clarity grief sometimes granted after it had wrung a person nearly dry, what Dumbledore had meant and what the old stories had gotten wrong. Mastery over death was not ownership, it was refusal. Choosing what not to call back, choosing which tools not to use even when they fit the wound perfectly. Choosing, sometimes, to let love remain loss rather than twist it into one more transaction. Harry wiped his face with the heel of his hand, picked up the hammer, and walked back to Grimmauld Place through the sleeping city without telling anyone what he had done. He would not tell Ron, he would not tell Hermione. Some griefs became lighter when shared. This one did not. This one had needed to be chosen alone. Back in his room, he set the hammer under the bed and lay awake until dawn with the Elder Wand black beside the trunk. The cloak folded at the foot of the bed like patient shadow, and the empty place where the stone had been settling into him like a second pulse. The hallows, he thought, were not gifts, they were expenditures. The wand would be used. The cloak already had been. The stone had been spent by refusing it. And as pale morning crept across the blackout curtains and Grimmauld Place stirred toward another day of war, Harry understood that death would keep offering him instruments. The question was no longer whether he could wield them. The question was what kind of person each use left behind. By the time Nagini became the center of the war, Harry had learned to dread the silences between discoveries more than the discoveries themselves. The locket was gone. The cup was gone. Bellatrix had fallen into a living absence from which no healer, cursebreaker, or politician seemed able to pull her back into personhood. Malfoy Manor had burned in Way's marble, and money could not quite cover up. Voldemort, somewhere beyond the edges of every conversation, had become more unpredictable and more frightened at once. A terrible combination in any wizard, catastrophic in one who had spent a lifetime treating fear like an insult he could murder his way out of. And yet there remained no sense of triumph, only narrowing. Every victory tightened the shape of the war instead of loosening it. The surviving Death Eaters grew wilder. The Ministry grew more brittle. Scrimgeour's people stopped pretending their interest in Harry was merely protective. Dumbledore spent longer hours alone and spoke more precisely when he finally emerged, which to Harry had become its own kind of alarm bell. Hermione's notes on the Horcrux cost had taken over half the library table. Ron had taken to sleeping in chairs so often that Molly had begun leaving folded blankets in strategic rooms without comment. Life at Grimmauld Place persisted in defiance more than function. Harry persisted too. That was not the same thing as doing well. Some mornings he woke and could not at first tell whether the emptiness in his chest was ordinary grief, the rider at rest, or another tiny piece of himself dimmed so gradually he had not yet found the edge of the loss. He checked memory the way others checked whether now. Do I still know this? Do I still feel that? He never said it aloud unless Hermione was already studying him too closely, and answers became the less exhausting option. He had not told anyone about the stone. That choice sat alone inside him, dense and private. Sometimes at night he could still feel the ghost shape of it in his hand, not as temptation now, but as aftermath. The ache left after a door one has wanted very badly is smashed shut by one's own hand. He did not regret destroying it. Regret was not the problem. The problem was that he understood now, in a way he had not before, how much of what people called wisdom was really just choosing the grief that left the fewest corpses behind. Nagini announced herself to the rider 3 nights after the stone was destroyed. Not by smell. That was what unsettled Harry first. Horcruxes smelled of wrongness. Murder made permanent. Nagini did too, but layered under that was something alive, warm blood, animal instinct, hunger and motion, and the clean, non-moral violence of a predator that killed because it was built to kill. The result made the spirit inside Harry hesitate in a way he had never felt before. Not refusal exactly, not attraction, conflict. Harry was in the attic room at Grimmauld, knees drawn up beneath him on the chalk-marked floor. Halfway through another of Hermione's increasingly complex grounding exercises. The brass bowl between them reflected only half his face because the scarlight had begun to interfere with smooth surfaces when he concentrated too hard. "Name 5 things in the room," Hermione said from her place opposite him. Harry let out a tired breath. "You!" Ron pretending not to pick at that loose floorboard. "The bowl, the candle, dust." Ron, leaning against the window frame behind Hermione, looked down at the floorboard and scowled. It was already loose. "That was 4 things and a confession," Hermione said. Harry almost smiled. Then his entire spine locked. The ring on his wrist went from warm to almost painfully alert, but the heat didn't rise cleanly into transformation. It caught somewhere halfway, snagged as if on bone or meaning. Hermione saw the change instantly. "What?" Harry did not answer, could not. He was suddenly in 2 landscapes at once. The attic room under soot-dark rafters, and somewhere far away through the rider's perception, where a snake moved over cold stone like a line of living black ink through the dark. Nagini. He knew her at once, not from seeing her. From Voldemort's trail through every story, every vision, every half-understood dread that had stalked the edges of his life since childhood. But the spirit's recognition was stranger than his own. It recoiled and leaned forward in the same impossible motion. Horcrux, abomination, living creature. Weapon, victim, monstrous presence and not morally monstrous in itself. Harry opened his eyes. Hermione had already set her quill down. "What is it?" he swallowed. "Nagini." Ron straightened. "You can feel her." "Yes." That part came easily. What did not come easily was the rest. Hermione read the hesitation in his face, and fear sharpened hers. "What?" Harry rubbed a hand over the ring because the heat there had become almost like a pulse under someone else's skin. "It doesn't react the same way." Hermione went still. "Because she's alive." "Yes." Ron frowned. "But she's still a Horcrux." Harry laughed once, low and strained. "Try explaining that to the thing inside me." The room went quiet, not because they didn't understand the problem. Because they did. Nagini was not the locket, not the cup. She was not an object carrying murder. She was a living creature with a soul of her own into which Voldemort had forced another's torn fragment like poison in a bloodstream. Harry could feel the spirit's contempt for the mutilation and layered under it, an infuriating refusal to simply condemn the host for being made into a vessel. Hermione spoke first, slowly, so the rider can smell the Horcrux in her. Yes, but it can also feel she isn't. She searched for the right phrase and hated every available option, morally equivalent to the others. Harry looked at her, grateful and grim at once. Right. Ron pushed off the wall. So what does that mean? Harry knew the answer before he said it. It means if I go after her, the rider might stop. The words dropped into the room with a weight that made even dust seem suddenly louder. Hermione's face changed, not into relief, but something more complicated and more terrible, dread that had been given a new shape to inhabit. If the spirit can't judge her, it may not act at all, Harry finished. Ron swore. That was the practical horror. Not that Nagini was too strong. Not that Voldemort had protected her too well. That the one weapon inside Harry which had made the Horcrux hunt possible might, at the last living Horcrux, encounter something it could not translate into punishment. Harry stood abruptly because sitting still while the contradiction burned through him felt intolerable. The attic room shrank. Nagini's presence was faint but stable. Hidden somewhere behind layers of magic and movement, yet distinct enough now that once he had felt her, he could not unfelt her. She moved close to Voldemort sometimes, farther from him at others. A serpent on a leash, a relic with fangs, an innocent by the standards of guilt and not innocent at all by the standards of consequence. The rider hated this, so did Harry. Hermione rose too. We tell Dumbledore? He was already in the doorway. Of course he was. At times, Harry wondered whether the old wizard spent his life standing just beyond thresholds waiting for truths to become inconvenient enough to enter. Dumbledore's face, when he heard the last few sentences, held no surprise. Only the quiet grimness of a man who had long suspected that the final stages of this war would involve moral distinctions no prophecy would bother making. Nagini, he said. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's gaze lowered to the ring, and the spirit balks. It doesn't know what to do with her, Harry said, or maybe it does and hates it. Dumbledore took that in, then, very softly. Good, Ron stared. What? Harry looked ready to argue too, but Dumbledore raised a hand. Good, he repeated, because there are limits worse than powerlessness. A force incapable of distinguishing a guilty soul from a living creature used as a vessel would be a catastrophe. Hermione crossed her arms. That doesn't solve the problem. No, said Dumbledore, it only defines it. Which, Harry reflected bleakly, was the sort of sentence only Dumbledore could deliver as though it counted for comfort. Where is she? The old wizard asked. Harry closed his eyes, let the rider's senses bleed out just enough to hurt, and found the thread again. Not exact coordinates. Impressions. Stone, damp earth. Old estate magic, somewhere ringed by yews or older trees, not a manor exactly, a place being used, not inhabited, temporary, watchful, frightened. She's outside London. West, I think, no, northwest maybe, old house, dead land. He shook his head. I can get closer if I move. Hermione opened her mouth to object. Dumbledore beat her to it. Not tonight, Harry turned on him. If she moves, she will move whether you chase in this state or not. This state, Dumbledore did not soften it, on edge, depleted, and emotionally compromised. Ron muttered. That's one way to put it. Harry glared. Ron lifted both hands. Not disagreeing, mate, the old wizard continued. We do this properly, with a plan, and with one additional consideration. Harry knew what he was going to say before he said it. If the rider cannot kill Nagini, Harry said, someone else has to. Dumbledore's silence confirmed it. Hermione looked between them both. You mean someone human, someone choosing it? Yes, said Dumbledore. There it was, the ugly transition. The war had become used to the rider as judgment, used to the idea that guilt could be weighed and sentence passed through Harry's body, even when Harry himself woke afterward sickened by the method, or ashamed of how little he regretted the result. Nagini would not allow that shortcut. Nagini forced a different kind of act into view, not vengeance, necessity. Harry felt the distinction like a splinter under skin, because the rider could not do necessity, not cleanly. It answered wrong. It answered guilt. Nagini was not guilty in the right shape. She was weaponized, bound, made. That meant some human hand would have to end her life not as punishment, but as mercy to everyone else she endangered, and perhaps to herself as well. Harry hated it. He hated more that he already knew who might be able to do it. He just didn't want to think the name yet. Ron told Neville, not because anyone planned it, because Ron had stopped believing that planning covered the things that actually mattered. The next day, Grimmauld Place moved under one of its strange, half-quiet mobilizations. Kingsley came. Lupin spread maps again. Dumbledore and Hermione argued in low voices over likely sites based on Harry's sensory descriptions and old pure-blood properties, whose wards had gone dormant, but not dead. Moody proposed 3 terrible ideas and 1 useful one. Molly was told as little as possible and understood, as mothers always did, twice that much anyway. Harry stayed upstairs for most of the afternoon, because the scar hurt every time Nagini shifted within whatever dark nest Voldemort had made for her. And too many people in one room when the rider was conflicted made everything worse. He sat on the bed in his room with the cloak folded beside him, and the blackened elder wand across his knees, and tried not to think of the stone in pieces at the bottom of a muggle skip. Ron came up after lunch with tea and toast, and the expression he wore when he had done something questionable and knew the moral weather report would not improve if he waited to mention it. Harry looked at him over the rim of the mug. "What?" Ron set the plate down. "Neville knows." Harry lowered the mug slowly. "Knows what?" "That we might have found Nagini, that you're going after her, that the rider might not be able to." Ron shifted. "He cornered me in the hall after breakfast. I didn't exactly give him a full briefing." Harry stared. "Ron!" "I know." "No, you don't sound like you know." Ron bristled on instinct, then deflated because he did know. He asked why everyone kept looking like there was a funeral itinerary hidden under the maps. "And he's not thick, Harry. He knows Bellatrix is gone. He knows the Horcrux stuff, at least the pieces we've told him. He figured out Nagini had to matter." Harry turned away and stared at the rain-blurred glass of the window. "And you told him what, exactly?" "That someone might need to make sure you come back." The words hit harder than they should have, because that was the truth Ron had started using now whenever he could not bring himself to phrase the uglier version. Not win, not finish it. Come back. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "He'll try to come." Ron, to his credit, didn't deny it. "Probably." Harry let out a breath through his teeth. Brilliant! But underneath the irritation, another feeling had already begun to move, something wary and reluctant, and yes, relieved in a place too tired to hide from itself. Neville knew what Bellatrix had done in ways none of them ever fully could. Neville knew what it meant to carry a life shaped by someone else's delighted cruelty, and still remain more moral than the urge to answer in kind. If anyone could stand in front of the problem, Nagini posed, and understand the difference between vengeance and necessary killing. Perhaps. No. Harry cut the thought off. He did not want Neville near this. Did not want one more friend asked to carry a monstrous act just because the world kept placing them in the path of monsters. Yet the thought remained. It remained because it fit too well. That frightened him. "Dumbledore knows?" Harry asked. Ron hesitated. "Not yet." Harry closed his eyes. That explained the tea, the toast, Ron's tactical timing. He should have been angrier. Instead, he only felt very, very tired. "Fine," he said. Ron blinked. "Fine?" "No, not fine." Harry looked at him again. "But if Neville shows up, I'm blaming you first." Ron accepted that with the stoicism of a man long accustomed to earning blame in advance. They found Nagini's lair at twilight, not by luck, not exactly. Harry's senses led them in widening circles over 2 counties of wet road, half-ruined estates, and abandoned houses old families no longer admitted owning. Each wrong place felt wrong in a human way: ordinary secrecy, ordinary guilt, ordinary rot. Nagini's location felt wrong in a more specific register: living thing under leash, soul splinter nested in flesh, magic stained by proximity to Voldemort's terror. It was not the brightest signal Harry had ever followed. It was the most complicated, By dusk, they stood in the edge of a yew-choked wood overlooking a crumbling Georgian hunting lodge on a rise beyond a dried ornamental pond. The place had once been pretty. Now it looked like the memory of wealth left too long in bad weather. Half the windows were boarded. Ivy strangled one side. The stone front steps sagged. The grounds between trees and house had gone to long, wet grass and bramble. Harry knew she was there before he saw movement. The scar pulsed in that conflicted rhythm again, Horcrux stench braided with something alive and morally unreachable. The rider beneath his skin was alert, frustrated, almost agitated. Not because Nagini was beyond its notice, because she was too visible and not judgeable in the old way. Dumbledore crouched beside him behind the low rise of damp earth and looked toward the house. How many others? Harry shut his eyes. Nagini, 2 at most nearby, 1 outside maybe, 1 inside, neither matter, he swallowed. Voldemort's not here. That last part relieved no one enough to show. Kingsley, to Harry's left, nodded once. So this is a holding site, or a sanctuary, Lupin murmured. For her! Harry almost laughed at the bitter irony. Even snakes needed safe houses now. Dumbledore's plan, if it deserved the name, was brutally lean. Lupin and Kingsley would neutralize the outer sentry if one existed. Dumbledore would break the lodges holding wards. Harry would go only as far as necessary to confirm Nagini's exact position. No direct engagement unless conditions forced it. If the rider took over, they would adapt. No one said again. No one needed to. They moved through the wet grass in near silence. The lodge's magic felt old and tired. Not elegant like Malfoy manners. Not ugly and inventive like the coastal cache. This was borrowed safety, patched together under pressure. Voldemort had not meant Nagini to live here long. He had meant her to survive here briefly while the war shifted around the last pieces he thought no one could yet touch. A Death Eater sentry died badly disappointed. Kingsley stunned him before he finished turning at the tree line. Lupin caught his body and lowered it into the hedge with practiced care. Dumbledore unstitched the outer wards in 4 silent wand movements, and the lodge sighed inward like a throat, unclenching. Harry crossed the threshold. At once he felt her basement, stone below stone, cold earth. Coiled, restless, not asleep. The Horcrux fragment in her was a black needle of wrongness lodged in a living system that had spent years learning to move around the pain by making it part of itself. Harry almost doubled over with the moral contradiction of it. The rider surged up. Nagini, it thought. Horcrux. Abomination. Weapon. Then, a heartbeat later, not guilty, the basement door stood at the end of a narrow back corridor behind the ruined kitchen. Dumbledore motioned the others back. Harry could barely hear him over the chains scraping under his own skin. No farther. The old wizard whispered. Harry nodded, then the house spoke. A loose floorboard under his right boot gave one sharp, traitorous crack. From below, something hissed. Not animal alarm alone, recognition. The Horcrux in Nagini knew him. The scar went white-hot. Harry gasped and grabbed the peeling wallpaper to stay upright. Fire shot down his spine. The ring blazed. Dumbledore caught his shoulder, but it was already too late. Not because the rider wanted judgment now, but because the 2 impossible truths had collided at too close a range. Murder fragment and living host, evil object and innocent creature, all under one skin. The transformation came hard and wrong, not smooth like Diagon Alley, not purposeful like the Horcrux destructions. Jagged. Interrupted. Harry remained half present in it because the spirit itself was uncertain. Leather flared into existence over one arm before fully settling. Fire ran across bone behind flesh that had not yet quite yielded. The chain burst from the ring and snapped across the corridor, scorching plaster. Dumbledore and Kingsley moved back instantly. Lupin swore from somewhere behind. The basement door blew inward. Nagini surged up the stairs. She was enormous in the tight corridor, black-scaled. Eyes lit with that strange, terrible intelligence that made every human instinct insist on personhood, even where personhood had been replaced by something warped. The Horcrux within her flared against the rider's fire like poison recognizing its enemy. The rider stepped forward. then stopped, absolutely stopped. The chain rose, coiled, waited. Nagini reared, hood widening, mouth opening enough to show fangs wet with venom and the red dark interior that had frightened children in stories for generations before anyone ever lodged a soul fragment behind those teeth. The rider did not strike. Harry felt it from inside the fire with dreadful clarity. The spirit could smell the murder in her, could smell the wrongness of the fragment coiled through her life. But it could not rout punishment through her because the host soul beneath the corruption had never chosen the crime. Nagini killed because she was a snake. Voldemort had made her worse, stranger, more bound. He had not made her morally legible to vengeance. The rider could not condemn her for being used. That was the limit. That was what froze it. Nagini. Dumbledore said sharply, perhaps to focus Harry, perhaps because naming things sometimes still mattered. The snake lunged. The rider caught her mid-strike with one gauntleted hand around the throat just below the jaw, chain whipping once around the body to hold the weight. Hellfire flared. Nagini writhed, massive muscles slamming into the corridor walls hard enough to crack old plaster and shake dust from the ceiling. Still, the rider did not judge. It could restrain. It could not sentence. And because it could not sentence, it could not end. Harry understood in the same second that everyone else did. "We need a kill," Kingsley said, voice low and urgent. "With what?" Lupin shot back. The chain burned hotter around Nagini's body as the rider fought not merely the serpent, but its own rule set, its own incapacity to convert a necessary death into punishment. Harry felt the strain as if his bones were being pulled in opposite directions. One wrong shift and the spirit might let go entirely, or try some deeper, more catastrophic route through the Horcrux that would drag Harry after it as Bellatrix had. Then another voice came from the back of the lodge. I knew it. Everyone turned. Neville Longbottom stood in the kitchen doorway, soaked from rain, breathing hard, wand in hand, face white but set. For one ridiculous heartbeat, the whole scene paused around the fact of him. Dumbledore half-turned, Kingsley beginning a curse that died unsaid, Lupin looking like equal parts exasperation and fear had just achieved human form. Ron, appearing breathless behind Neville a second later, had the good grace to look guilty. Harry would have laughed if he'd had enough humanity left in the moment for it. "Neville," Lupin hissed. "Get out!" No, that word from Neville never sounded dramatic. That was why it mattered. He didn't throw it like a challenge. He placed it like a stone. His gaze moved from the half-transformed rider pinning Nagini in the corridor to Harry's eyes still visible in fragments through the fire and obsidian shadow. Understanding crossed his face. Not all the mechanics. He didn't need them. He saw enough. "It won't do it," Neville said. Harry, from somewhere inside the conflict, forced a scrap of voice through smoke and pain. No, Nagini struck sideways. The rider slammed her harder into the wall, chain biting deeper without becoming judgment. The whole corridor shook. One fang sank into wood inches from Kingsley's hand. Neville stepped forward. Dumbledore moved to block him, then stopped. Harry saw the exact second the old wizard understood what was in front of him. Not a backup wand, not an extra body, but a different moral category altogether. Someone who could choose. Neville met Dumbledore's gaze without blinking. "What do you need?" No boyness in it. No schoolroom hesitation. Just the terrible plainness of a person who had grown up on the consequences of Bellatrix Lestrange and now stood before her last living monument. Harry looked at Neville through the fire and saw, with the rider's terrible doubled sight, what made him impossible to reduce. Grief, yes. Anger, yes. But not predation. Neville's soul carried pain clearly. It did not carry the urge to make others carry it on his behalf. That distinction shone. The rider saw it too. Not innocence. Neville had crossed too much ground for that old childish word, but something the spirit could neither judge nor replicate. Choice. Clean, conscious, human choice. The chain around Nagini tightened once. The rider's free hand opened. Harry felt himself surge toward the surface with a force that hurt. Not full control. Not enough. just enough to use his own hand as his own for one thin, impossible second. The chain uncoiled from his wrist. Not all of it, only the length not required to keep Nagini pinned. It slid black and hot across the floorboards, then rose into Harry's trembling hand. Fire ran down the links. Every instinct in the spirit resisted passing it away because this was its weapon, its function, its answer. But another instinct, older perhaps or simply truer, understood what the moment required. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back, and Harry held the chain out. The whole corridor went silent around that motion. No one spoke. Neville took the chain. The heat should have burned him. It didn't. Not because he was immune. Because the weapon recognized the act it was being asked to perform. No vengeance. No thrill. No sentence. Only necessity carried clearly enough to sanctify the hand using it. Nagini writhed in the rider's grip, hissing furiously, body bunching for one last impossible escape. Harry saw, in flashes, the Horcrux fragment inside her thrashing at the edges of containment like black oil trying to find a crack in the world. Neville held the chain in both hands. For half a second, the lodge vanished for Harry, and all he saw was another hallway years ago. St. Mungo's after Christmas, Neville's grandmother's stiff pride. The broken lives of Frank and Alice Longbottom sitting in sunlit silence while their son learned what love looked like after torture. Bellatrix had made Neville into someone who understood damage without worshipping it. That was why this had to be him. Neville stepped in, not fast, not hesitating either. With one smooth, brutal motion, he looped the chain high and pulled. The links went incandescent as they bit. Nagini's body convulsed, not the Penance Stare. Not judgment, nothing infernal, just the simple, terrible finality of a living creature killed by human choice using a weapon the rider could not morally wield for itself. The chain cut deep. The Horcrux inside Nagini screamed soundlessly through Harry's scar. Hellfire raced down the links into the wound. For one blinding second living serpent and soul fragment came apart together. The body dying, the murder shard dragged free in the same motion, as though the choice had forced them to stop pretending they were one thing. Then it was over. Nagini hit the floor in a long black collapse. The chain fell loose. The Horcrux was gone, no ash this time, no object vanishing cleanly. A corpse remained, heavy and real and undeniably once alive. That was the cost of living hosts. The rider let go at once. Transformation crashed backward through Harry like a dropped wall. Fire collapsed. Leather became scorched cloth. Bone became body. He hit the corridor floor on one shoulder hard enough to see white. Ron got to him first, swearing. Neville stood over Nagini's body, breathing hard, chain hanging black and cooling from one fist. He looked less triumphant than stunned, not at what he had done, but at the clarity with which he had known it needed doing. Dumbledore crossed the corridor slowly and placed one hand on Neville's shoulder. For once the old wizard had no speech ready. Maybe that was mercy too. Lupin looked at Nagini and then away, jaw tight. Kingsley exhaled like he had been holding his breath for a week. Harry pushed himself halfway upright, chest screaming in protest, and looked at Neville. Neville met his eyes. Neither smiled, neither apologized. Something larger than comfort passed between them, recognition, perhaps, or respect sharpened by horror. "You chose," Harry said, voice wrecked. Neville glanced down at the chain in his hand, then at the dead serpent on the floorboards. Yeah, the word was small, the meaning was not. Harry swallowed. "I couldn't." Neville shook his head once. "That's not the same thing." But it was, and it wasn't, and both of them knew the difference mattered more than any of the simpler versions people would later prefer. The rider could not kill Nagini because Nagini had been made into a weapon and was not guilty in the way judgment required. Neville had killed Nagini because someone had to choose necessity over innocence, and human hands were still the only hands allowed to do that, honestly. That distinction might have saved Harry from becoming something worse. He felt it in the cooling chain. He felt it in Neville's shaking grip. He felt it, most of all, in the terrible quiet settling through the lodge now that the last external Horcrux was gone, and the war had narrowed once more to one final soul fragment walking around in Voldemort's body. The lodge creaked in the aftermath. Rain ticked softly at the windows. Ron helped Harry to his feet. Dumbledore took the chain from Neville only when Neville let it go himself. The old wizard held it briefly, as if feeling for what remained of fire and choice in the iron. Then he handed it back to Harry, not to the rider. To Harry, that mattered too. They left the lodge in a silence. No one tried to fill. The body of Nagini remained behind under containment until arrangements could be made. What arrangements existed any longer for a serpent made into living blasphemy, and then killed not by vengeance but necessity? Harry could not guess and did not wish to. The stunned death, Eater Sentry woke too late to matter, and found himself bound in the kitchen with no memory he would be eager to relate. Outside, the woods smelled of rain and yew and the faint easing of magical pressure that followed a Horcrux's end. Harry felt it at once, a piece of the world unwarping, not restored. Just one tear fewer. He should have been relieved. He was, in part, but relief had become hard to separate from cost. The walk back to the Portkey site was slow because Harry's legs kept threatening to stop being useful. Ron stayed at his side. Hermione had not come. That absence suddenly felt enormous. Harry knew she would already be waiting back at Grimmauld with maps, questions, rage, and too much love to let any of it come out in a decent order. Neville walked a little apart from the rest, not shunned, not isolated, just carrying the shape of what he had done in a space no one else could yet share with him. Harry watched him in fragments between trees. He thought of Bellatrix, of the chain in Neville's hand, of Frank and Alice Longbottom, of the look on Neville's face after, not horror, not pride, just the quiet devastation of a person who has done something terrible and necessary and knows both words belong. That was different from the rider. The rider did not mourn its own actions. Humans did. Maybe that was why the world still needed them. At the Portkey clearing, as Dumbledore prepared the return, Harry touched Neville's sleeve. Neville turned. For a second, neither knew what shape the conversation was supposed to take. Thank you seemed too small and too cruel. I'm sorry seemed false because Harry was not sorry Nagini was dead. Neville solved it first, because for all his shyness, he had always been better than the rest of them at stepping around grand speeches toward the center of things. She wasn't guilty, Neville said. Harry looked at him sharply. Neville's face was pale in the dim. Not like Bellatrix, not like the others, I could tell just from the way it stopped. His gaze flicked briefly to Harry's wrist where the ring sat hidden under sleeve and damp cloth, so it had to be different. Harry felt something in his chest twist. Yes. Neville nodded once, as if confirming a theorem neither of them had wanted but both recognized. All right. You're all right, Harry asked, because the sentence sounded so absurd he almost wanted to laugh. No, Neville said, but I'm clear. That was Neville, Harry thought, not all right. Clear? There was a difference the whole war had been trying to forget. Harry looked away toward the dark trees and the rain and the direction in which Voldemort still lived. I think you did what I couldn't. Neville's answer came without delay. No, he said. I think I did what you wouldn't let the wrong part of yourself do. Harry stared at him. Neville shrugged one shoulder, uncomfortable now that he'd said something that sounded wiser than he probably intended. There's a difference. Yes, Harry thought, yes. And because Neville Longbottom, of all people, had just become the moral mirror Harry had not known he needed, the truth landed hard enough to matter. The rider had handed away its own weapon, because the act required was not punishment. Harry had surfaced enough to permit it, because some choices had to remain human if they were to mean anything at all. Neville had made the kill clearly and would carry it clearly. That was not weakness. That was the line. Dumbledore called them then, the Portkey activated, and the world lurched around them in the familiar stomach-dropping wrench of travel. Back at Grimmauld, Hermione met them in the front hall with murder in her eyes. Not literal murder. The academic kind. The kind reserved for boys who had once again gone somewhere infernal without her full approval and returned looking like wet ghosts dragged through a chemistry set. Then she saw Neville, saw Harry's face, saw the absence where Nagini had been lighting the rider's senses for days, and the anger changed shape before it fully reached words. "It's done," she said. Harry nodded. Hermione looked from him to Neville and back again. Not stupid, never stupid. She saw enough in their expressions to understand that the story was not simple and not one she would love. "How?" she asked. No one answered immediately. Ron, bless him, tried first and failed on the very first sentence. "Well, the thing is, technically Harry's hell chain sort of—" "Ron," said three people at once. He shut up. Neville spoke then because he had already done the hardest part, and perhaps words seemed smaller now by comparison. "It couldn't judge her," he said simply. "So I killed her." Hermione went very still, not disapproval, not approval. The terrible instant of understanding in between, where one sees the exact ethical weight of an act and knows any quick response will be a form of disrespect. "I see," she said at last. Her voice said she saw far too much. Molly, emerging from the kitchen with a dish towel over one shoulder, and anxiety already prepared for fresh use, took one look at the room and wisely retreated without asking. Dumbledore moved the group to the library, where decisions and damage had increasingly come to the same table. Once there, Hermione asked the questions that mattered, not who struck, not tactical details, the moral shape. "It stopped?" she asked Harry. "Yes, completely." Harry sat, exhausted enough that his bones felt borrowed. "I had her. It had her. It just—" He searched for the word and found Neville's instead. "Wouldn't make the wrong kind of act into the right one." Hermione looked at the ring on his wrist, then at Neville. Her eyes softened in a way that made Harry realize she understood at once what Neville's presence in the room now represented. "A chosen killing," she said. Neville swallowed and nodded. No one glorified it. That, too, mattered. There was no triumphant retelling. No battlefield romance. Only the sober accounting of necessity and consequence. Harry found himself absurdly grateful for that. Too many things around the rider already risked becoming myth if not aggressively kept in human language. Hermione took notes in silence after that, and her notes, Harry could tell even without reading them, would not flatten what Neville had done into tactic alone. She would make room for cost. She always did. Later, when the others drifted out by degrees, and only Harry remained in the library with the dying fire and the blackened elder wand on the table beside his untouched tea, Dumbledore came back in. The old wizard closed the door quietly. Harry didn't look up. "Only Voldemort remains," Dumbledore said. Harry laughed once. "You say that like it's small." "No." Dumbledore crossed to the mantel and stood with one hand resting lightly on the carved wood. "I say it because clarity is sometimes all we are given in place of hope." Harry finally looked at him. The old man looked unbearably tired. Not weak, just old in the way only people who had spent decades bargaining with consequences became old. "Nagini forced a human choice," Dumbledore said. "Yes. And that has taught us something vital." Harry's mouth twisted. "That I'm not allowed easy endings. That the spirit has limits." Dumbledore's gaze held his. "And that those limits preserve something in you worth preserving." Harry leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. Neville did what the rider couldn't. Yes. What if Voldemort turns out to be another Bellatrix, or worse? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then we proceed knowing that judgment alone may not suffice. Harry looked at the blackened elder wand, at the cloak folded across the chair beside it, at the empty space where the stone would never again tempt him. Hallows spent. Horcruxes ended. Friends blooded. The war narrowing so hard it had become almost personal enough to fit inside one room, and still the question remained. If the rider could smell guilt, punish the damned, track the torn soul fragments hidden across Britain, and yet stop before the one death that required mercy instead of vengeance, what exactly would happen when it reached Voldemort himself? A man who was not merely guilty, not merely shattered, but architect of his own fragmentation and absolute in his refusal to regret any of it. Harry did not know. That was the shape of the fear now, not whether he could find the end, whether the end would ask one more impossible distinction he had not yet learned how to survive. He looked at Dumbledore and said, I don't think the prophecy's going to care about any of that. Dumbledore's face changed in a way Harry had seen only rarely. The weary sadness of someone who knows prophecy is less a guide than a trap laid in grammar. No, the old wizard said softly. Prophecy rarely cares about what it costs to remain human while fulfilling it. The library fire settled lower. Outside, Grimmauld Place creaked and whispered through its old bones. Inside, Harry Potter sat between a reforged wand, a folded cloak, a ring that would never leave his wrist, and the knowledge that Neville Longbottom had just shown him a truth the writer could not. Some acts had to be chosen and suffered through, not automated into righteousness by fire. That truth would matter soon. Harry could feel it. The war had one breath left before it ran at Hogwarts, and when it came, it would come with all its unfinished questions. The summons to Hogwarts did not come with fanfare. No phoenix burst through the window carrying destiny in gold claws. No enchanted parchment unfurled itself above breakfast. No dramatic knock at the door while thunder rolled at the convenient moral volume of prophecy. It came, instead, like so many things had come lately, through strain. Harry woke before dawn with the scar burning not from one point but from many. Guilt moving in formation. Fear gathering under banners. Voldemort's will pressing across Britain like cold iron dragged over skin. And under all of it, like a bell struck somewhere too far away to hear with ordinary ears, yet close enough to shake the marrow, Hogwarts. Not the school as comfort. Not the place of first friends and first belonging and first ordinary Christmases he could still remember without fully feeling. Hogwarts as battlement, as the final shape the war had chosen. By the time he reached the library in Grimmauld Place, dressed in yesterday's clothes and carrying the blackened elder wand, because leaving it behind now felt less like caution and more like lying to the weather. Dumbledore was already there with McGonagall's Patronus fading silver blue in the center of the room. The cat had just finished speaking. The perimeter will not hold through nightfall if he commits fully. The staff are preparing. Those who should leave are being sent. Those who remain understand the cost. The Patronus vanished. The library stayed still around the absence. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard looked back. No one said this is it, because all of them had spent too long moving toward this point to require the melodrama. Ron entered next, half-buttoned shirt, wand already in hand, followed by Hermione, who looked pale and furious in the particular way she did when the world finally justified every nightmare she had privately prepared for. "What happened?" Ron asked. "Hogwarts," Harry said. That was enough. Hermione went still. Ron swore softly. Dumbledore folded the last letter on the table beside him. A letter Harry realized, too late, was from Kingsley by the look of the seal, and set it aside as though smaller wars had just in one instant become administrative. "He is coming in force," Dumbledore said. "Not probing, not terrorizing, committing. To the castle," Hermione said. "Yes." Ron looked toward Harry, and in that look was everything they no longer had to translate for one another. Voldemort knew the war was narrowing. The Horcruxes were gone or disappearing fast enough to make him feel the net tightening, even if he did not yet know every mechanism. Fear had driven him scholarly. Now it had driven him direct. Hogwarts, of course, the symbolic heart of magical Britain, the seat of old magic. The place where Harry had become himself in enough ways that even the dimmed warmth of those memories still made his chest hurt. The final battle was never going to be tidy enough to happen anywhere else. Molly appeared in the doorway behind them, already knowing from the silence. For 1 second, she looked not like the warm, terrifying center of the Weasley family, but like what she truly was beneath it. A woman who had lived through one war and now stood on the edge of the second with children she could not physically gather back into infancy. "No," she said. No one answered. Molly's eyes went first to Ron, then to Harry, then to Hermione, her hands clenched in the dish towel she still held, twisting it into a rope without seeming to know. Dumbledore spoke gently. "Molly, no," she swallowed. "No, you will not use that voice on me as if I'm a fragile student in need of calming. I know what this means." The old wizard, to his credit, did not insult her with denial. Arthur came up behind her, one hand light against her back. The gesture did not stop the fear. It only gave it somewhere to lean. Ron said quietly, "Mum." Molly closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them again, they shone bright and furious. "Then if you are going, you will eat first." It was such a Molly answer, so completely inadequate to the scale of war and so fiercely human in defiance of that inadequacy, that for one brief cracked moment the room came close to breaking. No one argued. They ate because Molly insisted and because refusal would have been its own small cruelty. Harry swallowed toast that tasted of ash and tea that tasted of too much sugar and watched the people around the table not looking at one another too long. Percy was there now too, returned in the ugly, awkward half-amnesty of wartime necessity, his face drawn with the effort of standing near his family while carrying fresh shame. Ginny sat straight-backed and silent and impassible, all banked fire and clear eyes. Fred and George had stopped pretending this was an adventure. Lupin ate nothing at all. Harry noticed every guilt in the room and had to force himself not to sink beneath them. That was the discipline now, not only containing transformation, staying human while reading the moral weather of everyone he loved. When breakfast ended, there were no speeches, only motion, cloaks, wands, portkeys, last-minute arguments over who stayed, who escorted whom, which younger students or family members remained behind under protection, and which refused so stubbornly that even Molly had to throw up her hands and choose the version of catastrophe that let her still see them. Harry found himself alone for a moment in the hall, while everyone else crossed some threshold or another. Hermione came to him there, fastening the clasp of her traveling cloak with fingers that shook only once. She looked at the elder wand in his hand and then at the ring on his wrist. "No heroics," she said. Harry nearly laughed. "That's become a meaningless sentence around us." She did not smile. "No," she said, "it hasn't." He saw then what she was really asking, not "don't fight, don't vanish." Don't let the rider decide the entire shape of the battle, simply because the battle will make that easy. Harry nodded once. Hermione searched his face, as though trying to memorize which pieces of him were still lit. Then she stepped forward, pressed her forehead briefly to his chest. Not a hug, not exactly, just contact enough to remind his nervous system what friendship felt like when words would only distort it, and pulled back. Ron came down the stairs 2 at a time and saw them. "If you're both having a serious moment, save some for the battlefield. I might need one." Harry almost smiled. That helped. Then the portkey activated in Dumbledore's hand and Grimmauld Place dropped away. Hogwarts had prepared. That was what hit Harry first when the portkey spat them onto the edge of the grounds beyond the gates. Not panic, purpose. The castle stood under a darkening afternoon sky, towers grim against thick cloud, windows lit in strategic bands, the lake black and watchful below. Every old stone seemed to know what was coming. Wards shimmered invisibly until lightning flashed somewhere miles off and made them visible for 1 second as a vast dome of layered gold blue over the school. Students moved in clusters toward exits, teachers shouting names, prefects and older students redistributing supplies. Stretchers already stacked in the entrance hall because McGonagall was not foolish enough to pretend battles began only once the first curse landed. There is a difference between fear and readiness. Hogwarts smelled of both. As they crossed the grounds under the outer protections, Harry felt them in waves. Terrified younger students being led toward safety. Older ones refusing evacuation with white-faced determination. Professors moving not like academics, but like veteran defenders revealing the shapes war had carved into them years ago. Flitwick's concentration was needle-fine and lethal. Sprout's practical courage came green and earthy and utterly unromantic. McGonagall, when Harry finally saw her on the front steps issuing orders like verdicts, felt like Castle Stone taught to walk. Then there were others. Order members, Aurors, Hogsmeade volunteers, parents, and under them all, at the far edge of the grounds beyond the forbidden line of wards, like weather-gathering teeth, Voldemort's army, Harry's scar lit hard enough to make him stop mid-step. Ron grabbed his elbow. "Mate!" Harry shook him off too quickly. "I'm fine. Lie." The castle's wards kept them out physically for now. They did not keep guilt out of the rider's senses. Death Eaters massing in the dark beyond the trees came to him as dozens of dirty flares, some hot and old, some recent and panicked, some merely cruel, some spectacularly damned. The spirit inside him woke at once, not into immediate transformation, but into a state of terrible alertness, like a beast lifting its head, because the hunting field had suddenly filled end to end. Hogwarts had expected an army. The rider smelled a tribunal. They entered through the great oak doors into a storm of purposeful chaos. Portraits shouted conflicting instructions from walls. Armor clanked awake. House elves sprinted low to the ground carrying crates of potion supplies and sandwiches with equal severity. Somewhere above, Peeves cackled like a war crime made of poltergeist. McGonagall cut through the noise the moment she saw them. Potter. There had never been a time in Harry's life when Professor McGonagall saying his surname like that did not mean his day was about to become more structured and worse. Today was no exception. She came down the last steps with robes tucked for movement and her wand already out. "Albus. We have perhaps 2 hours before the outer line is fully tested, fewer if he ceases theatrics." "He will not cease theatrics until denied audience," Dumbledore said. McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Then let us disappoint him quickly." Her eyes moved to Harry's scar, to the Elder Wand in his hand, and then to the ring she had long since given up pretending not to see. Nothing like pity crossed her face. That alone felt like a gift. "We have evacuated. Who would go?" she said. "Those who remain have chosen." The sentence landed heavily because all of them knew choice in wartime was a contested word. Still, this was as good a version of it as existed. McGonagall went on. "I want Potter away from the younger defenders during first breach." Ron bristled instantly. "He's not a cursed cauldron you move to the back shelf." "No," McGonagall said without looking at him. "He is a singular battlefield variable whose proximity effects are not yet properly charted. I would be delighted if this were less inconvenient." Hermione, to Harry's private alarm, looked as though she wanted to argue and agreed entirely at the same time. "I'm not hiding," Harry said, McGonagall's gaze fixed on him. "I did not say hiding, I said positioning. There is a difference, and if you intend to survive one war under my authority, you will eventually learn it." That was the most McGonagall sentence possible. Harry had no answer. Dumbledore stepped in before anyone else could supply one badly. The rider must not be allowed to ignite in the center of the evacuation corridors. "Precisely," Ron muttered. "Everyone's suddenly talking like he's a siege engine." Harry almost said maybe that's because I am and hated the thought enough not to. They moved him to the viaduct approach above the lower courtyard, where defenders could respond to the first wave, but there would be fewer untested civilians in immediate proximity if the spirit broke loose. Hermione stayed. Ron too. Neville arrived with a sword belt over one shoulder, and a face that looked older than yesterday. Ginny, infuriatingly, refused all attempts to be sent farther back, and ultimately landed in a strike group with other older students under McGonagall's direct eye, which was perhaps the only reason Harry did not waste energy arguing further. As dusk bled fully into night, the castle changed shape. Wards thickened. Torches went cold and then relit in battle mode, lower, bluer, less decorative. Bridges drew up. Statues moved. Ancient magic rolled under the floors like some deep sleeping thing deciding, reluctantly, to wake. Harry stood on the viaduct with the cloak over one arm, the Elder Wand in one hand, and the ring a live brand under his skin. Below the walls, Voldemort's forces assembled. And across that distance, for the first time, Harry felt Voldemort truly look back, not through a vision, not through the scar alone. The Dark Lord's attention found the rider and recoiled, not from death, because Voldemort had spent a lifetime studying death as an enemy to be cheated. but from something older in judgment than death itself. Harry felt the moment like two incompatible magics touching at the tips, and both realizing the other did not belong to any rule either was willing to respect. The first curse struck the wards. The battle began. From Hermione's position behind the western parapet, the first 10 minutes of the Battle of Hogwarts looked exactly like the kind of thing history books later lied about. It did not begin with grand speeches and clean formations. It began with noise, confusion, and the specific absurdity of centuries-old stone deciding under pressure what counted as structural damage and what counted as insult. Spells hit the outer dome in waves: green, red, sulfur yellow, curses she did not know and never wanted to learn. Giants roared beyond the tree line. Acromantulas moved in black skittering masses along the far edge of the forest until Hagrid's furious bellow met them somewhere in the dark and made even the spiders hesitate. Hermione kept moving because if she stopped, her eyes found Harry. And when her eyes found Harry, she saw too much. He stood at the viaduct line with Dumbledore 20 feet away and Ron far too close for her comfort. Harry wasn't transformed. Not yet. But the scar was lit from within so strongly it made his face look carved by furnace light. The ring on his wrist pulsed visibly through his sleeve every time another wave of Death Eaters struck the wards. He was already half elsewhere, listening to guilt by the dozens, maybe hundreds now, all while trying to remain boy-shaped enough for language. Hermione had built frameworks for him. Frameworks were not made for this. A stone gargoyle beside her exploded under impact. She threw up a shield charm on reflex, ducked flying fragments, hauled a second-year Ravenclaw down by the shoulder before he could poke his head over the parapet again, and shouted, "Lower!" The boy lowered. Good. Action solved panic in increments. Across the courtyard, McGonagall's voice cut through chaos like a drawn blade. Flitwick's shields flexed and sang. Sprout's plants did things that would have made a peacetime botany curriculum feel deeply dishonest. Fred and George, Merlin helped them, were somehow using modified fireworks as battlefield denial in a way that was both brilliant and so on-brand Hermione would have laughed if the sky were not actively collapsing. Then the wards broke on the east side, not fully. A puncture. A concentrated breach where 3 combined curses and 1 giant thrown boulder hit the same stretch of magical latticework at once. The dome shuddered. Golden light spiderwebbed. Death Eaters flooded through the rupture screaming. Hermione turned toward it and felt the whole air change. Not in front of her, beyond. Harry, the rider came out like a second breach opening inside the castle. Ron would later remember the exact sound the transformation made in open battle, not because it was louder than all the rest, because it was wrong in a cleaner way. Curses screamed overhead. Stone shattered. Giants howled. Students shouted. Somewhere close by Seamus blew something up with enthusiastic intent and incomplete concern for architecture. Yet through all of that, the moment Harry lost the last useful grip on holding still, Ron heard the chain. Just that, iron over stone, and knew before turning that everything had changed. Harry had held longer than Ron expected, longer than any of them should really have asked. He'd stood there through the first assault, through wave after wave of guilty souls hammering the wards, through the scar trying to split him open from forehead to spine with every fresh surge. He'd even managed speech, snapped instructions, warnings, one shouted call to keep younger fighters farther back from the east approach when the first breach felt imminent. Then the breach came. Then 6 Death Eaters poured through laughing. Then one of them threw a curse into a cluster of retreating younger students, not because it was tactically wise, but because he wanted the kill before the grown defenders closed the gap. Ron saw Harry's face change, not into anger. Anger was human, into sentence. Fire erupted. The cloak vanished into black shadow around the rider's shoulders. Leather and bone and hellite came up through Harry's shape with the ugly familiarity that somehow made each transformation worse, not better. The elder wand blackened brighter in the rider's grip, as if battle itself fed the infernal scorch already living in the wood. The chain dropped to the viaduct stones and rang once. Every defender nearby felt it. Ron saw them all react in different ways. First years ducking instinctively. Older students, staring one heartbeat too long before training or terror, dragged them back into motion. Even seasoned order fighters half-turning because you could not be that close to the rider's arrival, and not register the fact that judgment had just taken the field for your side, and against any easy idea of sides both. The Death Eaters who had broken through saw it too, and kept coming anyway. That was their mistake. The rider did not duel. Ron knew that by now. Still, seeing it in open battle clarified the difference in a way private incidents never had. Wizards fought by exchange, by spell and counterspell, by contest of wandwork and nerve. The rider fought like consequence catching up to action after a long administrative delay. The chain struck first. One Death Eater's wand arm went the wrong direction with a crack Ron heard even over the battle. A second took one look into the burning skull's face and tried to retreat through the breach only to find McGonagall's animated armor closing behind him in a wall of moving steel. The third fired a killing curse point blank. The elder wand ate it, not deflected. 8. Green turned white-orange at the tip and vanished into scorched elder wood. The rider stepped through the dead magic and laid one gauntleted hand over the man's face. Penance Stare. He dropped twitching. The fourth and fifth never even reached Harry properly because the aura did something Ron still couldn't describe without sounding cracked. Not full judgment. More like proximity to judgment so intense that guilt already loosened in weak foundations gave way. One Death Eater mid-duel with a Hufflepuff prefect suddenly froze, screamed, and collapsed clutching his own eyes without the rider so much as turning its skull toward him. Another went to his knees on the stair as if all the pain he'd outsourced for years had finally found his forwarding address. The sixth made it to the viaduct proper, saw the bodies, and ran. The rider let him, not from mercy, Ron realized, because other guilt was louder. That was the true terror of it in open war. The rider did not care about battlefield neatness, command structures, or strategic priority. It moved toward the souls that rang hardest against its law and let everything else become peripheral noise. "Ron!" Hermione's voice from somewhere behind snapped him out of watching and back into surviving. He stunned one masked attacker trying to curse Ginny from the flank, then nearly got his own throat cut by a hex sharp enough to peel stone from parapet. He threw himself sideways, hit the wet flagstones hard, and came up swearing. When he looked again, the rider was already off the viaduct and moving through the breach like fire deciding architecture was optional. Ron's stomach dropped, because that was the second problem. Once the rider entered battle, it did not remain where anyone had positioned Harry. It followed guilt. And the castle was full of it now. From McGonagall's view near the central courtyard, the battle lost all remaining resemblance to a normal defensive engagement the moment the rider descended the east stair. Minerva McGonagall had taught for too long, and survived too much to be easily astonished by human absurdity. She had seen teenagers defeat trolls, possessed girls open chambers, ministry officials prosecute nonsense with total sincerity, and one Albus Dumbledore repeatedly behave, as though secrecy were a moral seasoning to be applied by instinct to any unbearable truth. Astonishment in her had become a private economy. Tonight, however, astonishment and tactical fury shook hands. The rider moved through the lower courtyard like an old curse given bones and purpose. Death Eaters already inside the breach found themselves abruptly fighting on 3 axes at once: teachers, defenses, and judgment itself. Minerva watched one masked wizard try to cast at her from behind a fallen gargoyle only to freeze mid-syllable as the rider passed 20 feet away, the man's own history finally outweighing his present courage. He went down without being touched. Another aimed at a terrified younger Slytherin too slow to retreat. The rider turned. The wizard didn't even finish raising the wand. One look. One scream. Done. This was militarily useful, Minerva admitted at once, and privately, it was also appalling, because usefulness did not imply safety. More than once the rider crossed within yards of defenders whose consciences, though hardly damned, still flared uneasily under its passing. She saw a ministry who had once signed the wrong detention order blanch and stumble, as though cold water had been thrown under her skin. A fourth-year boy who had joined the defense mostly to prove himself nearly fainted simply from proximity, because adolescent guilt, though small, tends to be very loud to its owners. The rider did not harm them. It did not need to for its presence to alter the battlefield. That was perhaps the most alarming lesson of the war's last months. The thing wearing Harry Potter's body did not merely remove enemies. It changed the moral pressure in any space it entered. Every guilty action nearby suddenly remembered, however briefly, that it might yet be answered. Voldemort's forces hated that more than death. Professor, a Ravenclaw girl, blood on her sleeve, pointed toward the lower arch. 3 Death Eaters were pushing through under cover of cursed smoke, while behind them, Merlin preserved the building. A giant's hand was now physically attempting to widen the breach in the outer wall. Minerva raised her wand. Her own battle remained gloriously, reassuringly ordinary by comparison. Transfiguration, command, force applied with precision. Stone lions became real and launched themselves at masked figures. A toppled bench became a barricade. She barked orders, regrouped students, stunned one man herself, and cursed another hard enough to send him backward into a fountain. Then she saw the rider stop, not over a Death Eater, over one of the castle's defenders. An aura attached to the emergency school detail, older, grim, competent-looking, dueling in ministry blues and gold trim near the shattered arch. Minerva had liked him on sight earlier, which she instantly and privately recognized as yet another reminder that instinct remained a dangerous indulgence. The rider's skull turned. The aura looked up and went white. Minerva understood at once. The man had done something. Enough that even in the middle of Hogwarts burning, the rider had found him distinct from the rest. The aura backed away, wand half-raising not at the Death Eaters now, but at the burning figure turning toward him. Minerva's stomach went cold, because this was the political nightmare made flesh. In battle, there was no room for tribunal, no room for sorting whose old sins outweighed whose present service, and yet the rider did not care about administrative timing. "Stand down," she shouted, voice amplified across the courtyard by pure authority and a little wandwork. The aura did not. Fear made him stupid. He fired at the rider. The curse never landed. The chain caught his wand, tore it free, and yanked him 2 steps forward. For one razor-thin second, Minerva thought the castle itself might split on the contradiction. A defender about to be judged in the middle of defending the school from the world's worst wizard. Then Dumbledore arrived. He came into the courtyard not dramatically, but decisively. Blue robes blackened at the hem, wand already up. He stepped into the line between aura and rider exactly as he had once done in Grimmauld Place, a man interposing not because he believed himself innocent enough to be untouchable, but because delay sometimes remained the only available mercy. The chain stopped. Heat bent the air. The aura sobbed once, a humiliating helpless sound from a man still in official uniform, and dropped to his knees behind Dumbledore's shoulder. Minerva saw the entire courtyard register the moment. Allies, enemies, students, even the castle portraits watching from shattered windows. The message could not have been clearer if written in fire across the astronomy tower. The rider did not belong to Hogwarts any more than it belonged to the ministry. It moved by another law. Dumbledore did not turn to look at the cowering aura. "Minerva!" That snapped her back into the field. "Take him out of my sight," he said, meaning the man and perhaps the moral problem both. She obeyed at once. 2 sixth-years hold the aura clear while shaking so badly they could barely keep grip. The rider remained motionless for 1 second more, fire boiling through empty eye sockets, chain rigid with withheld sentence. Then a fresh scream came from the west corridor. The rider turned away, and the battle lurched on. Later, when historians would ask where the momentum changed, many would point to the breach or the giants or the defenders' first coordinated countercharge. Minerva McGonagall would know better. The momentum changed when both sides understood that the thing wearing Harry Potter's bones would not obey allegiance, only guilt. That knowledge entered Voldemort's army like rot in timber. It entered Hogwarts like dread. Both mattered. Neville fought in the greenhouse corridor first, then on the lower stairs, then in the rubble by the Charms courtyard, because battle has a way of erasing all plans smaller than survival. He had not wanted the sword tonight. That surprised him privately. After Nagini, he might have assumed the sword, or some continuation of that clear, terrible line from one necessary killing to the next, would fit more naturally into his hands. It did not. He had cleaned it, belted it on, then left it leaning in a side passage when the first wave hit, because this part of the fight required spells and movement, and younger students dragged bodily behind statues before heroism got them killed. Still, the memory of the chain in his hands remained, not as pride, as weight. Neville saw Harry twice before the final courtyard panic. The first time, only in flashes through smoke. The rider crossing the breach below, black shrouds streaming, Death Eaters breaking around him like water around a blade. The second time closer and worse. A masked woman with 2 dead students, blood already on her sleeves, stumbled backward into Neville's corridor, turned, saw him, and laughed. Not Bellatrix, thank Merlin, but Bellatrix shaped enough in joy that Neville's whole body went cold for 1 second. He raised his wand. Then she looked past him. Neville knew before turning. The rider stood at the far end of the corridor, fire reflected in broken greenhouse glass. The blackened elder wand hung at his side like a second verdict not yet spoken. For one heartbeat, Neville saw what the Death Eater saw. Not Harry, not any boy he knew, but a skeleton lit from the inside by moral weather. The woman screamed and ran the wrong direction. The rider did not even follow. He paused by Neville instead, not fully. Not long. Just enough for the fire to lower by some fraction impossible to measure. Enough for Neville to realize with a jolt that the spirit recognized him now in a category apart from everyone else on the battlefield. Not innocent, not judged, not prey, not allied even, not in any simple sense, chosen. Human in the specific way the rider could not be. The moment passed. The rider went on. Neville remained where he was, breathing hard, and thought. He knows. Not Harry exactly. The thing in him, it knew what Neville had done in the lodge, knew what sort of line it had required. Knew, perhaps, that if tonight demanded another such choice, the answer would not come from fire. That thought should have terrified him. It did. It also steadied him, because Bellatrix had taught Neville what happens when cruelty becomes identity. Nagini had taught him what happens when necessary killing remains human. Now Hogwarts was teaching him, at the most expensive tuition imaginable, that the difference between those 2 lessons might save everyone left standing. The battle rolled him onward before he could think much more. But later, when Voldemort himself finally entered the grounds and every nerve in the castle stood up screaming, Neville remembered the corridor and the rider's half-pause and understood that choice was going to matter again before dawn. He was not happy about being right. Harry lost count of the judged somewhere around the 20th, not because the number was large, because numbers had stopped making sense in the rider's field. Guilt arrived not as arithmetic, but as pressure fronts, clusters, bright hard nodes amid the weather of combat. The castle gave him a shape to move through, stairs, courts, bridges, halls. Yet the spirit navigated by another geometry entirely. It cut toward the worst, bypassed the lesser, and left Harry half-present inside it, trying to keep enough selfhood intact to notice if the line between battlefield utility and indiscriminate sentence went thin. The cloak shadow helped. That was one of the ugliest surprises. Wrapped around the rider's shoulders as a streaming shroud of cold dark, the halo did more than hide. It blurred certainty. Curses aimed cleanly slid half aside as though the mind casting them could not settle on whether the target occupied fully the place its eyes described. The elder wand, blackened by hellfire, amplified everything and frightened Harry every time it answered his hand, because no human form spell through it remained comfortably human-sized anymore. He did not use it much. The rider preferred chain and stare. Still, once in the North Stair, a squad of Death Eaters drove 3 older students into a corner behind collapsed masonry. And Harry, half surfacing through the fire because children with terror that pure still called to him differently than abstract strategy, raised the wand and cast a shield. The spell became a wall, not metaphor. A literal curved barrier of scorched light slammed down the stairwell, caught 3 curses, and burst them backward hard enough to throw the attackers off their feet. The nearest student, a shaking 7th-year Hufflepuff with blood on one temple, stared through the light at the burning skull beyond it and looked both saved and newly haunted. Harry hated that expression. There was no time to linger on it. The battle kept shifting. Giants at the southern wall, spiders at the edge of the grounds, Snape somewhere unseen and morally unreadable as ever. Dumbledore moving like a cold, bright center through 3 simultaneous crises. Bell towers ringing not from bells but from curse impact, and beneath all of it, the scar kept searching. Because now that the external Horcruxes were gone, the final soul fragment landscape had changed. No locket, no cup, no Nagini, no Bellatrix wound burning at the edges, only one vast black shape left in the world that smelled of torn soul and conscious defiance of death, Voldemort. Harry felt him circling the grounds without entering, testing, pushing others first, watching the castle through loyal eyes and borrowed fear. Waiting, perhaps, for Harry to break, or Dumbledore to fall, or the defenders to become tired enough to call a pause something nobler than surrender. The rider, in turn, felt him like a verdict not yet delivered. That mutual awareness was becoming the true center of the night. Everything else, 100 duels, 10 collapsed corridors, splintered battlements, screaming portraits, wounded friends, orbited it. Then Voldemort stepped through the shattered outer gates, and the war changed shape again. He came not hidden, not fast, not even particularly theatrical by his own standards. That was what made it worse. Lords and tyrants often become most terrifying once they no longer need the performance because enough fear has already done the work. Black robes, pale face, red eyes, a kind of stillness around him that made other movement look temporary. His wand raised but not immediately casting, because for 1 second he was only looking at the castle, at Dumbledore, at the defenders, at the rider. Harry stood in the center courtyard then, black shadow streaming from his shoulders, chain wet with rain and darker things, Death Eaters fallen or fleeing around him. Students and teachers and order members ringed the edges of the space in broken battle lines. Fire from shattered torches painted gold along the old stone. Voldemort's gaze met the rider's. The scar did not merely burn, it rang. Everything narrowed to the contact. Harry felt Voldemort's fear at last in its true flavor, not fear of dying, because death to Voldemort had always been a personal insult rather than a universal fact. No, this was fear of being appraised by something outside all the bargains he had built his life upon. Death he had studied, divided, postponed, turned into architecture. But judgment older than mortality, judgment uninterested in legacy, brilliance, terror, genius, or self-justifying myth that he had never accounted for. And Harry, from inside the rider, understood something terrible and almost beautiful. Voldemort did not look at the burning skull and see death. He saw what came before it, sentence. The Dark Lord stepped back, 1 pace. It was tiny. The castle saw. That mattered more than any speech could have. Around the courtyard, defenders who had spent the night braced against impossible odds registered in one electrifying instant that the man who feared nothing had just, unmistakably, retreated from the thing wearing Harry Potter's bones. The emotional tide shifted like a sea wall cracking. Death Eaters saw it too, and if fear had been the mortar holding half their courage together, that mortar now took on water. Voldemort recovered quickly. Of course he did. Terror in men like him becomes rage once given a shape to strike, and he raised his wand at last. Green light split the night. Dumbledore intercepted it in blue-white force, and the two oldest minds in the war began moving toward one another through wreckage and smoke. The rider did not follow immediately. That, too, mattered. Harry felt the spirit pull hard toward Voldemort, toward the concentrated final wrongness standing in the center of the field. But the battlefield remained full of lesser sentences unfinished. The rider's law did not prioritize mythic importance over local guilt. It passed a collapsing Death Eater on the left and put him down with one glance. It crossed 3 yards to seize a torturer trying to drag a wounded student by the ankle, and rendered judgment so fast the man's scream ended before the chain hit stone. It left Voldemort, for seconds at a time, to Dumbledore and war. This was what no strategist on either side could have wholly predicted. The rider was not prophecy. It did not move toward destiny because destiny was narratively satisfying. It moved toward the guilty nearest at hand, and therefore turned the Battle of Hogwarts into something neither army understood how to fight. A general engagement with pockets of sudden absolute moral collapse wherever Harry's infernal presence passed too close. Students saw it and were frightened. Teachers saw it and adapted. Death Eaters saw it and began, in ones and twos at first, to break, not surrender nobly. Break, flee stairwells, hesitate before pressing curses into crowds. Back up when the chains scraped near, because once you have watched 3 men collapse from the weight of their own private crimes without the rider even touching them, battlefield bravado becomes a less convincing drug. Hogwarts, burning around all of them, learned the shape of the new war in real time. So did Voldemort. And somewhere behind the fire, the blood, the screaming stone, the duels and counter-duels, and the desperate rush of wounded being carried through side passages by children still too young for this. Harry remained, not in full command, not gone, witnessing enough to know that the night had reached the point from which no one, himself least of all, would ever again be able to pretend what lived inside him was simply power by another name. It was law, and law had just crossed the castle threshold. The chapter closed in smoke and chase. Voldemort did not yet flee the grounds, not fully. But something in him had recoiled from the first clean sight of the rider enough that he began shifting position more than commanding, testing angles, trying to find a way to engage Harry without standing inside the range of judgment long enough to be read. Dumbledore saw it. Harry saw it. The battle itself bent around that realization. By midnight, the castle had lost half the east cloister, 2 towers, and any pretense that curfews would ever again feel persuasive. But it had not fallen. And as the rider crossed the lower hall toward the ruined Great Stair, where a fresh wave of Death Eaters had just broken through, and Voldemort's presence burned like an eclipse waiting beyond them, Harry knew with a dreadful certainty that the war was nearly done with armies. What remained was verdict. By the time the battle narrowed from war to pursuit, Hogwarts no longer looked like a school. It looked like memory after fire. The east cloister had partially collapsed into the courtyard below, leaving one long rib of exposed stone where classrooms once held desks and whispering students and scraped quills, and all the ordinary architecture of growing up. The grand staircase groaned under intermittent curse damage, some flights twisted into impossible angles, others hanging half-supported in the smoky air like broken thoughts. Rain had started again, and then mostly turned to steam wherever open flame or magical blast struck it, so the castle breathed in clouds, white, gray, black, and sometimes green when a killing curse split them on its way past. Portraits screamed from fallen frames. Ghosts moved in frantic streaks through walls too damaged to pretend they still understood privacy. The dead had begun to gather in side chambers under sheets. The living did not look at them unless they absolutely had to. Harry, half buried in the rider and half dragging himself through it, felt all of that only in the broadest edge impressions. The battlefield had become morally loud enough to drown architecture. Guilt, fear, grief, loyalty, old cowardice, fresh bravery, desperate lies, unplanned mercies. All of it flared and guttered around him while the spirit moved toward the one center it could no longer mistake for any lesser wrong. Voldemort was inside the castle now, not on the grounds, not circling. Inside. Harry knew it before anyone shouted the sighting because the final remaining soul corruption in the world had changed texture. Outside, Voldemort's presence had felt like an eclipse at the edge of weather, massive, directional withholding. Inside Hogwarts, it became intimate, sharp. The way a knife feels different once it enters the room from when it is only rumored to exist. The rider turned from a fallen Death Eater on the third-floor landing and knew. The final path opened. Below, voices were calling orders. McGonagall on the lower stair. Kingsley somewhere in the West Passage. Ron, too close, always too close, shouting for the younger defenders to keep moving toward the sealed North Corridor, Hermione's magic flaring blue-white through broken plaster. Dumbledore's wandwork like deep, clear bell tones over all of it. And through every other sound, Voldemort moving fast, not retreat, not yet, seeking angles, seeking thinner air. Seeking a place where the battle could be stripped down to the scale he preferred. Symbol, spectacle, domination, witness. The Great Hall, Harry thought with sudden cold certainty. Of course. Where else would Tom Riddle want the final shape of his war to be seen? The rider went after him. It crossed the broken landing, vaulted a split section of stair, and descended through smoke and falling sparks with the black shroud of the cloak streaming from its shoulders like a torn piece of midnight. The Elder Wand, scorched dark and answering hellfire too easily, left ember traces through the air every time it moved. Students flattened against walls or ducked into side passages when the rider passed. Not because it threatened them, but because proximity to sentence was its own terror, and everyone in the castle knew that now. 2 Death Eaters tried to block the lower gallery. The first died to his own crimes before the chain fully touched him. The second got one glance into the burning skull and 1 second of understanding that whatever happened next would belong only to him before the stair took him. The rider did not slow. The castle narrowed toward the Great Hall. Harry could feel it ahead. The old room's high enchantments, the gathered dead under transfigured benches, the wounded, the furious, the terrified, the last defenders converging because every instinct in every fighter remaining told them the center was moving there, and if the center moved, history would follow. Voldemort wanted witness, so did judgment. That was the trap. Hermione reached the shattered side doors of the Great Hall 1 full minute before Harry did, and knew at once that the battle had crossed into something worse than battle. The hall was half-ruined, long tables splintered into barricades. The enchanted ceiling showed no stars now, only churning black cloud lit intermittently from below by cursifire, and from above by lightning. One side wall had cracked open under giant force earlier in the night, and had been patched with temporary transfiguration so visible. It looked like the castle was holding itself together through academic stubbornness alone. Bodies lay along the edges, beneath conjured sheets. Wounded clustered near the far dais, where Pomfrey and 2 desperate healers had built a triage line out of tablecloths and fury. At the center of all of it stood Voldemort. He had chosen the spot well. Broken enough to look apocalyptic, intact enough to frame him against the high windows and the collapsed teacher's table behind. Several Death Eaters remained with him, fewer than he wanted, more than anyone else had been able to kill yet. Their faces looked wrong in the torchlight, less fanatical now than cornered, like men and women who had believed fear was a shared public currency and had just learned it could become private all at once. Across the hall, Dumbledore entered through the great front doors with McGonagall, Kingsley, Lupin, Ron, and others fanning around the flanks. Hermione came in from the side. For one heartbeat, the whole room held. Voldemort's red eyes moved, not to Dumbledore first, but beyond him. Toward the corridor, toward the sound of iron dragging once over stone. Hermione spun before she heard Harry's footstep, because by now she knew the atmosphere of his arrival better than sound. The rider entered the great hall. It should not have fit the room, and yet it did, as though the hall, old as legend and nearly as proud, recognized another ancient story when one crossed its threshold. Fire crowned the skull. The black shroud of the cloak smoked cold shadow over scorched leather. The chain trailed sparks in broken lines between fallen benches. In the gauntleted hand, the elder wand looked like a piece of night-charred bone taken from a god's pyre. Every eye in the hall turned, not only Death Eaters, everyone, teachers, students, order members. The wounded lifting their heads despite pain. The portraits hanging askew in their broken frames. Even the house ghosts drew back toward the walls as though some instinct older than death itself warned them not to drift too close. Voldemort saw it all. And for one tiny instant, in the hard red stare fixed on the thing wearing Harry's bones, Hermione saw the same truth Harry must already know from the inside. He was afraid, not of losing power, not of battle, not even of dying in the ordinary sense. He was afraid of being understood by something he could not seduce, deceive, terrify, or outlive. That fear changed his face in so subtle a way no one else in the hall might have caught it. Hermione did, so did Dumbledore. So did the Death Eaters behind him, which mattered perhaps most of all. Because this was the new fracture line in their courage, Voldemort could survive seeing fear in everyone else. His regime ran on it. But once his followers saw him measure himself against something and come up uncertain, that rot never left the timber. No one cast, no one moved. The hall became what all battlefields become at the end, less a place than a held breath. Then Voldemort smiled. The expression was wrong on his face, too human in shape, too empty in intent. "Harry Potter!" The rider did not answer. Voldemort's smile deepened by a fraction. "Or whatever remains of him." Hermione's stomach went cold, because that was the exact sentence designed to hit the fault line. Not a curse, a pressure point. Ron swore softly beside a cracked pillar. Dumbledore's wand lifted an inch. McGonagall did not take her eyes off Voldemort. Lupin looked as if he might spring bodily if Harry's balance tipped the wrong direction. The rider took one step forward. The chain rang once. A Death Eater to Voldemort's right, thin, nervy, already overfull of crimes and running on borrowed fanaticism, made the mistake of flinching visibly. The rider's skull turned. The man went white, opened his mouth, and collapsed screaming before anyone touched him. No stare, no chain, merely proximity. The hall heard the sound and understood that judgment had not entered the room to make exceptions for dramatic timing. Voldemort did not look at the fallen man. He looked at the rider and said, "Do you know what you are?" The question rolled through the hall. Harry, deep inside the fire, almost laughed, because Voldemort thought naming was mastery. Thought identity could be reduced to categories and therefore handled. That had always been his fatal education. Name it, sort it, own it, split it if necessary, preserve the useful bits, discard the rest. The rider did not care, but Harry did. That was the danger. Voldemort went on, voice low and carrying with impossible ease. "You think you are judgment. You are appetite wearing grievance, an instrument made from a boy's pain and an old coward's bargain." The words hit harder than curses might have. Not because Harry had never thought some version of them himself, because Sirius was in them, because the bargain was true. The hall reacted in ripples. Few present knew what Voldemort meant exactly. That did not matter. Everyone understood blackmail when they heard it wearing Revelation's clothes. Hermione's hand tightened on her wand until the knuckles shone. Ron looked at Harry, not the rider Harry, as if sheer refusal could physically anchor the boy inside the fire from 30 feet away. Dumbledore's face became carved stone. Voldemort took one step forward into the open center of the hall. "Come then," he said softly. "Let us see whether the thing inside you knows the difference between power and use." The rider crossed half the hall before Harry truly understood it had begun moving, not rushing. Sentence never rushed. That was the problem. It turned distance into inevitability. Death Eaters broke left and right, suddenly far less eager to defend their master up close. Two fled outright through the side aisles. A third fired a desperate curse that struck the black shroud and slid off into darkness, hitting only splintered wood and leaving the caster wide-eyed with the dawning realization that even his magic no longer felt like his own in the room. Voldemort held his ground. Of course he did. Not because he was braver than others, because he had made an entire self out of refusing all realities that insulted his preferred image of himself. Courage was sometimes only narcissism with better timing. The rider stopped 10 feet away. The elder wand in its hand hummed. Voldemort's wand lifted a fraction. The hall waited for the collision. Voldemort did not cast. Instead he said, almost conversationally, "Do you know why the stair will fail?" Harry felt the rider strain. Because yes, that was the question. Bellatrix had nearly broken the mechanism by lacking ordinary remorse altogether. Voldemort was Bellatrix stripped of ecstasy and amplified into principle. He had not merely severed conscience from action. He had theorized around the severance, built theology from it, fragmented himself on purpose, and called it triumph. The Penance Stare required relation between self and suffering. Voldemort had spent a lifetime engineering against relation. He had made himself difficult to judge not by innocence, but by intentional incompletion. Voldemort saw recognition in the fire and smiled thinly. "Because I am too much," he said, "and too little, too broken to fit your neat punishments, too far beyond the nursery morality of pain repaid." The rider stepped once more, the chain lifted. Voldemort's gaze flicked to it and then back to the burning skull. Then he did something that made half the hall go colder than the open breach in the wall ever had. He offered terms. "I know what you are hungry for," Voldemort said. No one breathed. "Guilty souls." He continued, voice silken with contempt and cunning. "Criminals, murderers, sadists, whole generations of them, I can give them to you. I have built an army from the world's discarded filth and sharpened it into utility. Let the boy step aside. Let me live. And I will feed you until your chains crack under the weight of sentence." Hermione made a sound of pure disbelief. McGonagall's face filled with such concentrated loathing that for a second she looked younger, all propriety burned off by revulsion. Ron whispered, "He's trying to bargain with it?" Yes, of course he was. Tom Riddle, who had never once met a boundary he did not attempt to corrupt into transaction, was now trying to negotiate with judgment itself. The hall seemed to recoil from the obscenity of it. The rider did not move, not because it was tempted, because it did not negotiate. Harry knew that with terrible clarity. The spirit did not make deals. Deals were for devils and governments and frightened men with enough intelligence to call appetite realism. The rider sentenced. That was all. But Harry could speak. The realization surged up through the fire like a hand through black water. Now, the hall faded in and out around him. The rider remained present, enormous, intolerable, but the seam opened just wide enough for Harry to step one pace closer to himself inside it. He took it. The flames lowered by a fraction, not enough to make him human, enough that everyone in the hall felt the change. Voldemort saw it and bared his teeth. "Yes, there you are." Harry's voice, when it came through the burning skull, sounded doubled boy and furnace and oath all at once. "He can't make that deal," Harry said. The sentence struck the room like a stone dropped in still water. Voldemort's expression changed. Not much. Just enough to show that hearing Harry from inside the thing had unsettled him more than silence had. Harry took one more step. Rain hissed through the broken high windows into drifting steam. Dead lay under sheets along the walls. Friends, enemies, teachers, children, ghosts, all watched. And Harry Potter, who had once thought the worst thing about war was that it made boys into weapons, stood burning in the center of Hogwarts and spoke to the man who had arranged his whole life around refusing death. "But I can tell you this," Harry said. Voldemort's wand hand tightened. You spent your whole life running from death." Harry felt the rider draw deeper around him, not silencing, not taking over, but lending his words the weight of something older than anger. "You should have been running from what comes before it." Then Harry stepped back. The rider took over fully. Voldemort cast first, a killing curse green enough to bleach all other color from the hole for one strobing second. The Elder Wand met it and split it aside in white-orange arcs that scorched the ceiling. The chain went out like a striking star, but not to bind for the stare, to seize. Voldemort understood too late. The chain wrapped his wand arm, chest, and throat in one impossible fluid movement, dragging him bodily forward across the cracked stone of the great hole. He hit the floor hard enough that the breath burst from him. His followers cried out, some in rage, some in fear, some in the sudden animal panic of devotees watching the god image become drag weight on chain. Dumbledore moved and then stopped. Harry felt the old wizard's realization as clearly as if it had been spoken. No stare, no courtroom of conscience. Something else. The rider planted one burning hand against Voldemort's chest. The chain tightened, and the underworld opened. For the witnesses in the great hall, there was no grand portal, no pit tearing open in the flagstones, no demon mouths or columns of hellfire swallowing the combatants whole. There was only a violent implosion of sound. One moment the rider and Voldemort occupied the center of the hall in a web of chain and wand light and held breath. The next, the light around them folded inward like a wound closing in reverse. Fire became a point. Shadow became a vertical line. The chain pulled once, impossibly hard. And both Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort vanished. Silence hit the great hall, perfect silence. No curses, no screams, no orders, no rain audible through broken windows. Even the fire on the shattered tables seemed to lower in obedience to the absence. 40 seconds began. No one in the hall knew it was 40. Later, people would argue. Some would swear it lasted a minute. Others 3 heartbeats. Others an eternity. This is what catastrophic stillness does to witness. It ruins clocks. Hermione counted because counting was the only thing keeping her standing. 1, 2, 3. Ron was already moving before she reached 5, as if throwing himself toward the empty space might somehow produce Harry back through force of friendship and bad planning. Lupin caught him around the chest hard enough to bruise. "Let me go." No, Dumbledore had not moved at all. That frightened Hermione more than Ron's panic. McGonagall stood rigid, wand aimed at nothing, eyes fixed on the place Harry had disappeared. Kingsley scanned the Death Eaters, because leadership does that even when grief wants to freeze. Several of Voldemort's followers were already backing away, and then backing away more once they realized no command was coming to halt them. 12, 13, 14, a Death Eater broke and ran. No one stopped him. 20, 21. Percy, who had arrived at the hall's west entrance 5 minutes before the end and had spent the battle trying to be useful enough to atone for an entire season of cowardice, found himself staring not at the war's climax, but at the awful ordinary truth behind it. Everyone in the room was helpless. 27, 28. Hermione's heartbeat had become so loud she could barely hear her own count. She thought of the safe house with Bellatrix, of Harry not breathing, of the severance tearing him nearly in half, of the stone she did not know he had destroyed, of every piece of him already dimmed to feed the destruction of Horcruxes. And beneath those fears, under all of them, the simplest and most animal one, come back. 33, 34, the hall remained empty at its center. Dumbledore finally moved at 36, just one step forward. Not because he had a spell ready. Hermione knew that expression now. It was not spellcraft, but grief forced into motion before it calcified. 39, 40. Fire opened its eyes, not the full rider this time. A single vertical blaze split the air where the two had vanished, wavered, and spilled outward into one human shape dropping hard to the floor. Harry came back alone. He hit the flagstones on one shoulder and rolled once before stopping on his back in the center of the hall. Human, mostly. The fire had gone. The black shroud of the cloak had reappeared half-tangled around him like ordinary fabric, remembering too late that it was myth. The elder wand lay a few feet from his hand, blackened wood smoking faintly at the tip. The ring still circled his wrist. The scar glowed through soot and blood at his temple like cracked magma under cooling stone. For one impossibly suspended second, no one moved, because the human brain does not transition gracefully from absolute absence to returned personhood. Then the hall detonated back into sound. Ron broke free of Lupin and got there first, dropping to his knees hard enough to skid. "Harry!" Hermione was with him in the next breath, shoving aside the cloak, checking pulse, throat, pupils, anything that still obeyed the language of triage. He was breathing shallowly, raggedly, but breathing. "Harry!" Hermione's voice shook. "Harry, open your eyes!" He did not at once, slowly. As if the lids weighed more than they should, his eyes, when they found her face, looked wrong in a way she could not have defined even if no one had been dying around them. Too clear, too far away, not vacant, not possessed, returned. But from somewhere no one human ought to have had to come back from and remain recognizable. "Where is he?" Ron asked, because Ron always asked the direct question first. Harry's gaze shifted. Past them, toward the center of the hall behind his own returned body. Hermione turned. Voldemort lay on the floor, no fire, no chain, no great wound visible. His body was unburned, unbroken, almost insultingly intact in the dim battle light. Black robes spread around him like spilled shadow. One pale hand open, wand gone, face tilted slightly upward, but empty. Not dead in the ordinary way. Hermione had seen enough bodies tonight to know that even in death, most people still looked inhabited by what had just left. Voldemort did not. He looked like a shape from which occupancy itself had been revoked. Like a house abandoned so completely the walls no longer remembered speech. The effect hit the hall like another silence trying to form around the noise. No one approached him first, not even his followers, especially not his followers. Because every Death Eater present saw it and understood, in the terrible private place where superstition lived beneath ideology, that whatever had happened to their master did not resemble any death magic they had ever trusted. One of them whimpered. Another dropped her wand and backed into a broken bench so hard she fell over it. Dumbledore crossed the hall slowly and stopped near Voldemort's body without touching it. The old wizard's face had gone beyond grief and beyond victory into a colder sorrow. One reserved, perhaps, for moments when prophecy fulfills itself in a language everyone had underestimated. He looked back at Harry. Harry was trying to sit up. Ron and Hermione both moved to help and then hesitated because something in his posture made ordinary touch feel suddenly uncertain. Not unsafe, just newly interpretive, like there were now other rules to proximity that no one had yet learned. Harry got one elbow under himself and pushed upright. His hands shook once. He looked at Voldemort's body for a long time, then at Dumbledore. The hall waited. "What happened?" Hermione asked. Very quietly, Harry swallowed. When he spoke, his voice sounded like exhaustion dragged over stone. "The chain didn't take him to the stair." No one interrupted. Harry's eyes were on Voldemort's body, but not seeing the hole anymore. It took him where the fragments answer to each other. Hermione's blood went cold. The underworld, she thought, the place between the torn soul pieces and the judgment that waited below them. Harry went on because perhaps he had to while memory remained hot enough to hold. He tried to split even there, to run between the pieces, to make himself too scattered to be sentenced. His face tightened. But the others were gone. The others, Locket, Cup, Nagini, Bellatrix's failed route. The hidden architecture collapsed, one support at a time, until only the final structure remained. Ron looked from Harry to the body and back again. "So it worked." Harry let out one horrible little laugh. "Depends what you call worked." The answer should not have been funny. No one pretended it was. Dumbledore came closer then and crouched, not over the body, over Harry, a wiser choice. "And you?" the old wizard asked. Harry's gaze flicked to him. For one heartbeat Hermione thought he might not answer, not because he couldn't, but because the question itself had become harder to interpret. then Harry said. "I came back." Simple words, impossible weight. Dumbledore's face did something small and devastating behind the spectacles. Not relief exactly. Relief would have implied resolution. This was gratitude contaminated by uncertainty. Around them, the hall was changing again. Death Eaters were breaking in earnest now. Some fled. Some dropped wands and fell to their knees, not in noble surrender, but because the psychological architecture of their war had just caved in under them. The defenders, equally stunned, began moving almost automatically toward containment because wars end less in crescendos than in people suddenly remembering logistics. McGonagall barked orders. Kingsley took command of prisoner collection. Lupin found his voice again and called for the wounded to be brought forward. The battle was ending by administrative necessity around the axis of one empty body and one returned boy. Hermione remained kneeling beside Harry because the idea of standing felt too much like leaving. She searched his face. "What did it cost?" she asked before she could stop herself. Harry looked at her. There, she thought, there is the whole truth, because the question was not rude, it was merely inevitable. Everything had cost. The Horcruxes, Bellatrix, the stone, had she known. Even coming back seemed unlikely to be free. Harry did not answer immediately. At last he said, "I don't know yet." That frightened her more than a full confession would have. Ron, hearing it too, went very still. Dumbledore stood. For 1 second the old wizard, the returned boy, and the empty corpse formed a line in the middle of the great hall that looked less like victory than aftermath trying on the wrong clothes. Then Harry looked down at his own hands, not fire-wreathed, human, but not unchanged. He flexed his fingers once, as if confirming the bones still listened. The ring on his wrist glowed faintly and then dimmed. The fracture mark across his forehead remained lit from somewhere deeper than skin. He said nothing more. He didn't have to. Everyone nearest him understood what the room was too afraid to phrase. The prophecy was fulfilled. Neither could live while the other survived. Voldemort's body lay emptied by whatever sentence had finally found him once all his exits were gone. Harry Potter had returned from the underworld alone. And yet what came back from those 40 seconds was not entirely, uncomplicatedly, the boy who had gone in. Hermione saw it first in his stillness. Ron in the delay before his expression reached his eyes. Dumbledore in the way, the old wizard kept looking not at Harry's wounds, but at the seam where humanity and the spirit now seemed to sit closer together than ever before. The hall roared slowly back toward ordinary sound, cries, orders, weeping, disbelief, all the human aftermath of surviving something too large. In the center of it, Harry Potter sat on the stone floor of the great hall with the cloak in his lap, the blackened elder wand smoking faintly beside him, Voldemort's body empty before him, and the chain somewhere unseen but unmistakably still present in the weight of the silence around his bones. Victory, such as it was, had come, but it had not come alone. The first morning after Voldemort's fall arrived without permission. No sunrise should have been allowed to follow a night like that. The great hall still smelled of smoke, blood, potion steam, and wet stone. Bodies still lay under sheets along the side aisles, some waiting for identification, some already claimed by hands that had spent the whole war pretending not to imagine this exact task. Windows remained shattered in black teeth across the high walls. The enchanted ceiling showed a dull, washed sky because no one had yet remembered, or perhaps cared enough, to restore the illusion of weather to something prettier than the truth. And still morning came, gray first, then silver, then a pale, weak light over ruined benches and broken banners, and the end of one tyranny sprawled empty on the flagstones where no one had bothered to move him yet, because moving Lord Voldemort's body felt, to half the whole, like an administrative insult, and to the other half, like tempting fate by confirming he was solid enough to carry. Harry sat through most of it. That was the strange thing. He did not collapse dramatically back into childhood or unconsciousness or some storybook version of recovery. Nor did he rise immediately into speeches and embraces and triumph. He simply sat in the center of the great hall while the castle shifted around him from battle toward aftermath, as though the knight had taken the ordinary axis of his life and replaced it with a different one. Ron stayed near enough to touch. Hermione stayed nearer. Dumbledore moved through the hall with the exhausted authority of a man who had outlived one too many prophecies, and now had to supervise the cleanup. McGonagall did what all great generals eventually must do. She turned back into a headmistress by sheer force of professionalism and began sorting the living from the dead, the wounded from the merely stunned, the heroes from the children, though half of them were now both. Harry watched. That too frightened Hermione, not because he stared blankly. He didn't. His eyes followed things. He answered when spoken to. Once he even stood, with Ron's hand already hovering at his elbow, and moved under his own strength to help shift a fallen suit of armor off a half-conscious seventh year. But there was a new delay in him, not slowness. Depth, as though every ordinary action now passed through one additional unseen chamber before reaching his body. When healers finally insisted on moving him to a side room off the hall, a former waiting chamber for examinations, now smelling of dittany and smoke and overused blankets. He went without argument. That almost frightened Ron more than if he had refused. Harry had spent enough of his life fighting every movement imposed on him that compliance felt unnatural. Inside the small stone chamber, Hermione closed the door against the noise of the hall and turned to him. "Sit," she said. Harry looked at her for one long beat, then did. Not because she ordered, because the words still had meaning when it came from her voice. Ron took position by the fireplace that wasn't lit and kept glancing from Harry to the door as if one of them might bolt, and he hadn't yet worked out which worried him more. Dumbledore remained near the entrance, not looming, not hovering, simply present in the old way he had mastered, present enough to be inescapable, restrained enough to prevent immediate murder in response. Hermione knelt in front of Harry, no books in her hands, no parchment, no prepared framework. Just her. "Tell me what hurts," she said. Harry nearly said everything. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to take inventory. The body came first. Bruised ribs. Burnt channels under the skin where fire had passed too close to nerve. Bone-deep fatigue. The old ache in the scar, though different now, less like a wound and more like a seam never meant for ordinary flesh. Then deeper. Memory, self-attachment. He thought of the first Christmas at Hogwarts and felt the familiar dimming. Thought of some childhood afternoon already lost completely to the locket's destruction and felt only the outline of absence. Thought of Sirius and braced for another missing warmth, another vanished texture, another theft he had not yet discovered. Sirius was still there, not alive, not near. But there. The grief had changed, though, not smaller. Less poisoned, perhaps. The stone was gone. The temptation was gone with it. The rider's impossible entanglement with Sirius's last bargain remained, but the frantic child part of Harry that still wanted one more answer, one more apology, one more impossible return had burned itself out in a Muggle car park under fluorescent lights. That was not healing. It was a kind of harsh honesty. Harry opened his eyes. "My chest," he said first, "and my head, and there are blank places, still." Hermione swallowed. Any new ones, Harry thought, Voldemort in the underworld, the chain, the sense of fragments closing around each other like a trap finally sprung. He remembered it too well, in fact. "No," he said slowly, "not blank, just—" He searched for the word and found none adequate. "Quieter." Dumbledore looked at him sharply. Hermione understood first. Of course she did. "Not erased," she said. Harry met her eyes. "No, muted?" "Yes." Ron swore under his breath. Hermione's face tightened, but she pressed on. "Emotions, connections, specific memories." Harry leaned back against the chair and looked toward the small, cracked window where dawn had become fully morning. "Some things feel farther away, not gone, just—" He held up a hand helplessly. "Like I'm remembering them through older glass." No one spoke, because that too was a cost. Less dramatic than amnesia, more terrible in some ways, an erosion not of fact but of immediacy. The sort of change a person might only notice once enough mornings had passed, and too many beloved things began arriving second-hand from within. Hermione nodded once, miserably, because reality remained reality whether or not she hated it. "And the rider?" she asked. Harry looked down at the ring on his wrist. It sat black and still, not inert, never inert. Present in the way a second pulse was present. "Closer," he said. Ron's face changed, Dumbledore's did too, but in a more carefully hidden way. Hermione's voice went softer. "How close?" Harry laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "I don't know what the scale is anymore." That was answer enough. "The Ministry arrived by afternoon." "Of course it did." No state survives the fall of a Dark Lord without immediately rushing to narrate itself as central to the solution. And no ministry in particular had ever managed to let a once-in-a-generation magical event happen without first asking how it could be made legible to records, public confidence, and future leverage. Scrimgeour came in person again. He chose a repaired antechamber off the entrance hall, perhaps because someone in his staff had decided asking Harry to return immediately to the Great Hall would read as tactless even for government. Percy came too, paper-thin and over-formal. 2 Aurors remained by the doorway. One of them Harry recognized from the London Street team, the woman who had chosen to stand down before coercion became catastrophe. She looked at him differently now. Not softer, exactly, but with the exhausted respect of someone whose institution had attempted a theory and found itself badly outmatched by reality. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and McGonagall met them there. No one sat at first. That was Scrimgeour's mistake. He entered as though a meeting could still be controlled by posture. Then he saw the room, saw the ruin through the broken corridor windows. Saw McGonagall looking like she would personally throw him into the lake if he said one useful-sounding thing too many. Saw Dumbledore in that old calm which had survived victory only by becoming colder. Saw Hermione's face, white with fatigue and sharpened by protective hatred. Saw Ron standing close enough to Harry that the arrangement no longer pretended to be accidental. And saw Harry himself, thinner now somehow for all the fire, scar dark and lit at once, ring black against skin, the air around him still wrong in ways no official language would survive for long. Scrimgeour adapted quickly. That was his strength. "Mr. Potter," he said, and it was notable that he did not use Harry's first name nor attempt the tone of paternal concern this time. "On behalf of the Ministry and of Britain, "No," said McGonagall. The entire room froze. Scrimgeour turned his head, slowly. "Professor." "You will not begin with ownership language in my castle," McGonagall said. "Not today." Harry almost smiled. Scrimgeour, to his credit, swallowed whatever response a lesser man might have made and began again. "Britain owes Mr. Potter?" "No," said Harry this time. The minister's jaw tightened by a fraction. Harry stood with both hands in the pockets of his ruined jacket, because if he let them hang loose at his sides, the ring felt too much like a visible declaration. "I'm not doing this as a symbol. There are practical matters," Scrimgeour replied. "Funny." Ron muttered. "That's always when you lot show up." Hermione elbowed him, but not very hard. Scrimgeour continued as though interruptions were weather. "The public requires reassurance. Governance requires continuity. We need to establish what happened here, how the threat has ended, and what role, if any, you wish to play in the stabilization of magical Britain moving forward." There it was, not quite recruitment this time, not yet, but close. A role, stabilization, continuity. The old state language wrapped around extraordinary survival like paper around a blade. Harry looked at Scrimgeour and felt the man clearly now. Tired, proud, guilty in the way warmakers were guilty, not monstrous, not clean. Scrimgeour had done enough damage in service of order to make the rider uneasy, and enough genuine labor against fear to prevent any simple condemnation. He was, Harry realized suddenly, another Snape-shaped problem in a different uniform. A man the spirit could not sentence neatly, and therefore one Harry himself had to answer as a person. That was almost more annoying than if Scrimgeour had been straightforwardly vile. I'm not joining the ministry, Harry said. No one in the room breathed. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. I have not asked you to. Yes, you have. Harry tilted his head, just with more words around it. The minister folded his hands behind his back. I am asking you to consider cooperation. Dumbledore moved then, just half a step, enough to remind everyone present that cooperation was a more dangerous word now than war had been yesterday. Harry shook his head. No, Scrimgeour's expression hardened. Mr. Potter, with respect, you cannot disappear after this. Harry almost laughed. That was precisely what he wanted, not literally vanish. The cloak and the rider had complicated that fantasy too much, but leave the platform, leave the speeches, leave the rewoven public myth that would inevitably try to make him simpler than he was so that people could sleep around the shape of his existence. I can, Harry said. Watch. Percy inhaled like a man witnessing career and family both become impossible in real time. Scrimgeour tried one last angle. The people need to know you stand with them. Harry looked past him through the corridor window to the grounds beyond where smoke still drifted over broken stone and stretchers moved in lines toward the temporary healing tents by the greenhouses. I fought here, he said quietly. I nearly died here. I'm standing. The room went still again, because this was the trap of Harry at his clearest. When he cut through language, there was very rarely anything better left for anyone else to say. Scrimgeour looked to Dumbledore, perhaps hoping the old man would soften the refusal into a future appointment. Dumbledore did not. That, more than anything, ended it. The minister's face took on the polite rigidity of a man writing future conflicts in his head. Then the ministry will proceed without formal endorsement. Harry shrugged one shoulder. It always was going to. That earned him the briefest, bleakest flicker of approval from McGonagall. When Scrimgeour left, Percy lingered half a second too long, as if he wanted to say something, about family perhaps, or timing, or apology. Ron looked at him. Percy thought better of it and followed the minister out. The Aura woman at the door was the last to leave. She paused and met Harry's eyes. London, she said. Harry frowned. You were right, she said simply. Then she went. The door shut. Ron let out a long breath. I hate officials. Hermione, still staring at the place Scrimgeour had stood, said, He'll keep trying. Yes, said Dumbledore. McGonagall turned on both of them with a look that could have disciplined Weather. Then he will continue to discover my opinion on the matter. Again, Harry almost smiled. Again, the almost mattered more than the smile itself. The conversation with Hermione happened at dusk, not in a hospital room this time, not under battle light, not in the center of a crisis where words had to dodge around urgency and pain. It happened in one of the upper astronomy classrooms, empty except for a cracked armillary sphere, 2 overturned stools, and a long view of the grounds where temporary burial shrouds moved in the evening wind like pale flags of surrender no one had consented to. Harry found her there because he knew, after enough years and enough disasters, where Hermione went when she needed altitude in order to think without drowning in proximity. She had a notebook open in her lap. Of course she did. She looked up when he entered, took one glance at his face, and closed the notebook without pretending the timing was accidental. Have you slept? She asked. Harry leaned against the doorframe. That's a strange place to begin. It answers the question, then. No. Hermione nodded, as if tallying a variable already expected. He crossed the room and sat on the broad sill opposite her. For a while they listened to the castle around them, repair spells below, distant crying, the odd normal absurdity of someone in the courtyard arguing about blanket distribution as if civilization had not just almost ended. Finally, Harry said, You know. Hermione did not pretend not to understand. Yes, no dramatic pause, no what. She had always been too good at honesty once theory gave way. Harry looked out at the grounds. How bad? Hermione's fingers tightened once on the closed notebook. Do you want the comforting version or the accurate one? You know I hate that question. I know, she swallowed. Accurate, then? Harry waited. Hermione took a breath. It isn't possession. I don't think it ever was, not in the strict sense. And it isn't simple coexistence anymore either, not host and passenger, not even host and symbiote in the way I kept trying to model it after Bellatrix. Her voice grew quieter, which meant the truth ahead mattered more than her own preference. It's integration. Harry looked at her then. She held his gaze. The 40 seconds with Voldemort, Hermione said, didn't just complete a battle. I think they completed a process. The Rider and Harry Potter are no longer two entities sharing a body badly. They're becoming... She stopped, because whatever word came next was one language did not yet have. He supplied it for her. One thing. Hermione's eyes filled but did not fall. Slowly, she said. Not all at once, you're still you, completely you in all the ways that matter right now, but the seam is gone. No, she said quickly, almost sharply. No, not gone, changed, permeable in both directions, stable in a new shape. Harry laughed once and rubbed a hand over his face. You make doom sound like a thesis abstract. That's because if I don't structure it, I'll scream. That got something real and brief out of him. A half-laugh. A ruined little huff of breath that belonged undeniably to Harry. Hermione heard it and had to look away for a second. When she looked back, she was steadier. You're not dying, she said. He had not asked, but she answered the fear anyway. You're sure? As sure as I can be about anything involving infernal metaphysics and a prophecy-adjacent war survivor. Comforting. I know. He looked out again toward the forest line, darkening under the first true blue of evening. So what am I becoming? Hermione was silent a long time. Then, softly, I don't think there's a word for it yet. That somehow felt truer than any title would have, not Ghost Rider alone, not Harry plus Curse, not vessel, not weapon, not savior, not monster. Something new growing at the seam where judgment and personhood had stopped being cleanly separable. Harry did not know whether to be relieved by that or appalled. I'm sorry, Hermione said suddenly. He frowned. For what? For trying to cut it out of you when it was already part of you? The words came rougher now, stripped of structure. For not seeing fast enough that saving you and restoring you weren't the same thing anymore. Harry looked at her properly. Hermione. She kept going because she was Hermione, and pain, once admitted, had to be completed properly. I kept thinking if I worked hard enough, I could give you back your life exactly as it was before. And that was stupid because nothing had been exact for ages, and I was really trying to save myself from having to live in a world where this happened to you and stayed happened. That silenced him. Because there it was again. The bravery people mistook in Hermione for certainty was often only her willingness to trace fear all the way back to herself and call it by name. You were trying to save me, he said. Yes, she said. And I was also trying to save the version of myself who still believed enough knowledge always meant reversal. Harry let the words sit. Then, maybe both were allowed. Hermione's mouth trembled once toward a smile that hurt too much to finish. Maybe. Below them, voices rose as one of the temporary wards around the grounds brightened. Someone cheered weakly. Another person shushed them. The world, having nearly ended, was already beginning the obnoxious process of continuing. Harry reached into his pocket then and drew out a folded parchment. Hermione recognized it instantly, the old grounding note, Ron's idiocy on one side, her insistence on his name on the other. The edges were charred now. I kept this, he said. Hermione's eyes widened a fraction. Harry unfolded it carefully. Ron's side still read, You hate sprouts. You still owe me 3 galleons. I am better at chess. You are Harry. Don't be dramatic about it. Her side. Your name is Harry James Potter. You choose, even when frightened, you are not what was done to you. Come back. Harry looked down at the words, then back at her. I did, he said. And for the first time since the Great Hall, Hermione cried without trying not to. Not loudly. Not theatrically. Just the sudden helpless release of a person who had spent too long holding herself together by scholarship and rage and found, at last, a sentence kind enough to let her stop. Harry crossed the room before he knew he'd decided to. He crouched beside her chair awkwardly because every movement still felt partly new to his own body. And Hermione, brilliant, furious, unsentimental Hermione, put one shaking hand against the side of his face, as if confirming the geometry of him remained. He did not tell her about the stone. Not then. Some truth still needed private burial, but he let her cry, and when she was done and embarrassed by it and trying to apologize in 6 directions at once, he told her, "Don't." She gave a watery, furious laugh. "You are the least helpful comforter on earth. Ron would be worse." "That's true." They sat with that small truth until the light outside went fully dark. The letter was Harry's idea. Of course it was read by Hermione. By the following evening, enough of Hogwarts' surviving defenders, students, staff, grieving families, and unwanted ministry officials had gathered in the repaired Great Hall that some formal acknowledgement of the dead and the end of the war could no longer be avoided. McGonagall called it a remembrance. Scrimgeour's office attempted to call it a national stabilization address until McGonagall informed them that if anyone used the phrase stabilization in her hall, she would personally stabilize them through a wall. Harry refused to attend, not out of drama, not out of disdain, because he knew, with the same deep, exhausted clarity that had led him to destroy the stone, that if he stood before that crowd in person he would be turned into something useful to them at once. Hope, symbol, survivor, warning, saint, monster, any of the usual categories people reached for when they needed one life to explain too many others. He did not want that. He was too tired to be translated, so instead he wrote. The letter took him longer than any spell had. He wrote it in one of the side rooms overlooking the grounds while Ron paced and offered terrible suggestions, and Hermione sat opposite, correcting nothing unless he asked, which he noticed and loved her for more than he could yet say properly. When it was done, she read it aloud in the great hall. Harry did not listen from inside. He stood outside the broken front doors beneath the dark eaves where the rain had finally stopped, and heard only the softened shape of her voice carrying through old stone and open grief. Later, Ron told him half the hall cried. He did not seem especially pleased by the statistic. Just factual. Hermione gave him the copy back afterward without commentary. Harry read it once alone by wandlight. It said, "I know people want names for what happened here. Victory, sacrifice, the end of a war. All of those are true and none of them are enough. The people we lost are not made smaller because the right side survived. They remain lost. We do not honor them by pretending otherwise. Some of you fought because you were brave, some because you were frightened, some because there was no one else close enough and choice arrived in your hands before courage did. All of that still counts. Do not let anyone tell you the war was won by symbols. It was won by people, by teachers, by students, by friends, by the wounded who stayed standing 1 second longer, by the dead who paid for time the living must now use better. Rebuilding will be slower than breaking was. That is normal. It is not failure to need time after terror. Please do not make me into a story that lets you avoid the harder one. That evil survives when enough people decide its costs belong to someone else. The world after this does not need more legends. It needs more people willing to choose decently when there is no prophecy in the room. Thank you for standing." Harry Potter, he folded the letter after reading it, then put it away, not hidden, just aside, a thing said and no longer needing performance. He left Hogwarts on the 6th day, not ceremonially, that mattered to him, no procession. No farewell line, no ministry carriage, no prophet photographer catching the profile of the boy who lived walking nobly into uncertain future. Harry hated the entire species of image. He waited until early morning when the corridors were mostly quiet, and the castle was still more hospital than school. Then he packed the few things that were still his in any uncomplicated sense. The cloak, the blackened elder wand, a change of clothes, Hermione's folded grounding note, and the tiny number of objects not yet complicated into relic or wound. Ron found him at the stairs. Of course he did. "You're leaving?" "Yes," Ron frowned, but only for a second. "Where?" Harry looked past him through the open corridor arch toward the grounds and the black line of the forbidden forest beyond. "I don't know exactly." "That's not annoying at all," Harry smiled. "A little enough." Ron's face changed when he saw it. "There and gone again, but real. Do Hermione and I get to know if you're alive?" "Yes." "That's something." Harry shifted the bag on his shoulder. The ring warmed faintly as if in agreement or simple awareness that movement was coming. Ron shoved both hands into his pockets. "You know she's going to call this a terrible idea." "She calls most of my ideas terrible. She's usually right." "Also true." For a moment they just stood there, two boys on the threshold of the end of one war and the badly advertised start of surviving it. Then Ron stepped forward and hugged him so hard Harry's ribs complained. No joke, no insult, no disguise. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright and angry with it. "Don't get mysterious on me," he said. "I think that may be beyond my control." Ron pointed at him. "Exactly that sort of thing." "Don't." Harry nodded once. They found Hermione in the entrance hall because of course Ron had messaged her somehow, or she had simply known. She came down the stairs with her hair unbrushed, and one sleeve rolled unevenly, and stopped 3 steps short of him as if crossing the final distance required a different kind of courage than all the others they had already spent. "You're going." "Yes." "For how long?" "I don't know." Hermione closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. "You're impossible." "No," Harry said, "just tired." That softened something, not agreement, never that easy, but understanding. Hermione came the last 3 steps and took hold of his sleeve. Not his hand, not the ring, but the cloth above his wrist where heat and skin and self still met without too many complications. "I was going to ask you to stay," she said. Harry waited. She looked at him steadily. "But I think if I do, I'll be asking for the wrong reason." He swallowed. Hermione went on. "Just don't vanish so completely that we have to become legends to hear from you." That hurt and helped in equal measure. "I won't," he said. This time she believed him enough to kiss his cheek once, quickly, like she was sealing a promise rather than making a show of affection. Then Harry went out of the castle, across the scarred grounds, past the broken edges of battle where grass was already trying, offensively, to look like grass again, past the edge of the wards, toward the forest. No one followed him. That, too, was love. Years do not pass cleanly after a war. People later tell them as if they do, one season then another. Reforms, trials, funerals, school terms resuming, ministries rebuilding, shops reopening, children growing, the first laugh that doesn't feel like betrayal, the first one that does. The first anniversary that turns grief into weather, and the first that makes it new again. The truth is messier. Hermione entered magical law because of course she did, and because anger needed architecture if it was to become anything kinder than permanent fire. Ron worked with George, and grief and commerce and jokes turned into a kind of family survival project that sometimes looked absurd from the outside and was therefore probably perfect. Neville returned to Hogwarts, and in time to teaching, because there are people made by damage into gardeners and people made into ghosts, and he had somehow become the first while carrying enough of the second to understand frightened children on sight. Scrimgeour continued trying, intermittently, to convert Harry into a sanctioned category. He failed, mostly because Harry declined every official offer, title, advisory role, or a track invitation, public ceremony, and commemorative nonsense sent his way. Some of that refusal came by owl, some by silence. Once, only once, Harry sent back a ministry parchment with 3 words written across the front in unmistakable hand, still no. HP. Molly cried the first time he visited the Burrow after the war, and then cried again when he left, and then pretended both incidents had been caused entirely by onions, smoke, and a weak kettle. Arthur hugged him longer each year, as though time had made the gesture no less necessary. Ginny learned early how to look at him without reducing him to aftermath. That mattered more than she knew, and Harry changed, not all at once. Not dramatically enough for the world to produce a newspaper sketch and call it certainty. That would have been kinder in some ways. Easier. Instead, the merge Hermione had named continued slowly, almost politely. He was not losing himself. That was the strange mercy of it. He was not dying. Another mercy. But the Rider and Harry Potter had stopped being neatly distinguishable in practice. Judgment no longer came only in transformations. Sometimes he knew a person before they introduced themselves, and hated that he knew. Sometimes he walked through a village, and all the malicious intentions in the street seemed to turn away before he consciously noticed them. Sometimes the scar burned and the ring warmed, and he did nothing at all except exist in a place long enough for bad men to decide their plans could be postponed until another road and another night. He spent more and more time at the edge of the forbidden forest, not because he wanted exile, because the forest understood changing things, old magic, old dark, old life that killed and sheltered and watched without demanding names before permitting existence. The trees did not ask him to become simpler. They only adjusted around what he was becoming. At night, under the boughs, he sometimes walked as himself in scorched clothes and carrying no wand in hand at all. Sometimes bonefire took him. Sometimes the black shroud of the cloak trailed from his shoulders, not as invisibility, but as moving shadow. Sometimes the chain dragged behind him through leaf mold and roots, and left no mark by morning except a faint scent of smoke and iron where none should have been. Creatures of the forest learned him differently. The Strals watched and did not startle. Centaurs spoke less dismissively than before, which for centaurs bordered on a formal endorsement. Acromantulas learned quickly that the line between predator and malicious intent mattered in his presence, and adjusted their routes accordingly. More importantly, people learned too. At first it was rumor, poachers turning back at the tree line for no reason they could name. Men drunk on stolen bravado from nearby villages discovering, upon reaching the first rank of trunks with ugly plans in mind, that the dark ahead felt not empty but occupied. Smugglers taking the longer road around, treasure seekers abandoning maps. One aspiring dark collector from the continent found at dawn half a mile from his tent, knees muddy, memory intact only up to the point where he had thought the forest looked manageable. No one ever proved anything. That was part of the protection. But over time the stories grew as stories do and settled into the practical magical folklore of Britain. Hogwarts Forest had teeth now, not just the old ones. Newer ones, wiser perhaps or angrier depending on the storyteller. If you walked toward it with a clean heart, the path remained a path. If you went in hoping to hunt children, traffic cursed goods, summon old things, bury evidence, or practice cruelty where you thought the trees would keep your secrets, you turned back. Every time, sometimes sobbing, sometimes sick, always certain, without being able to say why, that one more step would have made the night itself look at you properly. Harry did not announce this arrangement. He just kept walking. Years might pass, or seasons. In stories like this, the exact count matters less than the shape the life takes once history stops taking attendance every hour. He saw Ron and Hermione. He wrote letters more often than Scrimgeour deserved to know. He visited the Burrow. He returned to Hogwarts on rare days and rarer nights. McGonagall once caught him in the corridor outside the headmaster's office, and after a very long look at what he had become, said only, "At least you look like you understand curfews now." He laughed. Properly that time, she did not, but her eyes softened. And in the end, perhaps that was as close to blessing as either of them knew how to get. The final image the wizarding world kept, though not all of them knew they kept it, was never from the Great Hall. Never from the night Voldemort fell. The Ministry would have preferred that. So would the Prophet. Stories like their endings loud, but the truer ending was quieter, a forest at night. Wind moving through black leaves, moonlight in broken stripes over roots and old stone. A figure at the tree line that is sometimes a young man in scorched dark clothes with a scar like cracked obsidian, and eyes too old for the face they live in. And sometimes, when the night is wrong enough and someone walks toward the woods carrying malice as though it were entitlement, a skeleton wreathed in orange-white fire beneath a trailing shroud of cold dark. Chain dragging softly through fallen leaves like a warning the earth itself has learned to speak. No one enters the forbidden forest with malicious intent anymore. They always turn back. They never quite know why. And somewhere under the trees, where old magic meets older judgment, and the line between boy and spirit has finally become a road instead of a wound, Harry Potter walks the boundary and keeps the dark honest. He had been the boy who lived once. He did not have a name for what he was now. But the forest was safe, and the night was quiet, and whatever he had become, it was enough.